the stupid question this morning, the game Monopoly. How much do you collect for finishing second in a beauty contest? And we will go to Larry to see if we can get the answer. Hey, Larry, good morning.
Hey,
Larry.
good morning. You guys work.
Thank you. I'm sorry. We had a little clip to play for you.
You, Larry.
All right. Larry. How much you win for coming in second in a beauty contest?
You win a whopping $10.
Yes, $10. That's it.
Hey, Larry.
Hang on, Larry. We're going to set you up, man. We got a pair of tickets to see Brian Regan January 14th at the Miller Theater in Center City. Some tickets remain. Go to WMMR.com for more information, Larry.
You, Larry.
Do you know how it work better? It'd work if you could lead with this and then follow with,
Hey, Larry.
You, Larry.
Yes.
I love it.
Like you're calling Larry's attention. Hey, Larry. Hey, Larry.
you. Yeah. Hey.
All right.
You, Larry.
What movie is that from?
I love you, man.
Okay. All right.
You, Larry.
I have some stories. It's what we do now.
Yes.
So we're going to do that right now. And it's an update on Jeremy Renner. He was apparently helping other people get around, his neighbors, in the snow before he was accidentally run over by a snowplow on Sunday. And still really no definitive word on how that happened.
Well, I did hear that he was operating it, got out of it. It started to move. He tried to get back in it, and that's when he got caught under it.
Okay. And it's like a snowcat.
Yes.
It's a tread and big metal treads.
So when we
big piece of machinery.
do the Cardboard Classic, we ride over to the site on a snowcat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In addition to moving snow from his driveway so that members of his family could leave, he was also clearing snow from a neighbor's driveway and helping stranded motorists. CNN reports that members of his family were were with him when the accident happened. Reno Mayor Hillary Sheev said that he was helping someone stranded in the snow, and he's always out helping others. Renner is currently in the intensive care unit at a Nevada hospital recovering from 2 surgeries for blunt chest trauma and orthopedic injuries, according to his representative.
So I thought it was encouraging that it was a selfie that he posted. So that's good.
It's nice to see. I mean, you figure if he's got the energy to do that and the wherewithal to just put it out there.
Right.
You know, that he's hopefully going to be okay eventually, make a full recovery.
Yep, he wrote, "Thank you for all of your kind words. I am too messed up now to type, but I send love to you all." So he's on the mend. That's a good thing. Wow. Barbara Walters was deemed the woman who changed the way the world watches daytime TV on Tuesday's episode of The View. The show began with a montage dedicated to the iconic journalist who died on Friday at the age of 93. Remembering Walters, co-host Joy Behar said she very much defied sexism and defied ageism. She went right into the jaws of the lion. She started The View when she was 68 years old. Very few people start a brand new career at 68.
She created the concept for The View.
She did.
That was her thing.
And I remember when that first happened, I'm like, this will be just one of those things that comes and goes probably. And
like Jag.
And it had teeth. Like Jag was around for a while.
I know, yeah. You never think it'll last, and then it just keeps going.
Co-host Whoopi Goldberg agreed, saying the industry had to respect her. She did not allow them to not respect her. And later in the program, former co-host Meredith Vieira, Debbie Mentonopoulos, Lisa Ling, Sherry Shepard, and Star Jones, all of them paid tribute to Walters as well.
So they showed a clip during that show, Preston, yesterday, where it was Oprah Winfrey had come on the show to pay tribute to Barbara Walters. She was still alive, but she was leaving The View. And so what they did, unbeknownst to Barbara Walters, is that they had literally, it seemed like every woman working in professional television journalism.
Wow.
I mean, everybody from Jane Pauley, everybody came out, and a steady conga line of people who owed their careers to Barbara Walters.
So Star Jones said the best seat in the house at any social event was next to Barbara Walters because she could gossip. She could tell you everything about everybody in the room. So they're paying tribute, obviously. Gabrielle Union opened up about her first marriage on Monday. She was on Dax Shepard's podcast, and the Bring It On actress said that her relationship with former NFL player Chris Howard was, quote, just dysfunctional from day one.
That doesn't sound good.
She said, in our first marriage, neither one of us felt like the marriage should get in the way of our dating. She added that she felt entitled to cheat on Howard because he was cheating on her.
Uh-huh.
And she said
They found something they can do together.
a part of it was like keeping up with his activities. Like, that's what you're doing. You're going to feel this one. And I just felt entitled to it as well. And I said, I was paying the bills. I was working my ass off. And I felt like that's what comes, the spoils of the riches. The LA's finest actress added, like my dad before me, whoever has the most gets to do whatever the hell they want is what I thought. It was just dysfunctional from day one. So they both were doing what they wanted to do because everybody was doing what they wanted to do. Matthew Lawrence and Rosanda Chili Thomas went Instagram official over the weekend. So Rosanda Thomas is one of the singers from TLC, the group. Man, I used to have a crush on her. Wow.
Really?
Yep.
Was she, Left Eye's dead. She's not T-Boz, is she?
No.
So she's Chili.
She's Chili. Yes. Yeah, that's what I said. Rosanda Chili Thomas.
I didn't hear the chili
That's
dog.
okay.
Yeah,
He was sucking on a chili
I
dog.
was sucking on a chili dog.
Why not?
Yep.
Please. And we haven't heard it for a while.
Yeah, you're going to have to give me, we're in a new system here.
There's a new sub-chili section.
Well, I don't have it on the ready right now. Sucking on a chili dog.
Please find the chili section of our software here.
Here it is.
Sucking on a chili dog.
Thank you.
Sucking on a chili dog.
The pair shared a joint post in which they happily danced and sang along to Aha's Take On Me in
love that
matching pajamas. Lawrence's Boy Meets World co-star Danielle Fishel commented on the post saying, "This makes me very happy."
Oh, you know what? I did like her a lot.
Oh, yeah, she's cute.
Very cute.
Yeah, she had kind of the more high-pitched voice.
Right.
Tiny little thing.
We've never had him on the show, have we? Matthew Lawrence?
I don't think
He's
so.
a local guy. We grew up in Abington. Yeah, yeah. And Joey's brother. And
We did have Joey on.
yeah, Preston. He's the kid from Mrs. Doubtfire. He's with the boy.
No way.
Yeah. So he's had a pretty long, successful career.
Okay.
And continues to act. And good for these guys.
All right. So a rep for Chili told Entertainment Tonight that the pair had been dating for a couple of months. Chili and Matthew, they said, are dating and spent Thanksgiving.
You
and
must call her
Christmas
Chill.
in Atlanta.
Sucking on a chili dog.
Where Matthew
Sucking on a chili dog.
met Chili's family. And her rep said, I've been with Chili since 2000.
Sucking on a chili dog.
This is Papa Chili, Mama Chili.
I've been with Chili since 2005, and I've never seen her this in love. She is glowing. They are really cute together.
Like a hot bowl of chili.
The news comes after the pair were spotted in Hawaii together last
Ooh,
year.
Hawaiian chili.
Denying romance rumors at the time. It's got pineapple.
Absolutely. And
Some
spam.
of that Hawaiian chili. Actually, that does sound pretty
Spam
good.
and chili would sound pretty good, right?
Steve, did you watch Wheel of Fortune last night?
Yes, I did.
All right. So did you get Final Wheel? It was
Yeah.
Hawaiian cuisine. So Preston, you referenced geography in my knowledge earlier. So it was H-A and then a bunch of spaces and then I-A-N. And then cuisine, the guy got most of the next letters. And I'm reading it. I'm like, oh, Haitian cuisine.
It's amazing. Your screw-ups
where my brain
on
went.
Wheel of Fortune can be the most embarrassing. Some of the contestants go like, there was one like, basically he said like Arctic flowers. I'm like, what?
Yeah.
No.
Well, when you said Hawaiian cuisine, I thought you said that. I thought that was the subject or the category.
That was the answer.
I'm like, wow, 3 letters pop up.
Right.
Boy.
But it's kind of an obscure final clue or whatever. And,
Yeah.
and in my brain, Haitian cuisine made sense, but Hawaiian's probably a little more sensical.
All right. Lamar Odom got candid about his struggles with addiction and his relationship to Khloe Kardashian in Lamar Odom, Sex, Drugs, and Kardashians, which premiered on Fox Monday night.
They really should have promoted that more.
Did they?
They promoted the ever-living F out of it.
I didn't
You
see
couldn't turn around without seeing a commercial for that thing.
In addition to saying that cocaine was his girlfriend at the time, he also opened up about cheating on her. He said, I had these random women coming out. I was having full-blown relationships on the road, and my wife is Khloe Kardashian. It's bugging.
He also makes a claim in that special, Preston. He says that when he was at the Bunny Ranch,
Yeah.
that they were trying to kill him, which is a crock of crap. That
That's bad for business.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They were, and it gives no explanation as to why he believes they were attempting to kill him. He OD'd on cocaine and took a ton of horny goat weed.
They generally want their clientele
To keep coming back,
to stay alive, not only for bad PR, but for repeat business.
Yes,
I mean,
right.
they want you to come back around. He said, I'm laughing out of embarrassment. But Odom also shared that one time he was with another woman and she ended up having to actually call Chloe. He said, I'm going so heavy with the drugs that this woman got on my phone, calls Chloe and said, girl, you have to come get him.
What wife doesn't love that call from your husband's prostitute?
Yeah,
Oh my
yeah.
God.
Hey, he's too drunk.
Yeah,
he's too
yeah,
wasted
yeah.
for me. You got to come pick him up.
We did it like 6 times and he was out. I think I'm really worried for him.
So Emily Radikowski said on Tuesday that she doesn't want to date any more men who don't know how to handle strong women, especially the ones who truly think they want that in a partner. Like how strong? Like 500-pound deadlift
Yeah.
strong?
Yeah,
or what
we
are
were
we
talking-
talking about here?
That's probably it.
This comes shortly
pick up a car.
after the news broke that she and Pete Davidson were going their separate ways.
So he can't handle strong women.
She said, they're like, you're special. You've done it, she said. What the hell
She
is
must
that
be a
in
great
reference to?
conversationalist.
They're like, you're special. You've
I
done
like
it.
lamp.
They slowly get emasculated, and they don't know what to do with those feelings, and they resent you, and then they start to tear you down, and then you're just back to square one. She said.
Her biggest problems occur when she starts talking. That's when everything. That's when everything goes south.
Let's see here. The New Year's Eve drama continues between Andy Cohen and Ryan Seacrest. While Cohen might not have picked on Seacrest this year, Ryan said that he gave him the cold shoulder and said it was funny because my stage was right there in front of Anderson and Andy. He said when I was not working, I was trying to get their attention, sharing that they had waved or he had waved at them. He said, I thought maybe I was in the shot and I just wanted to say hi. They have a great show. And he said, and Anderson, the best. He turns around, he says, hey, have a great show. Very nice. But Andy did not turn around.
I like Ryan Seacrest.
Little drama. Yeah, he's been nice
Yeah.
anytime we've encountered
Absolutely.
him. Yeah. Justin Long shared a heartfelt Instagram tribute to his girlfriend, Kate Bosworth, on her 40th birthday on Monday, along with a carousel of photos documenting their time together. Long wrote, she is 40. She is also the best part of my day, every day. Even when we're not together, she laughs with abandon. She makes me laugh. It's not quite that.
No? Okay, it's not that dramatic.
It's more sweet and lovely.
What about a huge freaking Hooters, huh?
Okay. She makes me laugh all the time, he added. She is the best. She has the best, softest lips I've ever kissed. She loves beer and football more than I do, and I love beer and football. She's the strongest person I've ever known.
Strong like deadlift strong?
I guess so, yeah.
Hook her up with
Stronger than Emily Radikowski?
She's fiercely committed to the truth. She's so much fun to work with. She's the most fun to do everything with.
Look at the fierce commitment to the truth on that chick.
So she responded with her own romantic post, writing, you are my love and my light,
Knock it off.
my peace and my thrill. Here we go.
Here
This
we
is
go.
it.
Oh, yes, please. Tell me more.
You are my love and my light, my peace and my thrill. Thank you for holding my hand when we sleep.
My Erdl to my turtle.
Thank you for tying my shoelaces when you notice they are
Oh,
undone.
get the hell out of here.
Thank you for making me laugh so hard I have to leave the room. Because she's going to throw up.
Yeah.
I'm going to throw up.
I'm gonna puke.
Yeah. Thank you for showing me what love is and making this the best birthday ever.
Sounds like the at the end of 16 Candles when they're on top of the table.
Right. I got
Right?
my wish.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
It sounds nice, but if somebody bent down to tie my shoe, I'd probably kick him in the face.
Yeah, absolutely. I can do it. You're a strong woman. I've seen you do a 300-pound deadlift.
But what if your back hurt? And they knew that about you.
I just, come on.
This ended pretty well. It started off with you're my love and my light, my peace and my thrill. But then she went on
You're my zephyr of love,
to say thank you
transported on gossamer wings.
for showing me what love is and for making this the best birthday ever, she wrote. So, a 40th
I also
birthday.
saw you put your finger in my cat.
Wait, what?
Oh, my God.
What? You didn't think anyone was
Didn't think I
looking?
saw it, did you? They are a cute couple.
Yeah.
And he's had Drew Barrymore, and she's in a movie that I really enjoy, Tad Hamilton.
Oh, really? I never saw that
Yeah,
movie.
yeah. It's actually pretty good. It's a rom-com.
I thought Blue Crush was pretty good.
Yes.
I like surfing movies, so.
Superman Returns. She plays Lois Lane.
Yeah. Didn't care for Superman Return. It's all right.
It's okay.
Yeah. All right, so moving on. This is an odd story out of nowhere, Steve. According to court documents obtained by People, Olivia Hussey and Leonard Whiting,
Yes.
the stars of the 1968 film Romeo and Juliet, have filed a lawsuit against Paramount Pictures for sexual harassment, fraud, sexual abuse, and the intentional infliction of emotional distress.
So
Isn't
this
strange?
was a super well-received movie. Franco Zeffirelli was the director. And they made a big thing about how it was young love. It was, and I don't know if they made a big thing about the nudity, but
I remember it as a kid, though. I
Yeah.
remember it being like, ooh,
right.
like hearing that's a bit much.
Did you? Yeah. I don't.
Yeah, I do.
Well,
Absolutely.
I do too because we watched it in school.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yes.
is that really?
Yes.
You guys did you watch that in school?
In
And
English,
Steve,
yes.
I think you and I are the same. Where like, I don't hate Shakespeare, but I can't read Shakespeare. I
Right,
need to
right.
have see it of the play or have a movie of it. And so the teacher recognized that it was a good way to teach Romeo and Juliet. So we reread it, and everybody was like, okay. And then when we watched the movie, it was like, all right, here's a better understanding of it. However, in seeing the nudity in high school, I was like, oh, that's kind of jarring.
So I remember seeing it in the movies,
Okay.
and I remember that the critics were all, "Oh, this is a good depiction."
Right,
This is-
right.
Because they are younger in the book, and I'm like, I guess so, But
Yeah, they're teenagers.
Well,
They were
Yeah.
15 and 16.
Yeah,
right?
the actors were 15 and 16.
Like,
Therein
uh-huh.
lies the issue.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
So the lawsuit states that the pair had no choice but to act in the nude with body makeup as demanded on the last day of filming. After late director Franco Zeffirelli had apparently told him that the movie, quote, would fail
it's
if
not working. I want to see you babies.
they didn't do it.
Yeah.
Well, and they were told that they would be wearing like flesh-colored undergarments.
And then he said,
yeah.
"Nah, let's
And then
go
he
nude."
demanded,
Yeah,
no, we're
yeah.
not wearing that.
Yeah, so they have.
It's actually a well done movie, But I didn't. I'll be curious to see how far they get with this, Preston.
Yeah. So they filed the suit. We'll see. On yesterday's episode of the Today Show, co-host Hoda Kotb told viewers that Al Roker will be returning to the show later this week. She said, we have some great news to share this morning. Al is coming back to the show, according to Savannah Guthrie. And Kotb added, people were like, when? And, well, we have our day, and he'll be here on Friday. He'll be right here in Studio 1A. Roker temporarily left the show in November when he was hospitalized due to blood clots in his legs and lungs.
How long has he been on the Today Show?
I don't know.
It's decades.
Yeah, quite a while.
Decades.
He's doing well. Just ahead of the release of his memoir, Spare, Prince Harry sat down with Anderson Cooper for a 60 Minutes interview. In a clip that was shared on Monday, he explains why he and Meghan Markle handled their issues with the British royal family in a public manner.
Why doesn't Andy Cohen like Ryan Seacrest?
The Duke of Sussex said that he tried to deal with the matter privately. He said, every single time I tried to do it privately, there had been briefings and leakings and planting of stories against me and my wife. And he said, the family motto is never complain, never complain. It's just a motto. And he said, when you were being told for the last 6 years, we can't put a statement out to protect you, but you do it for other members of the family, it becomes a point when silence is betrayal. The full interview is set to air on Sunday, by the way. And then one last thing. According to Deadline, Blackish star Tracee Ellis Ross will be starring alongside Eddie Murphy in the Prime Video holiday movie Candy Cane Lane. It's the first of 3 movies in a 3-picture and first-look film deal between Murphy and Amazon Studios. Details about the plot are being kept under wraps.
She is. She's very good.
Yeah, she is.
She's very funny comedic actress. So yeah, I'll be curious to see how that comes out.
Have there been any? And this made me think of this. The Candy Cane Lane. I know it's going to be.
The game?
A holiday thing.
Yeah.
Candy. No, I don't. Well, no, I assumed that it would be a holiday romance thing. Has anybody done spoofs on the Hallmark movies yet?
Yeah. Not like theatrical.
That's what I mean.
Right. No.
There hasn't been a parody movie yet made?
There needs to
I mean,
be.
that's
Yeah.
prime material now.
There's a candy cane lane in Orland. It was on my holiday activities list, like in the very beginning when we first started doing it. It's like the whole street is lined with these giant candy canes.
I love that.
And you're thinking of Candyland.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there a candy cane lane in that? There might be.
I thought there was.
There's a molasses swamp.
Wait,
Yeah.
let's see.
There is a gumdrop.
Famunda Falls.
No, there's no Famunda Falls. There's Gumdrop Lane, maybe? Or no, maybe there's Candy Cane Lane. I don't know. Kathy's going to look it up. We'll find out after we get the clips. How about that? It's one thing to disagree with your mom. It's something else entirely to find out that your mother killed your stepdad.
That's not good.
For you.
Oh.
Ginny in Georgia is returning for its second season. And in this clip, Sarah Waisglass talks about the arc her character experiences in the new season. Here we go.
I loved seeing her go through her Mad Max phase and seeing her get really angry and how she deals with that and how she deals with betrayal and heartbreak. I just think she's such a fun character to get to play and get to learn about, and I learned so much more about her this year, and I think her arc is one of change and growth.
Shut the f*** up!
Ginny in Georgia season 2 premieres on Netflix tomorrow.
Oh, I watched that.
Oh, okay.
Do you like it?
Yeah, it's like I don't have anything else to watch. I'll watch that.
Okay. All right.
No, but it was good.
Why don't they use that blurb in the ad?
Yeah.
When there's nothing else on, I'll watch it.
You know what? And I'm also watching. Oh my gosh, what's the one?
What's it
Dead
about?
to Me.
Okay, yeah.
Which is
Christine Applegate.
Yes, the third season, and that's the same one. Like, it's good. I laughed out loud last night at one of the lines in an episode, but I need like my Yellowstone. I need
It's
like
not
the drama.
can't
and
wait
the,
to see
Right.
the
Yes,
next episode.
correct.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
There's a couple of those floating around with me too. And I'm like, oh yeah, I forgot I was watching that series. I need to go
Right.
back and watch a couple more of those. All right, here's the next clip. Based on the global best-selling self-help book, The Subtle Art of Not Giving an F, is a cinematic documentary designed to help us become less awful people. And here, writer Mark Manson talks about what happiness truly is. Here we go.
In Subtle Art, I make a distinction between happiness and highs. And this distinction, it was pretty profound for me because we tend to mistake highs for happiness. And highs are nice. Like we all love having highs, and we do need a certain amount of highs in our life, but highs are not happiness.
Shut the f*** up, huh?
I read that book.
Did you like it?
I remember liking some of it. Here's the problem, though, is I'm not a self-help book kind of guy. They give you a whole lot of information.
Right.
And I forget 99% of it.
I think self-help works best, or ideas for improving yourself, for me, work best when it's like a TED Talk, or when it's something that is like or even like talking to a therapist or something like that. It hangs better.
Yeah.
With me. I don't know.
I read a book that had a lot of philosophical theme to it, and I was just bombarded with all this stuff, and I'm like, I'll never absorb all this. If I take one or two things from this, that's about it. But I mean, this is an interesting concept. It's kind of about not letting go and not over
analyzing.
Yeah, overanalyzing or putting too much stock in certain things and stuff like that.
It's all bull-ass.
Anyhow, The Subtle Art of Not Giving an F opens in theaters today. If you want to check it out. All right, there you go. That's what I got in the entertainment report for you. Kathy, did you find out anything about candy?
Actually, Smarty
Candy
Pants
Land?
found it. There is not a candy cane lane, right, Smarty?
That's right. Yes.
Okay. It sounded like there would.
There
be.
are several other neighborhoods. There's no Candy Cane Lane in Candy Land, but there's Candy Castle, Candy Hearts, Cherry Pitfall,
Molasses Swamp.
Yeah, so those exist, but Candy Cane Lane is absent.
It's a no-go.
Thank you.
Is there a Springfield in Candyland?
There is everywhere. Everywhere in the United States in Candyland.
There's a taffy pull.
All right, we have a secret text word today. Your chance to win Smile on Blu-ray. So text word secret to 39333. Go for it, my friend. We're going to take a break. Come back in a moment. Stay with us on this Wednesday.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Happy Days.
Monday, Tuesday.
Yeah, the track follows Blame It On My Youth and Generational Divide is the third offering from the trio's new LP, which is tentatively titled Bajmir. Somebody wrote, they texted this, and it says their album is Rim Job Backwards. I thought that was the name of Rim Job Backwards was the name of the album. No, Bajmir is Rim Job spelled backwards.
Oh, what? There we go. Thank you. We would not have known that.
I like that.
Yeah.
Bajmir. Or you can name an album Rim Job Backwards.
Would it sound that way if you took...
I doubt it.
Reversed it. I don't think it would.
Yeah, let's all say
try it?
We could.
Yes.
So just say clearly, say rim job.
Can you record it and play backwards or no?
Yes, I can.
Okay, say when.
Go ahead. When?
Rim job.
All right.
Okay, so Casey will record that.
All right.
Reverse it, and we'll see what that sounds like. All right. Okay, say when.
Go ahead. When?
Rim job.
All right, you ready?
Yep. Bajmir.
Yeah.
Bajmir.
Yeah.
Bajmir. There's a little in there, but Bajmir. Now let me say that forward.
And see if it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, ready?
Yep.
Bajmir.
Okay.
Okay, let's try that. See if it comes back as
Try that. Go here and.
Rim job.
We're scientists.
Rim job. Do it again. Hold
Do
on.
it again. You can even do it better.
Rim job. Rim job.
We are ready to transmit.
Bajmir. Rim job.
The aliens are about to transmit a message. Rim job.
Play it again, Casey. Rim job.
Wow.
You really got that in there.
Oh, I love our
And now the envoy from Neptune is about to speak.
Rim job.
Rim job.
Rim job.
Rim job.
It's so
It's like
good.
you've just met in the jungle. Rim job.
Rim job.
You.
That's my favorite one.
It's a
Rim
greeting.
job.
It's a
Rim
greeting.
job.
Rim job. You like rim job.
Rim.
Rim job.
Rim.
Why did that?
I don't know why it's stopping.
Me? Neither.
Rim job.
Rouge, you tongue to cream butthole.
At the end, I go, rim job.
Yeah, of course. Wouldn't you?
Yeah.
It's definitely
Rim
enough
job.
That's the natural gagging.
Rim job. Job. Someone wants to point out that we've won awards.
Yes.
Yes, we have.
I know.
True.
That doesn't mean they can't rescind them.
Yeah.
What?
Do you get the spicy chicken at the Chick-fil-A, or do you just get the regular chicken?
I have gotten the spicy before.
I think I'm just a spicy chicken guy. Like there.
Oh, dear God. I'm just a spicy chicken guy.
Are you coming out right now?
I'm coming out.
I mean, Pride Month ended
Mom,
yesterday.
can we
Did it end
talk?
yesterday?
Yeah.
Yeah,
June. All right, anyway,
Okay,
I was
what-
just joking.
I'm
Go
a
ahead.
spicy chicken guy. Oh, no.
But I just wanted to let this be known that Wendy's has,
Well, I'll always love you.
has the spicy chicken nuggets are back. So
That was, yes, I
yeah.
did see that announcement they made. So you wanted to get the word out?
I just want to get the word out. Want to
All
let
right.
people know it's usually like $6 for $1.
Yeah.
I heard.
This morning on the Preston and Steve Show, Casey Boy reveals something concerning fast food and an extended offer. We go now to Jim Iglesiewski outside of the Pentagon. Jim, did Casey in fact confirm there was an extended offer?
That's correct, Tom.
Thank you, Jim.
That's all you had to say. Yes, it's correct. It's confirmed.
I think I'm just a spicy chicken guy. Like
Just a spicy chicken guy. Spicy chicken guy. Oh no!
Dear God, I'm just a spicy chicken guy.
I just want to get the word out. Want to let
right.
people know.
Okay, so I want to talk about the movies that are opening this weekend. Where'd Casey go?
Do you think he had to make a boom boom?
I'm not really sure. There's a lot of things that are off about him today, so...
Is it even Casey?
It might not be Casey. Did we check?
Maybe it's
No,
the hair.
we usually take a urine specimen every morning.
So we usually have a little song that we play. Marissa, I don't know if you can find that or not. It's the 20th Century Fox with the recorder.
Yeah.
Maybe it's under... I don't know what it's even labeled under.
I'll admit this. I'm a little scared.
We have kazoos.
You could do that, Kath.
You're a master of it, Kathy. Play it. Play it for us.
I got mine, Kath.
All right, I have my A.
You know how it goes?
Yeah.
All right.
I'll give you the root.
Okay, ready?
Wait, hum it for me. Yeah. Okay.
Ray, 2, 3, 4.
Ladies and gentlemen.
You were way better than me.
Thank you. I went for it.
That was sensational.
A little lightheaded.
You know what I realized?
You have a recorder.
I have a recorder right here.
You want to do it again?
You okay?
I'm better.
Okay.
Sorry, I don't feel good, guys.
Right over here is Jason Kelsey. How you doing so far? You enjoying the off season?
Yeah, it's good. We just started up again about 2 weeks ago. This week was the first week on the field with the coaches. So we're kind of back at it.
Kind of seems like there's really not any sort of real off season these days. The nature of the beast is that you just keep at it.
Yeah, especially when you're playing playoff games and stuff like that. It shortens down. We're probably 7 months out of the year working, but that's. Pretty intensive work for 7 months. But
Jason, is it a case of and is it sort of better that way because you gotta do more getting up to speed?
Yeah.
If you take too much time off, and if you kind of sort of keep at it, you're always just to take off, fighting weight, basically.
Yeah, I think most guys lift year round pretty much.
Yeah.
You'll take a few weeks off here or there, go on vacation, whatnot, but most guys are always staying in shape. This time of the year is especially important for all the new free agents that we got in, all the guys that are trying to learn the terminology, the new playbooks.
Well, your brother's like one of the best tight ends in the league.
Yeah.
He does a great commercial, by the way.
He's tackling an eagle in that commercial, or have we talked about this yet?
He's dancing in the commercials, the commercial that I'm talking about, where he's sort of fantasizing and he's doing like an end zone dance, and then you realize that he's like standing in the middle of a store or whatever.
Yeah.
So I wanted to ask you, because you guys are both at the top of your games and the top of your positions, who's the actual better athlete?
Oh, Travis is not even close.
Oh, really?
Not even close. You got to call him as you see him. Yeah. Honestly, he's living it out in fantasy, and you're doing it.
Yeah. No, he's a special athlete, and he always has been. Even no matter what it was, basketball, baseball. He's just had a knack for sports. I think that I've always been big, fast, and strong, but the type of athlete he is, how fluid he is, the way he moves, his ability to change direction and things like that, and spatial awareness. He's a tremendous athlete.
Jason, you and Nick share something in common. You guys have both climbed Mount Kilimanjaro.
You climbed Mount Kili?
I did. Yeah, I did it for charity as well. The organization you guys did it with was Chris Long and Bo Allen. And the Water Boys is a fantastic organization. And, when I did it, I thought I never want to do it again. Because
same here.
Yeah, it is the hardest thing I've ever done in my life. Yeah. But now it's been several years, and I want to do it again. And part of the reason why I want to do it again is because of the work you guys have done for such a great organization. And I love philanthropic climbs at all. And to do it and make it that challenging is really impressive. Tell me your impressions of the climb itself.
Same as you.
Yeah.
The moment I started going up that last night, about halfway through, I was like, what in the hell am I doing?
Yeah.
You're in the pitch black. You're going. What route did you go up?
We did Umbwe.
Umbwe?
Yeah.
We did Rongai, which is the only one from like the north side.
Yes.
It's the shortest, but I think.
Is it steeper?
I think it's at the top. It's a little bit steeper.
Because everyone says it's like Nick was saying that basically as climbs go, it's a gradual, but there was one route that at the end, that's probably what you did, that it becomes a lot steeper.
The summit is the hardest part of the climb.
Exactly.
And you're already tapped out because you've done a climb for several days in a row, and then it becomes the steepest part at the highest elevation.
Oh, that's wonderful.
I don't know if it's any steeper, I shouldn't say that, but you do have to, once you get to the top, you don't go right to the peak, so you have to like walk around to the other side of the peak, which is a little bit more of like another 2 hours once you're already at the top, which is kind of like, why in the heck am I?
Are you walking?
I should already be here.
Is that so you summit like at daybreak?
So you get up at midnight the night before. That's what we did on this route. You have a headlamp on. It's the blackest of black you've ever seen. I mean, there's not a light
on a mountain.
Yeah, and you just start making your ascent. And at this point, it's a little bit too steep for, like, guys like me to go straight up. I mean, the porters and guys who do this, I mean, it's nothing to them. They're walking up and down like it's just another day of work.
Bastards.
For us, we go kind of sideways in these skip backs, and it took us 7.5 hours to get to Gilman's Point, which was the top of the Rongai route, and then we had to walk another 2.5 hours to the peak. So I got to the peak around 10 a.m.
Who else climbed with you guys?
So it was me, Chris, Bo, and Haloti Nada were the 4 guys that have played with the Eagles.
And Haloti?
They said Haloti and Bo were the 2 heaviest guys that they've ever seen climb the mountain.
And he announced his retirement from at the peak, at the summit.
After the climb, the mountain is now 16,000 feet.
As we're sitting here talking to you, the texts are coming in, and I wanted to find out what you hear most. Do you hear hungry dogs? What is it? Hungry dogs run faster?
Yeah.
Okay. Or if I don't eat breakfast, I'm pissed off.
Yep.
Or from that speech, there were several highlights. Do people just yell those out to you sometimes?
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which one do you hear most?
I was actually surprised. Nobody this morning asked if I ate breakfast and if I was sad or not.
You've heard it enough,
yeah,
man.
Oh, thank you.
You know,
I probably hear hungry dogs. I probably hear hungry dogs run faster than those. And that's not just from. I mean, that's still a mantra of Jeff Stoutland. I mean, he was just grilling some of the younger guys with it today, and or not today, but yesterday about, we got some rookies coming in here. We got some new free agent signings. You want to talk about, hungry dogs.
WMMR.
Nick, you know a lot. You know what kind of fish you can catch in the Schuylkill River?
Are you talking like catfish and perch and sunfish, carp bass, that type of thing?
Yeah, and depending on the season and river conditions?
Sure, yeah. Like shad sometimes, eel will show up, a wide variety of other marine life, for example.
Okay, all right, yeah.
So is this
well said.
Not that I'm going to impugn your vast knowledge of local fishing, but do they suggest the edibility?
Yeah, Steve, that was the next thing I was going to look up. What are edible? But like shad, you ever go, or do we, I think
Well,
we talked
shad
about,
specifically caught there.
yes. But like there used to be this thing on the Delaware called Shad Fest, which was a big party.
Yes,
New Hope.
yes.
Yeah, New Hope. Yeah.
I remember that.
I don't know if it still happens or not, but
I think it does.
It was sort of based on the fact that you could eat shad. I don't know how much of a delicacy it was or wasn't, but yeah, they made a big party out of it.
By the way, here, Steve, one link down from this. And by the way, we were reading that from the internet. It says, people ask, can you eat fish from the Schuylkill River? And yes, of course you can.
Yes, just I would probably be less inclined to eat from there. And it's probably just a psychological thing, but I'd probably go further up stream.
I don't know. I'm reading something here that says I don't know what PCBs are, but it says it has a high concentration of PCB and they should never be eaten.
They're great for you.
No, it says American eel and carp are too contaminated by PCBs because they are bottom feeders.
Oh yeah.
But the bass and catfish and perch and these kinds of things you probably can. Hang on. Okay. Well, here's an EPA guide.
Yeah. That's how I decide where I'm going to eat every night. What is
it's too lengthy. I'm not going to go into this. I'm not going to read this article.
No, it's not the right time.
But here's fish consumption advisory. No, that says you should eat fish regularly.
Yes, I do.
There you go. I do too.
Salmon, my number one protein.
It's good for you.
They should put some salmon in the Schuylkill just for fun. Like,
well, they said they stock it anyway.
Yeah, I mean,
right?
why not, right?
And put sailfish.
I wouldn't do that, man. It attracts bears, man.
Salmon?
That's right, man.
Yeah, we got bears.
Oh, don't put them in there, man. I told Silly you better keep them salmon out of the pool.
I wouldn't do that.
Tracks bears, man.
Look out, man.
Bright light bears coming after me because I stocked my pool with salmon.
How did Elvis get in here?
I don't know. It's been here all morning.
Eventually, all fish conversations lead to Elvis.
All right.
You know the old saying.
I wanted to chat about something other than salmon and Elvis. The fact that Kathy had this news story earlier this morning at a car wash in Colmar in Montgomery County. There was a person that was pulling into the car wash, and an elderly gentleman had accidentally hit the accelerator instead of the brake. It flew into this car wash, and it ended up sideways on its side inside the car wash.
So you came in this morning. The news story's running, and I look at you and I said, "How?
Yeah.
How does that end up like that?" You found out how. But I mean, it's like a small cave opening. I mean, it's not meant for. There's not a lot of wiggle room where a car can end up on its side. So the velocity had to be pretty substantial.
Yeah, it had to have hit something that launched it up like that or wedged it and made it flip on its side. But the guy was stuck in there for like 90 minutes.
Well, you have all these gears, all these mechanisms.
Yeah.
You know?
And they had to, and you saw the footage, they had to cut the roof off of that car.
Yeah.
To get him out of there. Wow. And the car wash owner said that it's done severe damage to the car wash, and it's closed until they can fix it up. So, but we were all talking about. I had said that earlier this morning. I've never hit the accelerator thinking it was the brake before, but the only thing that I can relate to in this scenario is, and it's happened a couple of times where I've been in a fast food drive-through. And for whatever reason, had to put the car in reverse for a moment and forgotten that the car was in reverse. And then as I think I'm pulling forward, I hit the gas and go backwards. Only going a few feet, but enough to make me go, oh, my God.
It will scare the F out of you.
Yes.
Now, mine was the other end of the spectrum, which is where my actual gas pedal fell to the floor on an old piece of crap car when I first started driving. And that, Preston, where you're literally you're pulling on the steering wheel, standing almost in the car to pull down,
Right.
And so I'm trying to push down on the brake and lift the gas pedal up with my other foot.
Oh, my God.
But that's sort of, you're kind of not paying attention in a drive-through. You know where a similar scenario to what you described happens in stop-and-go traffic.
Okay.
So you're kind of out of it or whatever, and I saw it happen in front of me on the Long Island Expressway. The traffic had been stalled, and then it started to move. And the guy had been kind of looking down. I don't know what, And then he looks up, and he doesn't realize it just moved a little bit. It wasn't now flowing. So he
floored it
right into the back of the car in front of him.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Oh, God. It can happen very, very easily. And Casey, you had a moment where you did that.
Yeah, I was an unlicensed driver at the time in a church parking lot while mass was going on, and I'm telling you, man, like,
an older man allowed you to drive his car for sexual favors.
But but I was the recipient. It's always weird.
I just want to touch it once. No, and you almost got into one of those collisions.
But it was a gigantic, because you got to figure this is probably the 1991, 92, something like that. So this car was from the early 80s. It was like a big old boat, Oldsmobile.
Yeah.
And I was trying to be cool, and I was looking at everybody as I was pulling up, and I thought I hit the brake. I hit the gas, and I went flying. And I mean, millimeters as mass was going on.
Here's a text. Now, I don't know if this is legit or not or how they know this information, but they're talking specifically about this incident in the car wash. It says the guy was getting out and paying when his foot came off the brake. So he may not have put it in park and was about to get out. The car starts moving forward. He jumped back in
and then
panicked and floored. He thought he was going to hit the brake because obviously you would stomp on the brake at that point. And he stomped on the gas. That's what this person is saying. So that may have happened.
Have you ever had your foot fall over both the brake and the accelerator?
Yeah, especially when you're first learning how to drive. Where you get confused and use both feet, which obviously you're not supposed to do.
Well, so one of the a guy I knew in college was a cab driver and a city cab driver in Manhattan, and he that's how they drive, right? Both feet.
Really? That's how my mother-in-law drives.
Right foot's brake, left foot's accelerator.
Which is weird because, if you drive a standard, like a 5-speed or whatever,
same thing.
You're using both feet. Yeah. And that, to me, because I drove stick for a number of years, just felt and seemed normal. You know? Yeah. But when it comes to...
I need to one-leg it. That's how I do it best.
I'm going to go to Barry, police officer. Hey, Barry, good morning, sir.
Hi, Grandmom.
Hi, Grandmom.
What's up, Barry?
Hey, I couldn't tell you. I feel for this guy. So many times when you're going to a hot call, sometimes you forget to put it in park, and that happens.
Yeah.
And then you jump back in and you slam it, and I could absolutely see how this guy did that. I couldn't tell you how many times you see cop cars rolling when there's no one in it.
I'll bet you guys come into a situation where your adrenaline's up. You need to get there right away and jump out of the car and realize, oh my God, it's still in drive.
I wonder why there's not, or why they've never done. You know how your passenger sometimes it'll say passenger airbag not activated or whatever.
Yeah, yeah.
It can sense that there's pressure. Why wouldn't they have if you're not on the if there's
you're not
no one in the
sitting in the
driver's seat that it can't move forward?
That's a good question.
Right?
That there isn't an automatic brake.
Right. There is a weight sensor that clearly dictates whether the airbags are operational, right?
At least in the passenger
At least in
seat.
the passenger, right.
But that means they had the technology. They should be able to do that in the driver's seat.
Yeah, it would seem like a no-brainer.
Steve?
I invented that.
That's a great idea.
Now that and my lottery thing, if we can get both those going.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Wow. Let me go to Nate. Hi, Nate. You're on the air. Good morning.
Thank you very much. First time, long time.
Hey, welcome, Nate. All right, you got a story to share with us?
Yeah, so this doesn't involve me. This involves my little brother, Jay.
Okay.
So he turned 15, and my brilliant idea was I was going to teach him how to drive my truck. I have a stick shift Ford Ranger.
Okay.
And usually when you're first driving stick shift, you stall it out like 30 times. So lo and behold, I'm in the passenger seat, he's in the driver's seat. He actually gets it moving. And I was like, all right, this is great. Turn down the drive because we had a fairly long driveway. Well, he panics, stomps on the gas, sends us launching down the driveway towards a tree. I had to reach over, spin the wheel so we didn't hit this tree head on, and we ended up sideswiping it, messed the truck up all kinds of bad.
Wow.
So that's my funny story.
Well, we were talking about the panic that sets in. We're talking about it with motorcycles and how you leave your hand on the throttle. That happens, I think, the same way when people, for some reason, just lock. You know?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Here's a text. Remember the guy from Star Trek, Anton Yelchin?
Yes.
He played Chekhov.
Right.
He got out of his car and he thought it was in park and it rolled back and it pinned
Killed him.
up against this, I think it was like a
gate in front of his
pillar
house.
or something like that and killed him. It was horrible. Yeah, you got to absolutely be careful.
Have you ever had a car roll away from you when you got out that you realized it was not in park?
Not that I can remember, but I'll bet you it's happened.
I tell you what, that's something I've always been so fixated on. Is you'll see if you watch AFV has tons of videos of people pulling up. So they're pulling up level suburban driveway, and they get out and the car starts to roll a little bit. It's like, man, how do you not put it in park?
That mine will beep. I've done that before where I haven't put it in park and I've turned the car off. Now I don't know if I took my foot off the brake, if it would roll. Like, I don't know if there was some sort of lock on it, but it beeps pretty loud and you can't move.
I remember one time, oh my God, I was driving. My parents had a Caprice Classic. You remember those?
Yes.
Big old boat with a giant V8 in it. And I am, like I always do, I'm playing drums on the steering wheel to whatever Rush song it was.
Right,
so I'm beating the crap out of the steering wheel. And I come up with my hand. My right hand goes in upward
For the big
motion.
finish?
I'm doing probably 45 miles an hour.
No.
I threw it into park, going 45 miles an hour.
What sound did that make?
What does that do?
It did not lock up like I thought it would.
Right.
Okay.
The whole car shut down.
Oh, it was like a was that a
Death Star?
Do you think that was a built-in failsafe?
I guess so. I didn't break the car. I never told my parents about that. But it scared the hell out of me. I don't know what kind of freak thing, but I just, do you know what? I hit the wand, whatever you want to call it, the shifter, and it just went boom, and all the lights on the dashboard went out, everything.
I remember we were driving. My friend had a Firebird, and I was in the back seat, and my other friend in the passenger seat moved and hit it into park while we were going about 45, 50 miles an hour. And I remember it shut down as well.
Hey, didn't we have our stunt driver, Danger?
Yes.
Danger Hoff?
Yeah, Bill Danger.
Didn't we have him do that in the parking lot one time?
Yeah, and like he threw it in reverse.
Throw it in reverse while
Yeah.
I don't remember what
We had
happened.
to do all sorts of crazy crap.
Oh my God.
I think that was back in the day when we'd just go, let's go buy $100 junker car and do stupid stuff with it.
Yeah.
Not anymore.
A lot of text coming in, by the way, Steve, saying that there are cars, a lot of different models of cars that will shut down automatically. So like similar features to what you were describing.
Right.
But forklifts, if you're not sitting in the seat, it stops. So
Okay.
as soon as you stand up on a forklift,
Yeah,
it
it's like a dead man switch.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but do they suggest that there are cars that have that as well?
Yeah, a bunch of people are saying that about Ford F-150s. There's some Jeep Grand Cherokees where that happens. Mercedes-Benz automatically.
That's going to be a standard,
Right, yeah.
isn't it?
So Mercedes will automatically put the car in park and put the parking brake on if you open the door at low speed. They've been doing this for years. So there are cars that do this type of thing.
They should call it the Steve switch since I invented it.
Should.
Here's a text that says, speaking of the car wash incident, it says, remember a few years back, and I do recall this, someone drove from a McDonald's drive-thru across Sumney Town Pike, Upper Gwynedd, and then through the massive front window of a hookah bar.
Yes.
Same thing, but about 50 yards away. They hit the accelerator instead.
Oops.
Let me go. We got a bunch of calls here. We'll go to Steve, speaking of car washes. Hi, Steve. Good morning.
Good morning.
What's up, buddy?
How you doing, Gadzooks?
Gadzooks, sir. All right, so you have this car story thing.
Yeah, so my dad was going through the car wash, the one, you put your car in neutral, it pulls your tires, pulls your whole car through. And as he was getting to the end with the big things on the side, drying his car off, the car in front of him had already exited. And we actually have video of this from the car wash. The lady left the car wash, waves off the guys that, would dry it by hand. And she gets to the end of the
little pull-out area.
Hello?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we lost you. It gets to the end of the...
Oh, sorry. Yeah. So... And,
He's calling from the space station.
I'm sorry, are we bothering you?
Hello? Sorry, I was in my car and it turned off.
Oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, it does that thing where it's like, oh, I'm going to go through the dashboard.
Were you getting in and out of your car right now?
Yeah, I just got to work.
I thought so.
All right, so the gal gets to the end of the thing. This better have a good ending.
Yeah.
Was she decapitated?
She, for some reason, put it in reverse.
Okay.
And floored it.
Oh.
Back into the exit of the car wash.
Oh, no.
Just missing the guys that were standing there about to dry my dad's car.
God.
Yeah.
Goes into the car wash, hits my dad. Her car ends up on top of my dad's car.
What?
Wow.
And he didn't know what was going on because, the big drying wheels were blocking his view.
Maybe he thought that's how they dry your car.
Never coming to this car wash again.
They back another car up onto it and let the exhaust dry the hood.
All right. Thank you, Steve. Appreciate it, man.
He brings up a good point, Bill Preston. In car washes, you'll see that. When they come through the other side, right, and if it's one that you are going through and you can sit in, I'm always, okay, can I hit the accelerator now? Can I?
So the one I go to in Harleysville, they actually it's got two lights. It's got a light that says wait essentially, and it blinks, and then a green light comes on when it's like, okay, you can now.
I'm still cautious.
Put your car in gear and go.
There's one place I go to. It's it's on Bethlehem Pike, and the car comes out. You're right on a main road. And it comes out, and you'll see them. The guys are working there, and the car comes off the line and starts to roll forward. There's a little nub there that's supposed to stop the car from moving forward if they miss it. But once or twice I've seen it go over that, and the guys go running. There's no way I would trust
I love
a little nub to keep a car from
No
rolling
way.
forward.
No, and I love my car wash. I go to Parks Best. It's in like Havertown, Broomall area, but like it's not on a main thoroughfare. I mean, technically it's on Westchester Pike.
This is pointed right into traffic.
Oh, thank God this one's not because, for that very reason.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like there's just a little bit of room for failure.
Yeah, it'll stop eventually.
Yep. I'll bet these people in car wash that work there see
all the time.
See either fender benders or close calls all the time. Let's go next to Scott. Hey, Scott. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. How you doing?
Great. What's up, man?
So I'm 53 right now, and back when I was just out of high school, it was probably 89, 90. I was doing mass readings for church, for a Catholic church, and I'm sitting up there and I'm getting ready to read my reading, and I'm going through it, and all of a sudden we hear this loud bang, and there's smoke coming, pouring through the church and everything. Here, a lady, older lady, had done something similar where she, hit the gas instead of the brake and slammed into the side of the church. So, we got church going on and smoke going, pouring through the place. And I'm kind of standing up there waiting for somebody to give me an idea as to, should I continue? Should I not continue?
Did she actually break through the wall?
No, she didn't come through the wall, but she definitely, if I remember correctly, she destroyed there was like a stained glass window there, and, there was definitely damage to the side of the building. And I'm kind of looking around for, somebody to give me a signal, and I continue to read for a few more minutes.
Stretch.
Finally, someone, kind of pulled me aside and said, let's just take care of this situation first before we're
going to take a break.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or Casey, at the moment, right as they're bringing the host out, and instead of the bells, there's just horns stuck. Thank you, by the way. And when there are, I guess you don't see that anymore, maybe because of the way the horns work. But you remember when cars would get in an accident, and the horn would stick on.
Keep going.
And you would have to deal with that noise.
I wonder if that was something, is it just because they updated the way the horns operate, or if that was something they made sure wouldn't happen if a car was in an accident?
Yeah, they probably, I don't know, everything is digital now.
Right,
So
it used to be in the early, there'd be a guy, a passenger, whose job was to go,
just in case, and they stopped doing that. It was too expensive. Let me go next to, their name, is this Candon, or is there more to that?
Probably Candace.
Well, there's an N there after A, so it'd be Candon.
Candan.
All right. Hi, what's your name? Person whose name starts with a C?
It's Candace.
Candace.
Oh, it's spelled incorrectly. Okay.
Candace. All the time.
Okay. All right, what's up, Candace?
So when I was about 12 years old and my sister was 17, she had just gotten her driver's license. She was driving my mom's old Chevy Celebrity that had like the front bench seat where the whole seat moved up.
We have one of those.
Hey, you know what I'm talking about? So when she thought, well, I'm going to take you to the parking lot in the local state park by our house, and you can drive the car around. So I was like, oh, cool, that'd be great. So we're driving around the parking lot, and at the end of the parking lot, there's like a cul-de-sac. And now, mind you, it's a wooded area, so we're surrounded by trees and, all that fun jazz. And as I was going around the cul-de-sac, I caught in the corner of my eye what I thought was a police officer. And again, I was like 12 years old, shouldn't be driving. So I freaked out, jumped in the back of the seat, didn't stop the car, didn't put it in park, didn't do anything. As the car continued to roll basically towards the wooded area.
Oh, no.
Thankfully, my sister jumped across the bench seat and was able to get control of the car before we went rolling down the...
You jumped into the back seat while you were driving?
Yeah, well, I was 12. I didn't know any better. It seemed like a good idea at the time. I didn't want to get in trouble.
Yeah, that should be rule one. Remain in the driver's seat.
How old was your sister, by the way?
My sister, how old was she?
Yeah.
She was 17. She had just
Okay, so she's old enough to drive. Okay, all right. I thought maybe it was your younger sister.
Right, yeah. She's my
the 9-year-old
4-year-old
scooted over and took care of it.
I got it.
Thank you, Candace. Appreciate that. By the way, remember those bench seats? So vehicles, we had a few trucks growing up, and the whole front seat, you would have to. Everybody had to agree. Well, the driver
got this way. We had my first car was a Bonneville, a Pontiac Bonneville, huge car, had a bench seat. I could drive it from the passenger side. I could stick so it would look like nobody was driving.
I remember that. There's no way they make those on any vehicles anymore.
No.
Maybe trucks. Maybe
I
pickup
don't know
trucks.
if they have if somebody
like a cockpit.
If somebody
design.
can sit in the middle, if you can have 3 across in the front, because that's what we used to do.
Oh, all the time.
The little kid would sit usually in the middle.
Or you just have them jump around and play in the car.
That too.
They
that
play
as well.
catch.
You go lay down in the wheel well.
Dude,
have a Frisbee game.
You should see some of these pickup trucks these days. I mean, it's like driving a limousine.
Yeah.
What is how palatial they are on the inside?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yes.
Go to Amber next. Hey, Amber, good morning.
Good morning.
What's up, Amber?
So when I was 18, I worked at Sesame Place in Langhorne.
Uh-huh.
And there was like a specific parking lot that we had to park in. And on the side of like this row of like shopping center, there was like a good 5 baby trees. And I went to go back into my spot while I was parking for work and hit the gas instead of the brake and knocked one of these baby trees over. Like completely uprooted.
You ripped it out. So what did you do?
So I just pulled out of the spot and found a whole new park. Oh my God. So me and my family still live in in Bucks County in the area, and every time I go into that shopping center, there's like 4 grown trees and like this completely
that you murdered.
That must be oddly satisfying to see that.
I'm like, hey, Mom, knock that tree over.
That's fantastic. Thank you, Amber.
And ironically, there was a cop sitting across the parking lot, and he didn't see it. So I was like panicking the entire time.
You know, it blows my mind when I see people with vehicles and it's their thing to back into spots in parking lots. Okay, that's your thing. But you should be at least remotely good at it. You know, you should have the chops. I've seen more than my fair share of people go up on the curb, hit parking meters because they don't know how to properly back a vehicle into a spot.
Yeah.
You know, it's more complex than it looks.
By the way, speaking of bench seats,
yes.
Nick found this article. It says today very few vehicles have front bench seats, and they're almost entirely trucks and full-size SUVs. However, changes in technology are reopening the door to bench seats, and they have been spotted on some electric and autonomous concept designs. So these are concepts.
Right.
Some autonomous vehicle designs even suggest seating passengers around a table in the center of the car.
Do you remember the older cars, Preston, used to have swinging seats like you'd find on a porch?
No.
I don't believe that.
Okay. You had me for a second there. Like, why? How? What? Comfort?
How could that work?
Steve, I rewatched the Ed Helms Vacation movie not that long ago, and they buy that whatever vehicle is.
It's yelling in Korean.
Yeah, right, exactly, which is a funny joke that runs throughout the movie. But at one point, Ed Helms is like in the driver's seat, and it starts turning around entirely.
Yes.
He's like facing the back.
Wow. All right. Well, hopefully this guy who drove this car into the car wash in Colmar is okay. 77 years old, and he was stuck in the vehicle for an hour and a half, and they
must be very clean.
Cut it apart to get him out of the car wash is running the entire time he got stuck on. No. All right, but thank you for sharing your stories. We appreciate it. We got to take a break. We're going to come back in a second. We have an appointment to go on television this morning. We're going to be on Fox Good Day when we get back, as well as sharing some bizarre file stories. So you stay with us. We'll be back in a moment.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
City, and it kind of all correlated together that I probably hear that one the most.
That's Jason Kelsey. Yeah. I did notice something else.
More from the noticer.
Mm-hmm.
He notices so you don't have to.
I noticed
across an empty field. Down the dark alley.
I do notice that I will use digital assistants from time to time. The two that I use are
your fingers?
No.
And your toes.
Not those digital
Oh, I'm sorry.
Meaning Siri and Alexa. Those are the two that I use from time to time. Now,
okay.
Alexa I mainly use for like a timer when I'm cooking or music to listen to real quick or something like that.
In your kitchen, do you have the show, the Alexa show? Which has the screen on it?
Oh. No.
It's actually very cool, especially if you're doing recipes or things of that nature.
Right.
Yeah.
So anyhow, there was a new study that finds which is the smartest of them all and in what order. This is Loop Ventures. They did a study that had researchers ask the 4 digital assistants 800 questions, and they found all assistants were great at understanding the questions. They have determined who actually answered the most questions.
I have them all, or have had them all. This sounds like I'm bragging about sexual conquest. But, yeah, so go through this. I'm curious to see if it lines up with what I experienced.
So they found that the smartest of them all is Google Assistant.
Okay, so that's what I learned, is that the ability to answer questions and questions contextually went to Google.
I can't stand when I ask Siri a question and she just gives me a bunch of websites to go to. I'm like, just give me
do not like that. However, though, Google Assistant will most often default to Wikipedia.
There are obviously silly, ridiculous things that you don't need it for, but you use it for anyway.
I still do, yeah.
What do you think for you is the most practical purpose for using any of these?
Well, honestly, for the when I'm sitting, for example, if I'm sitting and I'm setting up something for the media, you know, I'm watching TV or whatever, and I'm looking down at something, or I need the lights on, or I'm turning lights on and off.
Okay.
Playing music, playing
I think that's
the radio,
what I would use it for.
playing. I walk into a room. I constantly use it for weather. I constantly use it. I'll get a quick news update.
Yep.
So I'm interfacing it with that. And if you look at if you find out on your app on your phone, it'll tell you your last 70 requests, and mine are always sort of the same thing.
Okay.
You know,
I mean, it records everything, so you can find out every single request that you've asked.
I am using them all the time throughout the day.
But you know what? Like, you're busy, Steve. I know somebody, Nick, who can probably come over to your place, who I think is in between gigs right now. Gary Lauer is not doing anything right now. His house is closed.
You know what? Honestly, you don't even need an echo. Just have Gary hands.
Yeah.
It's pretty hot out there.
Just have your own Gary.
I'll turn it on for you. Lights on.
All right.
Hey, Gary, lights on.
All right, 1 second. There you go. Gary, should I wear a sweater outside? I'll be right back. It's pretty chilly. Lauer.
Yeah,
Lauer.
that's what it would be.
Yeah. Hey, Lauer.
Because Gary would be too common.
Hey, Lauer, play Allman Brothers. Lauer, switch to Skinnerd.
Hey, Lauer.
Yes? Switch to Killers. Somebody told me.
All right.
Hey, Lauer, play MMR.
Well, don't you have to kind of have like a bing bong prompt?
Yeah.
You know. Hey, Lauer.
Working.
Play Summer Breeze by Seals and Croft.
Summer Breeze.
I met a guy.
Bill parties hard.
I met a guy.
Let's do some heroin.
At our gig the other night, who is Bill's neighbor, and he told me you should hear Bill at church, because Bill is a lector.
He's a lector, yes.
And so he speaks at church. Could you imagine being at church and you hear the other people that are kind of speaking like this, and Bill steps up to the microphone.
And then Jesus.
I didn't know this.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Said, Peter, you'll be the third leg of the stool.
Yes.
The word of the Lord.
The Romans are the low-hanging fruit in this scenario. Forgive them, Father, for they know not what they do.
David actually slung some fruit instead of a rock.
Who had the roast beef?
But,
I give this resurrection an A+.
But listen, when in my short amount of time that I was going to a Catholic church, my wife is Catholic, and the priest initially spoke at such a level, and you guys know my hearing.
Oh, yeah.
I sat there. I'm like, what am I even doing here?
What is he saying?
What is the point of me being
Honestly?
here? I don't hear anything.
You would want a Bill Weston. You'd want someone who projects.
Yeah. It was just I'm like, the whole time I'm thinking, this is a waste of time.
Listen to me, Preston.
Yeah.
We've got a priest at our parish that performs each Sunday.
Oh, it's about him then, huh?
He's very nice. He shakes everybody's hand afterwards, and he's a nice. But it's.
I'm going to improve
on
the word of God.
And you want to be able to hear. You can come to my church, Preston.
Right.
Okay.
Does he do close-up magic as well?
No, but he's interactive.
Yeah,
the kids get to come up on.
Watch me kick the cap off this block. Now, as Jesus kicked the Canaanites.
Steve, he kicks the bottle. He gives the cap off of the wine.
Snuffs out the candles.
That could work too.
Yes.
That could work too. I mean, who wouldn't find that entertaining?
Kicking a few Eucharists into the mouth. Watch this.
When I was on
Hold that Eucharist up about just so. You can travel down a street named after you. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. I think a statue would be more awesome.
You like a statue?
I think
on top of a horse with a raised sword?
Yeah, with rearing
That's
up.
Preston Elliott.
Yeah, rearing up both of its front hooves in the air.
Yes.
I'd love to have that.
Wait
yeah.
a second.
He fought in the Civil War?
What does that mean? There's a difference.
It doesn't mean anything.
It doesn't mean nothing.
There was a long-standing myth, at least this is what I've read, that it would depend on if there was one leg raised or two, whether they died in battle or, but...
Oh, I heard completely other.
Apparently that's
I heard gay, not gay.
They're gay or not gay.
Gay general. Gay general. Oh, she's on one foot.
Ladies and gentlemen, this general was gay because both the horses' front hooves are up. I don't think that's accurate. No, trust me.
No, it's true.
Yeah, I read a book.
Yeah.
What does it mean when all four hooves are on the ground?
Polyamorous.
Yeah, exactly. They could anything.
Anything goes.
They're just looking for love. All right, so they're gonna fix that.
By curious. If they're standing alongside the horse.
Thank you, Kathy. You know what's interesting is sometimes when just by knowing that something still exists, even though you don't really use something any longer, can be comforting. And then when you find out when that thing is going away, even though you haven't used it for a long time, it's very sad.
What?
Mad Magazine is going to stop publishing issues this fall.
Yeah.
And we were subscribing a few years ago, like 3-4 years ago. My kids, like one of them picked up, saw a Mad Magazine, got it, liked it, and I'm like, oh, done deal. We're signing up for this. I love Mad Magazine. Mm-hmm. And we haven't been subscribers for a couple of years. But when I heard this, I was so bummed out. I loved Mad as a kid. It was just my favorite thing to get in the mail.
Likewise, Mad Magazine was the best. I also got Cracked Magazine.
Yeah, I did too.
Then I progressed into the National Lampoon.
Mm-hmm.
So that was, and that helped instruct my comedic chops along the way. So many comedians, so many people, just people in general who love humor, loved Mad Magazine because it was a subversive comic book for kids. Adults read it too, but it was obviously...
Yeah, because it would flirt with adult material.
It would all the time.
Not blue material, but it would...
Political movie parody, stuff like that. But it was very cool. And it had a litany of great artists and features. Spy versus Spy. You had...
Don Martin,
Mort Trucker, Al Jaffe. The fold out, the fold in, as they called it in the back, you would have a picture, you could fold it to become another picture. Alfred E. Newman, of course, a legendary character. They had the TV series. But man, when that would come in the mail,
do you still subscribe to any magazines? Do you get magazines?
Last magazine I used to get at home was because we signed up for one of our, family members was selling subscriptions, so we were getting Entertainment Weekly, and then that sort of went away. But in my heyday, I subscribed. I used to get Famous Monsters of Filmland, Starlog, Fangoria, National Lampoon. I was getting lots of magazines at home fairly frequently.
I used to get Entertainment Weekly for work.
Oh, yeah.
I used to get that, but I still subscribe to a couple. I'm Golf Digest and Golf Magazine.
There you go.
I still want the hard copy magazine in there. I have a hard time reading magazines, a full magazine online. You know what I mean?
On the crapper.
Now articles, I can see, picking up here and there through aggregator sites and stuff like that. But if I want to dive into a full magazine, what they have to offer, I still need the hard copy. So, did you ever subscribe to dirty magazines? Because I did. The only one I ever had.
Playboy.
I had a prescription. God knows I needed it.
Son, you need something for your boner. Take 2 Hustlers and at night cut it in half. Cut Beaver magazine in half.
I had a subscription to Playboy, but that's the only one that I could ever. That one I could get away with.
You could,
but
You're not embarrassed about it.
I couldn't subscribe. Penthouse, maybe. But then when you get into your Hustlers and We and, whatever the other magazines
Cherry. Wouldn't it blow your mind that people would get home delivery? Like, because I remember, there were subscription cards in these things for the other magazines. Like, who's getting Sweaty Vagina magazine at home? You know, yeah, here's your bills, and that looks like a good issue. Now, obviously, they would seal them specifically for the mailing, but still, you could tell what it was.
I never had subscriptions. The only one that had were there's other two I mentioned earlier, but like I was totally into scary movies when I was younger. So Fangoria was the other one.
There was Fangoria, there was Starlog, there was Famous Monsters of Filmland, there was, like I said, the Monster Times was another one of them. Another one, am I missing them?
You're missing one. There was Fangoria, not Fantasia. It was
Biggins?
Jugs. Jugs, and they're
areolas.
People that are reminding us the names of
Butthole.
Some of the other. I subscribe to I don't know. I'm not sure. I haven't heard that yet, but I'll check into it. Tomorrow, partly cloudy, high 60, and then 49 on Friday. That's what we're going to top out. We're going to go live on Fox Good Day in about 2 minutes. Let's take a look at traffic and see what's happening now, though. Kathy, what you got for us?
Out next in Route 113, still closed both directions because of an accident between Route 100, Pottstown Pike, and Cherie Boulevard. Route 100 northbound closed between Rutgers Drive and 113. And then on the southbound side, you are stopped between the Pennsylvania Turnpike and 113, but only the left lane is closed, so you can get by it. On the Schuylkill eastbound, that's slowing 202 into Belmont, heavy the Boulevard to the Vine. Westbound, that backs up from the Boulevard out to the Blue Route. 95 southbound, slowing Academy through to Bridge. On the Vine westbound, you're jammed the length 95 to the Schuylkill Expressway. An accident on the Boulevard northbound at Fox Street has just been cleared. You are slow southbound from Broad to Wissahickon. The Blue Route northbound backing up 95 to the Media Bypass. And then in New Jersey, a couple of things happening here as well. Route 47, Delsey Drive southbound at Weymouth Road. We've got the right lane closed with a down utility pole. New Jersey Turnpike northbound slows 195 to Heightstown. A vehicle fire just cleared from there. 55 northbound heavy from Deptford to the 42 freeway. This traffic report brought to you by Positive Coaching Alliance. Questions about youth or high school sports? Positive Coaching Alliance can help. PCA, a national nonprofit organization, develops better athletes and better people through youth and high school sports. Info at positivecoach.org. And that's your traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, thanks, Kath. So we'll wait for some music. How much time, Marissa? I wasn't paying attention. I'm sorry. 15 seconds.
15 seconds?
Kathy, do you have any lip gloss real quick?
Oh, yeah,
I got some time to put that on.
Hurry.
We're going to go on Fox Good Day in a
Check
second.
your seams.
Mike is out today, so it'll be Alex and Thomas. Check your seams.
Your pantyhose. Yeah.
Oh, I'm
Just
sorry.
stockings.
I didn't know this might be showing.
7:56.
here we go.
Look at all that fog that's out there. At least it's a little warmer today. So, as we get ready for President's Eve, only 4 days into 2023, and a Michigan college student has already put out a list of words that should be banished. So let's get to Preston and Steve.
Hey.
Words that should be banished in 2023. Happy New Year, guys.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you. Yeah, there are words and phrases and things like that get beat into the ground, and yeah, I don't mind.
I think words should be brought back, like prithee.
Prithee, prithee, sir.
Right. Fortnight.
All the details, but is there one word that just irritates you that you hear over and over again?
So I saw the list. I took a gander at it, so I know what it is. And I agree with their number one choice. I'm kind of tired of the term goat at this point.
Applying to the greatest of all time, not the animal, which we all agree looks cool because of the eyes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And the horns.
And the horns.
As well. But yeah, I think goat should be, I don't know.
What about sheep?
Maybe we could try that. Is there
Is
an
sheeple
acronym
on the list?
for that? No, sheeple is not on the list.
Okay. I have not seen the list. Well, what do you guys think is...
Okay, next.
Go ahead.
Oh, well, irregardless. I agree with that one.
Yes.
It's not even a word.
Right.
It's not
I hate that.
regardless is the proper, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Regardless of the goats.
But when you're in the middle of a conversation and may become heated, someone just cuts you off and says, "It is what it is." It is what it is.
Sometimes I find myself using that
To get out of a conversation.
when I'm running out of things to say,
Right.
it is
Yeah.
what it is.
Anywho.
No, I like anywho better.
Yeah.
But-
Or, the old fallback, which is, why don't you shut up? Yeah,
That's
that's
a
how
good
you
one.
say
That
it.
Or why don't you go, yourself?
Kathy, you wanted to add
Quiet
something?
quitting.
Quiet quitting.
Go ahead.
Oh, no, mine is, I think maybe it's considered more of like a phrase than a word, but I cannot, it's like nails on a chalkboard for me when people go, oh, cool.
Cool.
Cool. And,
have you guys heard that? Cool.
nails on a chalkboard.
I have not.
Really?
Oh God, yes.
I've heard that's a humdinger.
Oh my God.
You know what drives me crazy though? It's a phrase. It's not a word. Just saying.
Oh.
I'm tired of just saying.
I still say that though. It's like become part of my vocabulary.
It's almost like saying, like, no offense, but they're about to offend you. That's how I take just saying. Like, oh, I'm just saying.
Or sorry, not sorry. When it's that drives me crazy too. Sorry, not sorry.
Yeah.
And those are phrases.
Whatever.
Whatever. I mean, I don't know if they drive me too that crazy, but it's more phrases than just words alone.
I think I just try not to use them too much myself. You know, if I catch myself using a phrase over and over again or a word over and over again, I am more self-aware of it. When other people do it, it sort of just becomes a part of their vocabulary, and it can be annoyed by it. But like when you're doing it yourself over and over again, I think it's all right to be aware of those
Your
things.
fallback, Nick, is anti-disestablishmentarianism.
Right, and that's
If I hear you say that one more time.
I'm really sorry, guys. I apologize in
Well,
advance.
the problem is when we spend as much time together in a room,
Right.
I know the words and the phrases that you use over and over again. You know the ones that I use over and over
Likewise,
again.
yeah.
So, it might not be goat, it might not be quiet quitting, but there are phrases that we all say over and over again.
Sure.
What are your safe words when you're
Irrigation jelly.
when your dom is getting too aggressive, Preston?
Safe word?
What's that?
What's your safe word?
My safe word is pineapple. Usually. Yeah.
Oh my gosh. And with that, we have to go.
All right, bye guys.
See ya.
Take care. All right, we'll see you later. Nice.
This list has like amazing or absolutely, like they're just words. Like that's stupid to me.
That's just a word.
Orange isn't even a word.
A range.
Yeah, absolutely amazing.
You know, like the way people are using goat, fine, but people are still using the word amazing as what it's supposed to be used
right,
for.
but I think
Absolutely, that's my goat.
I think it's overusing it. If they keep responding to what you're saying, absolutely, oh, absolutely, instead of definitely, positively, throwing some other words in there to mix it up.
We all have our fallback words. Do you actively? I will actively attempt to incorporate. To bring in some new words to use a little bit more, to change, at least to be a little more engaging as a conversationalist. But there's just some words just get it done.
Sure.
Like, mother effer.
Yeah.
It's timeless.
It is. It's one
really
of the best
is.
ones ever. Most definitely. The full list, I'll read this out to you, though. Number one is goat, and then it's inflection point is
Yes.
two.
Oh, overused in the political realm, too.
Oh, see, that's why I don't really know
I've
it.
never even heard that before.
Quiet quitting was third. Gaslighting was fourth. Moving forward, 5. Number 6 is amazing.
Amazing.
Number 7, does that make sense? Number 8, irregardless.
That I hate.
It's not a word.
It's not a word. I
Yeah,
hate it.
it's
not even a
regardless. Number 9 is absolutely.
Absolutely.
And number 10 is it is what it is.
There was a word last year's list. It made last year's list that I got so sick of was unpacking. Let me unpack that.
Unpack that for you.
Yeah.
I'm going to unpack this for you.
Yeah, let me pack your fudge.
You know what I will replace it is what it is with and from time to time and gets the job done? It's but what are you going to do?
Yeah.
I say that. Blah, 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 this and that. I got this going on, that going, but what are you going to do?
What are you going to do?
It's the most axiomatic. It's the most self-explanatory, but it's just word. It's just word goop.
Word salad.
Yeah.
Ooh. Is that the best kind of salad?
No, salad balls.
Yes, which are Brussels sprouts in Jackie Bam Bam land. All right, we need to do the bizarre file before this goes on.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, brought to you this morning by Connecticut School of Broadcasting, where they'll teach you not to say Connecticut. This year, invest in yourself and your future at Connecticut School of Broadcasting. CSB Media Arts Center is in Cherry Hill, New Jersey. Broadcast media training in months, not years. Schedule your tour today. Visit gocsb.com. The teen, this is a follow-up story, who gained international notoriety after opening his own medical clinic and practicing medicine without a license, has been sentenced to 28 months in prison on separate fraud charges.
Because it's my understanding that's illegal, right?
Malachi Love Robinson, now 24, was convicted on fraud and grand theft charges. According to a police report, Malachi was working for United States of Freight, a shipping broker.
I think that's Malachi.
Okay, yeah, Malachi. And it's spelled the same as Malachi, which is interesting.
Like the Malachi Crunch.
Yeah, the Malachi Crunch. Right, exactly.
So a shipping broker when he was arrested just 15 months after being released from prison. According to officials, Robinson instructed the customers to pay him directly instead of the company.
Of course.
One customer
Let's cut out
was
the middleman.
instructed to wire the funds to a bank account, and apparently they found that account belonged to Robinson. The account received over $2,600. The other customers were instructed to pay via PayPal or Venmo. Subpoena records also found that the accounts were registered to Robinson. Malachi Robinson was first taken into custody for practicing medicine without a license back in 2016 after giving a physical exam to an undercover female officer.
Uh-oh.
At that time, he was sentenced to 3.5 years for practicing medicine without a license, grand theft, and various fraud charges. He's
What's
also
the spatula for?
serving 1 year in a Virginia prison on charges of forgery and fraud. A man was rescued Tuesday. Well, we already talked about that. From a car wash in Montgomery County. I was going to include that in the bizarre file, but we talked about it at length, so we'll move on. In South Carolina, the smell coming from a clothing donation bin reportedly caught the attention of somebody passing by, and that led to the discovery of a female body inside of it. Now, the sheriff's office says that authorities are investigating as they would a homicide. The bin was between a car dealership and a motel. The investigators took the whole thing away.
Was it like a dumpster bin? Because sometimes people fall into...
No, this is a donation bin.
Well, yeah, that's happened as well.
Absolutely. Not much is known about the body at this point, but officials believe the body is female, but they could not specify the age. There's no indication of how the person died. At first, they thought the person may have died trying to stay warm during a recent cold snap, but the remains were too decomposed for that.
I bring my dead bodies directly to Goodwill.
Yeah.
Officials also said a number of items in the bin appeared to be several years old, including a collection of VHS tapes. I don't think they've cleared out this bin for a while.
Look, short circuit.
They expect to learn more about the case after an autopsy on Wednesday. Ahead of the New Year celebrations, people dressed as Santa Claus were allegedly beaten up by a Hindu organization in Ahmedabad on Friday. Finally, this might take the heat off of Philadelphia for throwing snowballs at Santa. Activists reached the Kankari Zoo entry gate where carnival was organized by the government. They allege that the people dressed up as Santa Claus...
It's our annual Santa beating.
...were conducting conversion activity by giving chocolates and religious books to the visitors. They also claimed that they received complaints about the same. The video of members of the Hindu organization attacking and beating up the individuals dressed up as Santa Claus went viral on social media. The members were seen threatening the Santa Clauses to go back to their churches to spread the word about their religion. By the way, they're a Hindu supremacist organization.
Oh, there you go.
A spokesperson said...
they just don't like jolly people.
For the past 4 days, the Kankaria Carnival missionaries have been promoting Christianity by selling books dressed as Santa Claus near their entry of the zoo and promoting conversion activities by explaining about Jesus and Christianity. Being informed about that matter, 20 activists stopped the conversation activity in the government program. No police complaint has been registered about the incident so far.
There's something otherworldly about Santa's being throttled at a zoo.
Yeah. In Germany, a driver had his license taken away after he appeared to have fallen asleep behind the wheel of his Tesla, which was on autopilot, and led police on a chase. And police spotted the Tesla driving down Autobahn 70, leaving Bamberg. Officers attempted to stop the Tesla, but the vehicle did not pull over. The car was traveling at about 70 miles per hour. It did not slow down or speed up during the attempted traffic stop. The Tesla kept the same distance from the patrol car in front as they traveled down the Autobahn. Police pulled up next to the Tesla's driver's side window and noticed the driver, only identified as a 45-year-old male, reclined in his seat with his eyes closed and his hands off the steering wheel.
You're going the wrong way.
The driver eventually woke up after 15 minutes into the pursuit and followed police instructions to pull over. Police also believe that the driver was under the influence of drugs. Further investigation revealed that the driver had placed a so-called steering wheel weight in the footwell of the car's driver's side, and that device is attached to the steering wheel to trick the vehicle's safety system by pretending that your hands are on the wheel. The driver is being investigated for criminal endangerment of traffic, and his license has been suspended pending a formal hearing.
Yeah, the whole length of the Autobahn, it's illegal to use vehicle automation.
Is it?
Yep.
All right, and there you go. That is what I have in the bizarre file for you this morning. Hey, we have a secret text word. It's your opportunity to win the movie Smile on Blu-ray, so text the word secret to 39333. We'll grab a winner by the end of the show, and you can call in with the secret text word later, or you can just sit back and wait. Maybe we'll draw your name and give that away. We're going to take a break. Got a couple of guests in the studio. When we return, stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
Al Jaffe. The fold out, the fold in, as they called it in the back, you would have a picture, you could fold it to become another picture. Alfred E. Newman, of course, a legendary character. They had the TV series. But man, when that would come in the mail,
do you still subscribe to any magazines? Do you get magazines at
last
home?
magazine I used to get at home was because we signed up for one of our family members was selling subscriptions, so we're getting Entertainment Weekly, and then that sort of went away. But in my heyday, I subscribed. I used to get Famous Monsters of Filmland, Starlog, Fangoria, National Lampoon. I was getting lots of magazines at home fairly frequently.
I used to get Entertainment Weekly for work.
Oh, yeah.
I used to get that, but I still subscribe to a couple. I'm Golf Digest and Golf Magazine.
There you go.
I still want the hard copy magazine in there. I have a hard time reading magazines, a full magazine online. You know what I mean?
On the crapper.
Now articles, I can see, picking up here and there through aggregator sites and stuff like that. But if I want to dive into a full magazine, what they have to offer, I still need the hard copopy. So, did you ever subscribe to dirty magazines? Because I did. The only one I ever had.
Playboy.
I had a prescription. God knows I needed it.
Son, you need something for your boner. Take 2 Hustlers and at night cut it in half. Cut Beaver magazine in half.
I had a subscription to Playboy, but that's the only one that I could ever. That one I could get away with.
You could,
but
You're not embarrassed about it.
I couldn't subscribe. Penthouse, maybe. But then when you get into your Hustlers and We and, whatever the other magazines Cherry.
Wouldn't it blow your mind that people would get home delivery? Like, because I remember, there were subscription cards in these things for the other magazines. Like, who's getting Sweaty Vagina magazine at home? Here's your bills, and that looks like a good issue. Now, obviously, they would seal them specifically for the mailing, but still, you could tell what it was.
I never had subscriptions. The only one that I had were there's other two I mentioned earlier, but I was totally into scary movies when I was younger. So Fangoria, what was the other one?
There was Fangoria, there was Starlog, there was Famous Monsters of Filmland, there was, like I said, the Monster Times was another one of them. Another one, am I missing them?
You're missing one. There was Fangoria, not Fantasia. It was
Biggins?
Jugs, and they're
areolas.
People that are reminding us the names of
Butthole.
Some of the other. I subscribe to Butthole magazine.
What's this one about?
It's a picture of a guy with a pipe. I'm a butthole reader. For this Christmas, give Dad what he wants. Butthole.
Steve, what are you reading?
I'm reading Butthole, Preston. She's telling me how I can set up my stereo. Apparently, you have to run the cords through your butthole.
Oh, yes.
Oh, what are you reading there?
Oh, I was just reading Butthole magazine, telling me how to get a more effective home theater. Apparently works better if you put the cord through your butthole.
Oh, my God.
Oh, this is the 10 tastiest cheeses for the holidays. Many of them are better if you put them in your butthole. Some guy with an ascot on.
Everything.
Lord Buddington.
An ascot.
An butthole. An abscot. Oh my God. Okay. You know what? I think now that I'm reminiscing, fondly about Butthole magazine. No, I'm pretty certain it had to have been Mad Magazine had to have been my very first subscription to anything.
I'm going to say likewise.
Yeah.
I loved it so much, and there's just. Do you remember when you would see something in it, and it's not like you could do today. Obviously, you would look at this, you'd lend the magazine.
I never read it.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I don't.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, the only thing that I know that what you're talking about is Alfred E. Neumann and that little thing in the back.
But Preston,
the fold.
So Case, not only would you have the picture in a lot of these cases, but what you would love is in the background there'd be like flies with little fly lines around them. Or there'd be these little things that they would do to just augment the picture that made it great.
Yeah, agreed. And
the artists were great.
There were almost little Easter eggs throughout as well, and outside of the frames
all
and
over
things
the
like
place.
that. Yeah. So you really had to. You could spend a lot of time reading the magazine. It wasn't just you pick it up and tear right through it. I mean, I would hang on to them and go back and see things that I would miss the first time around.
I remember laughing out loud, as a kid, and one of the first times really laughing that profoundly. And that carried over to National Lampoon, which, again, great memories of that. And Nick, you saw the documentary about.
Yeah, with Will Forte.
Yeah, and they
phenomenal.
I remember they did a piece on, it was an old-style brochure for the largest ocean liner ever built. I think it was called the Tyrannic. And the artist illustrations were done in that sort of Art Deco style, where, I mean, they drew the ship on such an enormous scale that you were just howling with laughter.
Yeah.
You can't describe it. You have to see it. But to have that reaction from a magazine that you're sitting there, to read something and laugh that loudly is just... You don't get that.
Mad Magazine had published 550 issues prior to its reboot, by the way, which was in 2018, I believe. DC purchased Mad Magazine in 2017, but they're going to hang it up. At its height, it had 2.8 million subscribers.
Now they took
which was in like 1973, I think.
They took a big hit when editor Max Sherman went over to handle the chores at Butthole. And,
yes, exactly.
Do you know what you're getting into over there at Butthole?
Oh my God. Butthole Magazine. Someday.
I'm curating their wine list.
Yeah.
Apparently it tastes better when you drink it from someone's butthole.
But it's sad. It's sad that it's going away, even though I haven't, actively been a subscriber for a couple of years. But nonetheless. Anything from Silicon Valley to Patriots Day to Crazy Rich Asians to It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia. The list goes on, ladies and gentlemen. This is Jimmy O Yang.
Yeah.
How you doing, Jimmy?
Morning. I'm doing well. It's
Excellent.
great.
Thanks for being here.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Patriots Day, you were fantastic in.
Thank you so much. Sadly, not a lot of people watched it.
Your character was the one who was kidnapped, held hostage by those guys, and eventually escaped and alerted the police. Hey, I know where these guys are. I know who they are. I didn't know that story.
Yeah, that guy was amazing.
Yeah.
Danny Mang, Chinese immigrant, college student, and this is about, of course, the Boston Marathon bombing.
Yeah.
And I bugged him every other day. Spoiler alert, he stays alive, in the movie.
Yeah.
So I bugged him every day when I was in Boston, and we had dinner, went to Chinatown every other day. He was a really nice, warm guy, and he came to the premiere and tapped me on the shoulder. He's like, hey, I think you did a great job.
That was
there
nice.
you go.
Is stand-up comedy where you kind of started, or acting, or where'd you begin?
That's where everything started. I started doing stand-up at the Ha Ha Comedy Club. In L.A. I had to pay $5 for 5 minutes of stage time.
You were born in Hong Kong, correct?
I was born in Hong Kong, yeah.
Came here. I know you have a book called How to American: An Immigrant's Guide to Disappointing Your Parents.
Yes, that's true.
And so you're working at a financial firm, or where was it?
It was Smith Barney, which was under Citigroup. And I graduated 2010 from college, which is right after the financial crash of 2008.
It's a perfect time.
Nobody in finance was hiring, and nobody was going to trust a 22-year-old kid with their money.
Right.
So my dad hooked me up with an internship, and one day he came home, he was like, Jimmy, great news. They're going to hire you full-time. You're going to be a great financial advisor. And literally, tears of joy was coming out of his eyes. And I thought that was just the worst news ever. That to me sounded like a death sentence, And I just didn't know how to tell him. And I was like, I don't want to do this, I had to, disappoint my parents in order to not disappoint myself.
Yeah.
That was the creed that I lived by. So after college, I did that internship for a little bit just to appease my dad. And then after that, I got 3 jobs when I graduated. I was a used car salesman. I worked at a comedy club as a doorman in exchange for stage time. and then I was a strip club DJ at night. So I did all those 3 things, still not knowing what I wanted to do. But there was no customers in that club, so nobody ever did.
What was it? Were you doing like day stripping, or was it the night stripper?
It was night stripping. It was after my comedy club show. There was no prime time in that club at any time. I started off with just a stand-up community, which I thought was so cool. That's one of the main reasons why I did stand-up.
So you've seen Bobby Lee's penis then?
Sadly, no. I feel a bit left out. I feel a bit
That
left
guy
out.
gets naked every time he comes in this studio.
Oh, really? I've been to his house, and he still has not shown. No, there must be something wrong with me. Maybe he only shows penis to white people.
It might be that.
That might be it.
And he tells you guys about, listen, here's what I do with the white. Whip it out.
But yeah, like Bobby was somebody I looked up to. I watched Matt TV religiously. Steve Byrne was somebody I looked up to. Ken Jeong, and now we're all like really close and good friends.
That's great.
Ken, of course, was in the movie.
Yeah,
it's great.
And you know, we all love each other, and doing this movie, one of the greatest thing, you know, was I felt like I found my creed. You know, of actors, comedians, because we all kind of went through the same phase of disappointing our parents to do this job. We all had the same experience. And, like, when we're hanging out in Singapore, there was no questions of, like, hey, can we go to Chinese food? Like, look, it's not, like, weird Chinese food. It's just like, no, everybody was just down. We're going to authentic Chinese food, and we did karaoke every night. Everybody was just on the same page, and it felt so good.
Did you do work with the Harlem Globetrotters?
Oh, man. You know, people ask me that. It was one of my very first paid jobs ever. So the Harlem Globetrotters, they go to China for like a world tour every year.
Right.
And I was like one of the only Chinese American comedians they could find. This was like 10 years ago. And I was the only one they could afford, I guess. They paid me $200.
To do what exactly?
To be a consultant. So they sent me the script for the Chinese tour to make sure nothing's offensive.
Oh.
Honestly, I didn't even read the script.
You're good to go.
I didn't know. I was like, that was my first job as a comic. I didn't know. And I skimmed through the script. There's something about, like, they bring out, like, a Hello Kitty thing, you know, in the middle of their show. I just told them for $200. I was like, dude, you know, Hello Kitty's Japanese, not Chinese, okay? Just so you guys know that. And that was it. That was my $200 worth of advice. And now on my Wikipedia says that I wrote for the Harlem Globetrotters. So.
Silicon Valley, they know not on their radar. They
Yes and no. My dad understands comedy a little better than my mom. Like, he loved it. My mom watched it for the first time. He's like, hey, Jimmy, can you not hunch it back?
He's correcting your posture?
Yeah, I was like, Ma, I'm playing a character in the show. It's like, okay, play someone who doesn't hunch his back.
Another day, another Korn story. Korn has announced that the band will release its 13th studio album, The Nothing, on September 13th. The follow-up to 2016's The Serenity of Suffering has been preceded by a first single called You'll Never Find Me, which arrived on Wednesday.
Again.
Oh, okay. Jonathan Davis said, deep within our Earth lives an extraordinary force.
He's right.
Very few are aware of the magnitude and significance of this place where good and evil, dark and light, bliss and torment, loss, gain, and hope and despair all exist as one, pulling at us every moment of our lives.
Welcome to the deep, dark caverns of energy. You are here because of corn, yes? You are one of us. You make the hallowed sound.
It's not something he
Everyone.
said. It's not something that we can choose to navigate, he says, but...
What a bunch of crap.
And it's the only place where balance between these dynamic and polarizing forces exists, where the soul finds its refuge. Welcome to The Nothing. Did you just make that?
I just made that.
Put it at the beginning.
One more time.
Thank you, Kathy. You know, Christmas is a magical time. It is. And when love strikes around Christmas, it's even, I mean, that's what the Hallmark movies are all about.
Every single one of them is a romantic movie.
And we had our very own Hallmark romance happen here in Philadelphia, in the sports complex, in the Wells Fargo Center. Was this on Christmas Day? It was the Christmas game.
Yeah, it was right before.
At Sixers. Okay, so right.
Christmas game was in New York.
Okay. Well, the Philadelphia 76ers had a little special event that took place other than the game on this particular night, and it was a proposal that happened right there on the hardwood, and it kind of virally caught on. So we are welcoming the happy couple. I would say happy new couple, but they've been together for a long time. Please welcome Jackie Murtha and Chris Gerard. To the show. Good morning, guys.
Good morning.
Welcome and thanks for being here.
Thank you so much for having us.
No problem. So let me lay the groundwork here for those who may not know the story. Jackie is not only on the Sixers dance team, but you're the captain of the Sixers dance team.
I am. This is my first season being captain. I am so excited to take this next step in my career. So it's been really great.
Well, congratulations on that. A couple of congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Chris is the man who proposed to her at what point? Well, congratulations to you as well, Chris. All right. How long have you guys been together, by the way?
Almost 8 years now, so quite some time.
Did you meet in school?
Yeah, we went to the University of the Arts. I was there for one whole semester. It was enough to catch Jackie's eye. I then transferred to UMass because I'm from Massachusetts.
Okay.
And we started dating a little after that. So
one of the reasons that this is caught on was not only it was a wonderful thing. You're part of the team, and you did it at her place of business, her work. And
it was a clever proposal
in front of a huge crowd. It was a very clever proposal, but people started pointing out that she is out of your league, to quote specifically the way things are going, that she's too hot for you. And so that kind of caught people's attention. And
your response to it.
Yes,
too. Yes,
exactly. Which was, I think, the appropriate response, by the way.
Thank you.
Like, that's what I would say about my wife.
What was the response? I didn't see the response.
Oh, so basically what happened was I proposed, and then, I talked to Jackie for a little bit, sat down, and then all of our friends and family were there. And my brother texted me, and he's like, dude, you're getting dragged in the comments right now. He's like, you might want to stay out of the comments. But he sent me the post, and I looked at him and was like, oh, geez, this is bad. And I was like, yeah, I got to get ahead of this.
By the way, you just done a very well thought out, well executed, romantic.
I know.
I don't know how you could not be swept up with that. And your first reaction is to castigate you for what they feel is an inequity. It's so stupid.
Exactly. So I was like, all right, I think I'm pretty funny. Jackie thinks I'm funny. My mom says I'm funny. Like I can come up with something real quick. So I was just like, dear comment section, I know she's out of my league. I'm just happy to be here. And I was like, that's fine. Like, I don't think that many people will see it. I put my phone down, and then it blew up. And so after the game, I thought my phone was ringing, and it was just Twitter notifications. But
oh my God,
people apparently really liked it. So
well, you provide hope, right?
Yeah, and Chris and Jackie, my son is a huge Sixers fan. He watches every second of every game, and so he was watching, and he's buddies with Matt Cord and Christian Crosby, who's the in-arena host. And so my son alerted me to the proposal, and so I saw it on social media. I was like, oh, this is so cool and so sweet. And I swear to God, and I don't mean this in any disrespect, because I have a hot girlfriend and she's out of my league. I looked at you and I was like, oh, he's kind of like a nerdy looking dude, but good for him, right? I didn't mean it in a mean way. And then I started reading the comments and people are just a-holes. And it just reminded me that you seem like a good person. We don't know each other, but like you seem like a good dude who met a nice person. And physical attraction can come in all shapes and sizes. And you guys have been together for a long time. So I'm sure it wasn't the first time you heard, she's out of your league, you've outkicked your coverage, whatever. And at some point that kind of gets old. But at other points, you're just like, yeah, okay.
Well, how long have you heard? Jackie, has this been something that has been unnecessarily brought to your attention the entire span of your relationship?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Right?
I mean, when Chris and I first started dating, we were long distance for a while, and a lot of his friends were like, is she real? Yeah. Are you guys actually dating? It was a big joke with him and his friends a lot of the time. But overall, I don't really see it as that. I just love him for who he is. I obviously think he's so handsome. But, I mean, I never saw it, but we have gotten it a lot of times.
You know what happens is that what really should be the purest basis for a relationship, which is what you're expressing, still catches people off guard because we're so trained to think one way. I clearly, I was not my wife's type at all when we first started dating, and there was a different type that I went for, and now we are. That just happens. But it's hard a lot of times for people to just go, "How the hell did that happen?" And people can be very indelicate when they are expressing that.
Oh, yeah, of course. And I mean, honestly, and exactly what you're saying, I just think that a relationship is so much more than looks and just like physical attraction. I mean, Chris and I, we're just best friends through and through. Everything that we do together, we're always making each other laugh, and we just love spending time with each other. And, we were friends first, and that's what really just made us grow so much closer. And that's why we started dating and decided to be long distance, because we just loved each other so much. It was so worth it.
Yeah.
I don't know how to say anything without sounding like a dick.
I think by prefacing it that way.
Yeah.
Well, you don't mean to be a dick about it.
No, I don't, because I love seeing mismatched what on the surface looks like that a little bit. Now, you're a good-looking guy. You're a stunning woman. All right, so
much.
And so
I know where you're going.
She knows. Look,
and so I'm thrilled for you, by the way,
Thank
Chris. I say kudos to you, because I am you. I mean, I'm totally you.
We're all
yes.
We every single one of us in this room are you, except
In
for
fact,
Kathy.
you're way better looking than us.
Oh yeah,
So-
you're far more.
Yeah.
There has been a running SNL skit where it was once Jennifer Lopez, and then it was, and so what happens is that there's a reporter on the scene of something that's going on, and a guy comes over, and there's a very attractive woman, and he the guy is like, "So who is this? Is this your dad? Is this your brother?"
Yeah.
"Oh no, that's my husband." So I'm here with this woman and this who is obviously visually impaired. All of these things start to go into it. So, and how often do you deal with this? Because it's really, it's something that people are going to focus on. We are.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, other than this right here and Chris's friends roasting him, we really don't deal with it.
It's not like he's a bridge troll. He's a good-looking guy.
No, definitely not.
Oh my God.
It's just so funny.
Yeah,
To see the reaction.
Yeah, it's really funny. And I would say we haven't really dealt with it on the outside of our friend groups and like little jokes here and there, other than now, obviously.
Yeah. Well, all right. So I have other questions about what you. So you're a dancer, obviously.
Yeah.
You guys met at the University of the Arts. So what did you go? I'm talking to you, Chris. What did you end up going to UArts for? What's your specialty? Are you singer, dancer, actor, all of the above?
I went for music production and was planning on minoring in composition, but then I was worried that I wasn't going to get a job. So I was like, all right, I should probably figure something out. So then I went to UMass, and then I was a marketing major there.
Okay.
But are you a musician as well?
I am, yeah. So my main instrument is drums, but I also play guitar and a bunch of other
Preston's a drummer. So would you say that it's the best shot at? What's your advice? In other words, give the advice to the guy who's all of us about landing someone like Jackie. What's the best bit of advice you can give?
I think honestly, it's truthfully be yourself. Like from the get-go, I've always said to Jackie, like, I'm just going to be me, and I'm going to tell you the truth. I'm going to be honest, sometimes brutally honest, but I'm going to spin it with a joke every time that I'm brutally honest. So at least you laugh.
Right.
But yeah, I feel like if, you're just being yourself, it's easier to, come across as like authentic and natural and just connect with people.
Yeah, it's true.
Jackie, when it comes to the actual proposal, did you have any idea that it was coming?
Oh, no. I literally had no idea. I didn't even know he was thinking about buying a ring. I thought we might get engaged in 2023. We're going on vacation this summer, so maybe then. So I was absolutely shocked. It was just like a regular in-game promo, and I was just clapping along, doing my job. And when they pulled down that "Will you marry me" sign, I didn't even think it was for me. I was like, "Oh, surprise proposal, huh?"
Walk us through how you did it, Chris, because it was pretty cool.
So do you mean the planning phase or just like
the
that
execution,
day?
everything?
The execution, because it was really unique. It was cool.
So the hardest part was kind of getting into the arena and like having a good story. So one of her friends got tickets via work and got me one. And then, so that way I was able to sit with her, and then my family was able to kind of sit and not be seen. And then
You had to sort of surreptitiously make sure they were out of her line of sight.
Yeah, so all my friends and family that came, I was like, you can't sit basically in this half of the stadium. You guys sit in the other half. And then so originally I thought it was going to be between the first and second quarter, so I left my seat around halfway through the first, and I never leave my seat. Like, when I'm there to watch basketball, I'm there for buckets. Like, I'm not going anywhere. And so apparently Jackie was a little confused that I actually was missing for so long, because it ended up being first time out in the second quarter. So I go to the back, and I meet Gary, and he gets me into the inflatable, and we're just kind of sitting there, and he goes, all right, so eventually there'll be a timeout. And I'm like,
the inflatable is a
inflatable mascot.
The inflatable mascot costume.
Yeah,
so,
the inflatable Franklin.
Okay.
So then as the second quarter starts, like, I kind of hobble out there, and, you know, I'm in basically this, like, backpack parachute type thing.
Okay.
And then my shoes are hooked in. And so we go out, and then we're, like, next to the court waiting for a timeout. And it took forever for a timeout to come. And so at this point, people are coming up to me because they think, like, I'm the employee, and, like, I'm a real mascot. And I'm, like, sweating in there. I'm locked in. And, like, kids are like, oh my God, Air Franklin, can I get a picture? And people are taking selfies, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's right. Like, let me
did you have
dance a
anybody
little.
come up and go, have you seen Jackie's boyfriend is here? Have you seen this guy? Oh my God.
And then, so then the timeout came, and I hobble out onto the court, and, you know, I'm planning on looking at Jackie and looking for Jackie, but I can't see anything in there. So I was like, well, I'm just going to wait. And there's like an air thing, so I can't hear anything either. So I'm just waiting for Gary to tap me on the back so I can take it off.
So you can't see or hear?
No, not really. So I was like just kind of standing there, and I was like, all right, any minute now. And then I feel the tap. So then I just like eject. And it was like perfect the way it was just like, everything's off.
Like a Chippendales dancer.
Yeah. But then my shoes got stuck. And then I was like, oh no. If I trip right now, that's what I was worried about. That I was going to fall down as my shoe was stuck in there. And that's what I was going to get flamed for.
You would have gone even more viral for that, man.
Exactly. All my friends said that, like, people then looked at Jackie because they were like, oh my God, let's see her reaction. So they're like, we didn't really see you get stuck, but we kind of wish you did, because that would have been like really funny. And I was like, you guys are the best friends I have. Like, I just love you so much.
You were legit. You could just tell. It's a legitimately, I don't know who could not respond and just find this just beautiful. It's so sweet. And your reaction, Jackie, is legit. You both are having, this wonderful reaction. So you're caught completely off guard. You had no idea this is coming. And how were you able to then regain your composure and continue on with your job?
Oh, I mean, let me tell you, it took a minute. Because once we got off the court, I mean, he just proposed. This is the best day of my life already. And then he goes, oh, by the way, all of our friends and family are here. We had 50 friends and family in the arena. So then I start crying again.
Yeah.
I'm like sobbing. I mean, you can see it in the video. I'm like crying.
And your
like
job
a
is
baby.
to pep people up.
Yeah, exactly. So after that, I went to the back, and, we celebrated, jumping around, exciting. And then we had a halftime performance not too long after that. So I just, got it together. I've been dancing for 20-something years now. Exactly. So I have to be there for my team, and, my job comes first 99.9% of the time. So
Did your team know this was happening?
Only my two best friends on the team knew. Everybody else, it was a complete surprise for them.
Was they your confidants in getting this done, or did you? I assume you had to call in some people.
Yeah, so I went to them because I didn't have her coach or the director of entertainment's number. So they were the only people that knew, and then they put me in touch with the coach and the director of entertainment.
Okay.
So.
Who's the coach these days?
Carrie McDonald.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I used to be a dancer for the Sixers as well.
Yeah.
Debbie Appalucci was my...
Did you know that?
He was legitimately.
The Beefcakes?
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, he was on the Beefcake squad for a little bit.
Oh my gosh.
He was a little bigger back then. He's lost weight.
Except
and
he
looks
was
great.
probably the smallest one on the team.
I was.
Definitely.
They called him Slim.
Yeah.
I thought that group was hilarious. Have you ever seen video of them?
Yeah, I have. I work
Nice.
in the entertainment department now, so I see a lot of behind the scenes things,
sure.
older videos, stuff like that.
All right, so you guys have been together for 8 years.
Yeah.
Yep. Why? Okay, I was with my wife 4 years before I proposed, and I caught hell for that.
Likewise.
Yeah, 8 years.
Well, they're young.
though.
Yeah, they're young.
Yeah.
How old are you?
27.
Okay, yeah, I was like 28.
I was
29. Well, maybe I was-
73.
You were,
Yeah, I was like 29, something like
You
that.
guys set a date yet?
Yeah, September 21st, 2021. Oh, 2021.
Oh my God.
September
Your
21st.
anniversary's coming up now.
September 21st, 2024.
Okay.
Because of the Earth, Wind, and Fire song, September.
Ah.
I would love to get married on the 21st night of September.
That's cool.
Now,
I like that.
will there be any matrimonial plans that involve the Sixers or the facility at all, or?
I'm not sure. We kind of just have always joked about having that date, so that's how I know so quickly that that's going to be it. We've started looking into venues and things like that, but we're not really sure what we're going to do yet. I'm sure the Sixers will be involved in some capacity because, the Sixers is my life. I've been here for 6 years now, so obviously that is going to have to be involved in my wedding somehow.
Are you not from Philadelphia?
I'm from Philadelphia.
Oh, okay.
I'm not, though.
You're from Massachusetts. Okay. All right, got it.
All right, so some commenters had stated that Jackie was in it just for the money. Chris, is that a possibility?
I mean, we met in college. I assure you there was no money. My mom is my banker. She can also assure you there was no money.
It is a beautiful ring, though.
Yeah.
I mean,
It
nice
is,
work.
man.
Thank you so much.
That's gorgeous.
I'm from a small town in the middle of nowhere of Massachusetts, and so the one town jeweler happens to be one of my best friend's dads. So he helped me out. So if you're in Pittsfield, Massachusetts, Charlene Jewelers. But I imagine not too many people listening are going to be drifting up that way.
Now, Jackie, had you over the years ever indicated, I want like a square cut or anything, given any indication of what you might like in an engagement ring?
Oh yeah,
Okay.
a party trick for us would be like, "Hey Chris, what do you want? What do I want for my engagement ring?" And he would be like, "Oh yeah, oval, diamonds on the band."
So you made sure that he was well informed as to what you would want.
Oh yeah, he was prepared, and you send a couple pictures here and there, so he's prepped, and he did very good. This is my dream ring. I never
It's
expected
gorgeous.
anything like this. Thank you so much.
Well, let me ask you, Jackie. When was the point? What where you realized I think I'm really into this guy? And because clearly he went old school but honest and authentic, and it caught you, and that's the deal. You said you fell in love. When did you say this is more than the friendship now?
Well, I think it was our second date maybe or something
That's
like
quick.
that. Yeah, it was Valentine's Day. I mean, we were talking for a very long time before this. We were friends
Okay.
before this. But we went out for Valentine's Day and he visited me up at UArts or down at UArts from where he was. And after he went home, I was just like, this is it. And I called him on the phone and I told him I was in love with him. We weren't even officially dating yet. So
Wow. Jesus Christ.
Seems a little crazy, but now it all worked out.
Chris, at an earlier age, my teenage years, I reached too high for the stars.
Yeah.
And
You got burned.
Was crushed. And therefore it scared me away from doing that for a long, long time. And I eventually landed the one, which she's out of my league too. Were you always that way, or were you just taking a chance on Jackie?
I mean, I would say before I started dating Jackie, my friends were like, listen, buddy, you kind of got some dangerously high standards. I'm not saying it's impossible, but just be aware.
But you make a great case. There was a friend of mine in college, Charlie, and he did the same thing. And it just I believe that reads as confidence.
You got to
which I'm
shoot
sure
your shot, man.
Yeah, and Jackie, I'm sure you responded to his confidence.
Yeah, and I think honestly, you should be with someone that you're so excited to talk to and be with, and so that's more what it was. It was never just I need someone who's super attractive. It was I want to be super, super excited to spend my time with someone. And then when Jackie came along, it was perfect.
How much do you think that the talking long distance and getting to know each other that way helped you guys forge this relationship?
I think it was really helpful. I know a lot of people struggle with long distance, and I feel like a lot of people date in high school or college and then they go their separate ways. So you kind of got used to being around each other all the time. But I mean, we're both really comfortable in ourselves and our personal lives and our work lives. And so I trust her to do whatever she wants to do. She trusts me to do whatever I want to do. And if she wants to go have fun, then I'm like, okay, go do it.
Yeah.
So we can be independent as well as be a great team. So I feel like it helped a lot in that
That's very
regard.
cool.
Mm-hmm.
Very cool.
Chris and Jackie, I want to ask you both, because you have a decent number of followers on Instagram, but not an astounding amount, right? And so, when the comments started blowing up, was that surprising to you, Chris? Because it comes out of nowhere, and then you're kind of blindsided by it, and you felt all right, I kind of need to respond to this.
I will say, like, on Twitter, I think I had like 250 followers, and now I have like almost 5,000. So it was like quite a jump. And, you know, previously I had tweeted and I was like, Jackie, I think I'm pretty funny. Like, one of these could really go one of these days if I had like any followers. So I definitely wasn't ready for like to get that many and like to get all that interaction. But I don't know. I feel like, you know, we've grown up with social media. We're, you know, younger like that. So we've seen other people go through it and just.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, I will say it was really shocking to get that many comments and that large of a response. But, you know, I've seen other people just out of nowhere go viral or suddenly have a post blow up or a TikTok blow up. So we have seen things like that before. So at least it wasn't like super jarring, but it was pretty surprising when it's actually you that's going through that.
Yeah.
Especially when you look at it and what it boils down to is ugly man proposes to beautiful woman and she says yes.
Goddess says yes to troll.
Yeah. It's like, thank you.
And it's just,
maybe.
but it's
I don't know.
it's the headline that captures it. So
nah, it's cute. It's
I
love it.
there's just nothing but a wonderful affirmation of what is the truth, you know. And I'd say this all the time. Eventually, you find that person. My wife and I sat and ripped apart TV shows last night and had a blast. And then she comes up, I'm asleep. She comes in to complain about the show that she was watching, and I she comes up and complains that the dog wasn't in the thing long enough, and I'm like, I loved her for doing that, and those are the things that will matter in the long term, and so it's great to see this, you know, that you guys have this already and understand that. So don't let those scumbags ruin it for you.
Oh, yeah. Don't worry. We won't let them ruin it for us at all. If user 20746 thinks that we're not meant to be, like, that's all right. Like, we're going to be okay.
So I have to ask Jackie, being the captain of the Sixers dance team, and you've been on the team for several years. What do you eventually, are you going to continue dancing? Do you want to work with these Sixers in another capacity organization when you're done with the dance team, or what do you think?
Yeah, of course. So I currently am slowly working my way into the offices. I'm helping out my director and my coach with a lot of different things behind the scenes. So that's been really nice. So I want to continue dancing for as long as I can because this is just my passion. I love it. And there's no better feeling in the world than being on that court and dancing for all those fans.
And you have to try out every year for the squad, right?
Yeah, so we used to have to try out every year. Now we don't do that anymore.
Oh.
So it's more of a long-term, long-standing position.
I did not know that.
If you marry someone who's very plain looking, you get 3 years extra.
yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Right.
Hey, Chris, did you get out of having to buy any Christmas presents after delivering the ring?
No, so I had the Christmas present ahead of time, and I love Christmas. I love getting Jackie and everybody good presents.
Yeah.
Like, truthfully is the season of giving. So I got her Ed Sheeran tickets for when he's at the link and we're in the pit. So
nice.
I'm excited for that too.
Moshing at
Ed Sheeran moshing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's great.
Yeah.
You ever give her Sixers tickets?
No. I think she can get me those.
You know, I'm usually there, so.
No, that's awesome. It's great.
Now, by the way, here's a text that says he's pretty hot, too.
There you go.
I'm looking. Listen, you have a really nice smile.
Thanks, Mom.
You do. You also have a really nice voice. You have a very resonant voice. And I was thinking, and I know you're a sports fan, going into, you wouldn't at this stage, but going into broadcasting.
You know, I have heard that before at, my desk jobs or whatever. People have been like, you have a really nice voice for radio. And I was like, oh my God, really? Like, you think so?
I mean, honestly.
Well, listen, that's the occupation we're in because we're mutants, and except for Kathy and Marissa. But that's the old joke is face for radio. But the truth of the matter is, to get that voice and to get that tone, to start with that building block, and you have a good personality, it might be an avenue to check out, right?
I mean, listen, if you guys want to have me on more frequently, like I'll come back.
I think the only, honestly, like talking to you and looking at you, your only fault, and this is constructive criticism.
I hope you didn't come here to feel good about yourself.
Is you're a Patriots fan.
All right,
so your children.
But it's understandable,
Think
right?
of your children.
Yeah.
All right, listen. So I knew the truth was going to come out eventually. I did get a DM, and people were like, "The streets are saying you're a Celtics fan," and I was like, listen, Philadelphia, I love this city. I love you people. I was born and raised a Celtics fan. Jackie's happiness comes first. The Sixers winning means more to her than the Celtics winning will ever mean to me. So every time that, the playoffs come, I do root for the Sixers over the Celtics. That being said, once the Sixers are out, I bleed green.
Okay.
I will say that.
Well, listen, you have legitimately. It is your birthright that's where Casey would never have a problem with someone rooting for their hometown team. What he despises, of course, is the jumpers. And that's not something that
and just Cowboys fans,
or just Cowboys fans.
Yeah. I do have some family members that chose the Cowboys, which is very funny because one of them is my little brother, and I was like, you could have just had happiness. Like, it was right there. Like, you didn't have to, like, go anywhere else. It was, like, no one would have judged you. We're from Massachusetts. And he was like, I know. Like, I know. You don't need to remind me. I know.
Wow. Did anybody from the team acknowledge or congratulate you? Or were they, was it in between, was it during a break or was it during halftime that the whole thing happened?
Yeah, so it was during a quarter break.
Okay.
They're in their...
they're busy, I know. But every now and then they notice what's going on,
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
But we got a lot of congratulations back of house, or at least I did, because I'm back of house a lot of time. And then George Niang reached out on Instagram, or not Instagram, Twitter, and he followed Chris. And so Chris is very excited about that.
There you go. Look at that. It's off and running now.
Exactly. So him and the rest of the team all invited to the wedding if they, they can make it.
No, because they're going to eat a lot of that chicken marsala. So it's you got to be careful.
Have you made plans on venue or anything like that yet, or you just that's later on?
So we already started reaching out to venues. We definitely want to get married in the Philadelphia area, but we're just kind of scoping it out.
Make sure it has high ceilings.
For sure. And I want to have just a big wedding. We have a ton of friends and family. I mean, Chris already started his guest list. I started mine, and I was like, I have like 60 to 70 people. I think I'm finished. And he was like, okay, I have 148. So, and I was like, how do you know this many people? But
like I said, from the small town, so the whole town got the invite. That's basically what it was. So.
Sam Drucker, all other people, Floyd the barber, the whole group. Wow.
Yeah, everybody's coming.
Well, people are loving the chemistry you guys have via our texts that are coming in right now. So obviously this is the right move. You guys,
it is clearly.
You guys are going to have a nice life, I think. So and have we posted the video on our on WMMR.com or PrestonandSteve.com? Yeah, if you want to see it, if you haven't watched it yet.
Hey, and also at Friday's game, they're honoring Matt Cord. Matt's been with the Sixers for 25 years.
Is it that long?
Yeah.
Wow.
So he's going to ring the bell. He's got his whole family going. Yeah. So it's going to be a Matt Cord night.
That's this Friday?
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. We just saw he popped down here to say hi to
He says he's going to propose to Jackie that night.
Oh, my God.
Anybody want to use my tickets? Because I can't go.
Big night for him. All right. What's the matter?
I can't go. I had plans on Friday night. Anybody want my tickets?
I'll gladly
Chris
go.
will take him.
I'll try not to show up Matt in his big night. So
early wedding present for Chris.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Well, congratulations, you guys. Thanks for coming by and sharing your story. And we wish you nothing but the best.
Yes.
Thank you so much for having us. It's been so exciting being here.
Yeah,
well,
this has been great. And
congratulations.
just a quick shout out to Jackie's dad. This is his favorite show, so he was very excited that we were
I grew
on
up
it.
listening to you guys every morning on the way to school and stuff like that. So
We're incredibly old.
I know. I was like, oh, cool, your dad.
All right. So love for Jackie and Chris, everybody.
Yeah.
Good luck to you guys. We're going to take a break, and we'll be back in just a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
And so forth. And
You got a headache? Are you ready? You got a headache? You want immediate relief? Then you got to have Tylenol. Rapid release. Come on. Rapid release. You can't wait. Your head hurts.
But Jim,
it was the weirdest thing, and in Puerto Rico of all places too. It was hilarious.
Regular Excedrin stinks.
but it gave you the strength because you were missing your daughter, and you just to keep on going, right?
I love you. Exactly.
I miss you so much. But Daddy's working out. Rapid release Tylenol.
Down here in Puerto Rico.
Oh my God.
They can't come home right now. It's with the Puerto Ricans trying to mix rapid release Tylenol.
I hope no one's calling in for sympathy.
Not gonna get it.
Because when you got your head, it feels like it's a punching bag. You got to have immediate relief.
Yeah, well, listen, it could come.
What's that up on the roof? It sounds like a seizure.
You have to take a few Tylenol, for that, maybe like a billion.
But it's like a billion.
Yeah.
To shut down your kidneys.
An artificial tongue that can taste minute differences between varieties of Scotch whiskey could be the key to identifying counterfeit alcohol.
I was watching this story yesterday, and the guy, I guess the guy who invented it, Preston, has a really thick Scottish brogue.
Yeah, so they're engineers from the University of Glasgow and Strathclyde in Scotland that created this, yes.
So and it can, the whole purpose is to distinguish knockoff Scotch, basically?
Counterfeit alcohol.
Wow.
Well, because you're talking about, big money when it comes to
also
some brands of alcohol.
Listen, Angus, I'm taking this home for the weekend. It's the missus's birthday.
Yeah, it's the artificial tongue.
Here, sit on this for about an hour.
The study
You'll be seeing Israeli parasites in no time.
Involving arranging submicroscopic slices of the two metals in a checkerboard pattern of taste buds.
Look at that tongue go.
Which are around 500 times smaller than those on a human tongue.
So
the scientists measured the plasmonic resonance, or the tiny difference in how much light they absorb, to identify the types of whiskey.
Will this be the companion piece to the fleshlight?
Maybe, or the Sibian. It could be used in food safety testing, quality control, security,
frat parties,
really any area where a portable, reusable method of tasting would be useful. But one whiskey expert cast doubt on the artificial tongue's effectiveness. Charles McLean.
This is a crock of crap.
A master.
You and your stupid tongue. I see right through your ruse, you knob niffler. That's a Scottish insult.
Is it?
I just made it
It
up.
is now. You knob niffler.
Niffling knobs all day.
No, his title is he is a master of the quaich.
You're a master of the quaich.
The Scotch.
You wee weenied prick.
The Scotch whiskey industry's highest accolade.
Oh, it's a compliment I just paid you. I didn't even know it.
Is master of the quaich, by the way.
You're a master of the quaich.
Master of the queef.
And your wife is a master of the queef. Yeah, I said it. You tongue-building ass.
He said, flavor assessment in the whiskey industry is done by smell, taste, and texture. Of all
the 3 R's.
Of all...
What? I'm Scottish.
Of all the senses employed, smell is the most important, he says.
Absolutely.
Whiskey blenders and quality assessors rely entirely...
Stick your tongue in your nose.
So anyhow, they made an artificial tongue.
You made it. Look at you.
Yeah.
You're finally living the dream. You made your stupid ass tongue.
You fake tongue
you
freak.
You frig nibbler.
Frig nibbler.
He's just making things up.
I'm making them up and they're sticking.
I love it.
I'm rubber, you're glue.
You frig nibbler.
You frig nibbler. You chowder huffer. When an angry Scotsman says it, it carries more weight.
You lollygagger.
He's a carp tickler. That's a compliment.
Here's the thing. When I make jokes about people that have disabilities, never the person with the disability gets mad at me.
Well, there you go.
Ever.
There you go.
It's always the person who knows the person with a disability. It's always the person who is like, my son.
Do you get extra firepower because you are a person of smaller stature?
Yes, I'm a dwarf, midget, person, short stature, and I know it's my voice. You can't tell. I'm not on the radio like, plus some stuff. Woohoo! Like, no, I don't sound like that. But yes, I get a little more leeway because it's really hard to get mad at the dwarf who's making jokes.
Do you ever have someone get pissed off at you and then not realize that you are, and then like you see them like
Yeah, on the radio. Yeah, on the radio that happens because, like I said, I don't sound like. And then they come like, "How dare? What? How would you like it if you have a disability?" It's like, I can't wear adult clothes. Like I gotta pick up chicks with Bob the Builder on my T-shirt. All right, yeah. Like I did a show a few weeks ago, and there's a guy in the audience, and he was in a wheelchair. And he didn't have any legs, right? And I immediately started making fun of him. Right. And he laughing. You could tell he's laughing because the chair was moving back and forth real fast. And the audience got mad. And like one dude stood up. He's like, "Stop making fun of him. What if he gets mad at you?" And I was like, "I'll run up some stairs. I'm not worried. This guy's not gonna do. He's not a threat." So yeah, like it's always the people that don't have the ailment that I'm talking about that get mad.
Do you ever get hit up for do scripts come your way for yeah. And what's the most bizarre you've gotten sent your way?
Oh my god.
Because you know you had when the Hervé Villechaize story was being done, right?
Well, yeah, because that's Dinklage though.
Yeah.
That's the problem.
He produced it.
He's the Dinklage is the top guy. I hate Peter Dinklage. It's strictly jealousy. It has nothing to do with him as a person. He's probably a delightful human being, but he's in everything. If they made a movie and called it the Brad Williams story, it would be starring Peter Dinklage. It's madness.
What's the craziest thing you've been offered? Yeah.
Well, the craziest thing I was ever offered, and I actually did it. So this one dude wrote me and said, "Hey, I'm doing a horror film, and I need you to be like a monster or whatever."
Really?
And I was like, "All right, cool." And I had to sit in the chair. They put the mold all around me. You have to sit there for however many minutes.
It's claustrophobic, right?
Yeah, so the mold sets. It's really kind of scary. And then you do it, and then he goes, "Okay, this is going to be the monster mold." And I did the film. It's like some low budget independent.
Yeah.
It's nothing anyone's seen. What I didn't know is that the guy took the mold and sold it to somebody who turned me into a sex toy.
Are you kidding?
That is
There's a Brad Williams sex doll?
Yes. Well, not anymore because I sued them.
Were you flattered?
Unbelievable.
Were you slightly flattered?
Slightly flattered, but like, dude, it was freaky because someone gave me the website.
Did you get one at least before you sued him? Because you could literally go F yourself.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, yeah. My wife could have something to do while I was gone. But yeah, like I looked at this website. It was me. It was
God.
me. And I just thought to myself, like, how weird is this going to be if someone on the street who bought this sees me walking the other way and just goes, "Whoa!" Like, and it just like has this weird reaction. I'm like, "Why are you acting like that?" He's like, I usually put my penis somewhere on you. That's great.
Was it being marketed as Brad Williams? Or?
No,
I'm sure not. Yeah.
No, it was marketed as like a midget sex toy. Like this is how you could bang a dwarf. And
What
I'm
a
just
world!
Like,
Wow.
Yeah, and I'm
What
just
a
like,
world.
wow. So yeah, I had to get my legal team involved in that.
Brad, what were they going for? Do you know? I'm just curious.
It was like $125. It was like an expensive sex toy.
Wow.
I once was asked to play in a charity golf tournament, and I thought, absolutely great. I'll go play in the charity golf tournament, and I do. And they had these golf carts that had the names of all the celebrities on the golf carts. So I'm walking, and it's like it's Bill Engvall was in it, and like some guy from Greece, not John Travolta. So who the hell cares? And then I see my golf cart. It says "Wee Man" on the golf cart.
No way.
Yeah, it says "Wee Man" on the golf cart, and at first I was pissed, and then the group I was playing with start walking towards me, going, "Oh, we're so glad we got Wee Man. All our friends got lame celebrities. We got Wee Man." I'm like, "Oh God, now I got it."
Yep.
Now I can't be like, "You actually did get a lame celebrity." So I faked it. I faked being Wee Man because I thought, these guys are giving a lot of money to charity.
Sure.
Let's make sure they have a good time. So like I faked it. I started saying I was Wee Man. Then we get to this hole that's sponsored by Hooters, because if you play in these charity golf tournaments, there's always the holes that are sponsored by different restaurants, corporations, whatever. So the hole is sponsored by Hooters. It's a bunch of girls. They're the Hooters girls. They have the wings and beer and stuff. And we walk up, and this Hooters waitress sees me and goes, "That's not Wee Man."
Wow.
And I'm like, "Wait, what? No, I'm Wee Man." Like, Because now this has gone down to like 12, 14 holes. I can't like just suddenly turn around. So I'm like, no, what are you talking about, a wee man? And she goes, no, that's not wee man. I had sex with Wee Man.
Oh, God.
You are not Wee Man. And I'm like, what? So I run up to her.
Oh, my God.
I grab her by the wrist and I kind of explain to her the situation. And I'm like, hey, I know I'm not Wee Man. These guys are doing it for charity. Think I am. The freaking charity thought I was.
Yeah.
Like, so it's on them. This is not me trying to do this. Just play along. And I peeled her off like $40 because when you give $40 to a Hooters waitress, they'll do anything.
So did she immediately, was she receptive to it, or did you have to work her?
She immediately flipped around and was like, oh, okay, totally get it. And she's like, never mind, I was wrong, Wee Man. And I thought, kudos to her.
Yeah.
Because she's, first of all, she blatantly just yelled out in front of a group of strangers, I had sex with a midget. And then a few minutes later says it to the same strangers, I had sex with a midget and forgot which midget it was. So that's kudos to her.
Yeah, that's worth $40.
That's worth $40 just for that moment. But then,
oh my God,
here's the best part.
All right,
it's not done. Here's the best part. I like, so now the problem is solved, and now the guys are like all teeing off, and I go to the back and I kind of go to her and go, hey, so you had sex with Wee Man? And she goes, yeah, I had sex with Wee Man. And she goes, he came in the restaurant, he chatted me up, and it was good. I recognized him, and then we had a little fun. And then she goes, here, I'll show you a picture. And she busts out the picture, and she shows me the picture, and I look at the picture, and I go, that's my dwarf friend Sean.
Oh, yes! That's not Wee Man.
That's not
She
Wee
did
Man.
not have sex with Wee Man. She had sex with Sean.
I like Kevin Costner, so I'm sticking to it. You know what he's doing? He does the voice of the dog in The Art of Racing in the Rain, that new movie coming out.
The Art of Racing in the Rain. What's that about?
So it's one of these endless series of stories like a dog's purpose of dogs. I'm a sucker for all of them, but this is another. You're hearing the dog's thoughts. Right. And Milo Ventimiglia, and who is the girl from Mean Girls?
I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
I love her to death.
Amanda Seyfried. Amanda Seyfried.
Yeah.
And so it's actually my wife's favorite book, but I kept seeing the commercial. I'm like, I know that voice. It's Kevin Costner.
Cool.
I would love to see what they're actually thinking.
Why don't you lick her butt? Go ahead.
Never mind.
No, you'd love to see what? It's about the dog thing?
Yeah.
All right, what?
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Just keep-
It's
move
the
on.
story of a dog and his thoughts.
Lick her butt. Go ahead, lick it. You love it.
I licked mine. I love that.
Hey, where do you want to go for dinner, buddy? Doesn't matter. I eat frozen turds. So when are you going to lick her ass?
Get off that!
Lick her butt already.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Hey, buddy.
All right.
I love you, man. I know you're getting up there in years. Yeah. Did you lick her butt yet? Because that's really a lot of what dogs think about.
That's what they do. They love it. Yeah.
Hey, I just ate some tampons.
Oh, my God. Dude, we eventually...
I know.
It's finally stopped in our house. We finally got a trash can with a little closing lid on the top of it.
Right. They're predators.
For the bathroom.
If they're going to rip a rabbit to pieces in your yard,
yeah, exactly.
A tampon's like a buffet.
Oh, my cats can get into those trash cans.
Oh, really?
I have to put the heavy tissue box holder on top of the trash can with the lid.
No kidding. Okay.
Pets are so fun and
Aren't
cute.
they? Aren't they
They're
adorable?
eating your tampons.
Yeah, they rip animals apart in the backyard.
Buddy is
WMMR.
All right, thank you very much, Kathy. I figured it's time for the first noticer of the year. And you know what? Maybe because it is the first one of the year, should I put the mask on?
I think that'd only be appropriate.
All right, let me...
It's the Noticer 2023. A different noticer, but still committed to noticing. He notices so you don't have to.
That's right.
You lost your mask, didn't you?
No, I got it right.
You got it right.
But it's the elastic on the band is really shot. So...
Oh, no.
Well, your maybe your head's losing weight.
I'll try.
Is it? Oh my! You know what? I did notice that. I don't want to say anything. Yeah. Have you been doing ear ups?
Your head
doing my
looks
head ups.
less wide.
All right, I can't.
No, you can. You just wear it up like you're Audrey Hepburn.
There you go.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
All right, that works.
Why, Mrs. Elliott, you're beautiful.
Thank you. All right, so this is only
That looks like a dip bowl. Yeah.
Hang on. I'll just put it on my forehead.
Yeah, I'm sure at some point Batman.
That better?
You know.
Now it looks kind of like a bow on top of my head.
Actually, you look like Rebecca of Sunnybrook Farm.
All right, so actually, I got this story. I noticed this story via Casey, who noticed it via Jackie Bam Bam.
So that's a double notice bang shot.
Yeah, and so I have very little details. It was a Twitter post, but apparently, at the Eagles game after the Mummers parade, there was a guy in a Mummers costume. I guess he is with one of the brigades, or I don't know. But apparently he saved somebody's life at the
It's amazing.
At the game.
Yeah.
Was he dressed as a stethoscope?
I just saw a little blurb on Twitter, and the Twitter was a picture of this guy, and it just said, this dude saved this guy's life.
That's amazing.
At the Eagles game. So apparently somebody who was sitting just a couple of rows behind this guy, who just so happened to be an ER doctor.
Why aren't first responders required to dress like mummers?
Yeah, I don't
Wouldn't
know.
lighten the mood a little bit.
Totally. Yeah, especially for a scary situation like this. It's like, oh.
It just says cute. ER Doc came to a Mummers parade, saved his life. Vince, who is a member of the Carolina NYB, saved a person's life at the Eagles game on New Year's Day. And that's all.
Well, that's amazing.
Like a dude was out cold blue.
Oh, here we go.
Wow.
This Mummer sitting 2 seats to the right of me at the Eagles game is an ER Doc. At Einstein, 10 rows behind us, something happened where a dude ended up being upside down with the top of his head on the step in the aisle. He was pulseless and literally blue. The ER doc who came from the Mummers Parade literally saved his life. Dude was so lucky this guy was so close because it took a long time for medical staff to get to him. And that was more exciting than the second quarter than I had expected, they had said. So that's great news. And yeah, so obviously time is the issue immediately.
So with the focus, obviously, what's been in the news, statistically, in your larger venues, how many
be a fair amount of people with medical
events.
training.
Right, or
I mean,
medical
not
training and medical events that occur.
Oh, that are happening.
Right.
That happen at any point in time. Yeah, for sure. Because that's what I thought about when DeMar Hamlin was passed out on the field and they took him away. I'm like, I wonder across the country at all the football games that took place, how many people in the stands probably had, not maybe that severe maybe, but maybe had a heart attack. I'll bet you it happens all the time. You're
having
about
60, 70,000 people together?
Thousands of people collectively. It's got to happen at all,
Do they? So they have obviously first responders. Do they have gynecologists at the ready?
Wow.
I mean, yes, I've gone to an Eagles game and had
Use
an
the
exam.
gyno there?
Yeah. I've had it. I wanted to kill two birds with one stone.
We
you know
got
what
a
I mean?
yeast infection back here in section 1.
We have a yeast infection.
Does anyone have a speculum?
But I told you guys this yesterday, but I was at an Eagles game and I saw essentially what happened. The guy had passed away from a heart attack, and I saw it all happening. And then last year at a Sixers game, I saw the same exact thing, and that was a stroke. But I mean, it happens.
I mean, you have that many people together in a situation. It's statistically bound to happen.
Dude, we were
not
at
every event, but
we were at Hamilton at the Academy of Music.
Yes.
And somebody during the performance,
expired?
Well, I don't think they died, but medical people came in and started working on them.
Gynecologist?
And the gynecologist showed up immediately.
Yeah. We got a yeast infection!
No, they started working on this person, and the old adage, the show must go on.
Yeah.
The show kept going on. And they were clearly, I don't remember, I don't think they were doing compressions on him, but this person was on the ground, lying down, medical professionals checking him out, and they got them out of there eventually, and the show
I'm sure that if someone in the audience were to die, that might be at least taking a pause worthy, right? I mean, the show...
Take a break.
Right. I'm sure at times the show doesn't go on.
Oh, there's a song in Hamilton called Take a Break.
Oh, there you go.
Take a break.
Well, and you know what? They were talking about, the game and it being postponed and all of that. And some people were like, well, why? Why did they postpone it? They took him off. They took him to the hospital. But I think what a lot of people don't realize is if you doing CPR and watching that being done. Like it's not
Dramatic.
like a little like, okay, we're gonna pump on his chest. Like
Yeah.
it can be very traumatic, a bit violent.
That's why they were ringing to make sure that it was invisible to.
But you think those players who were out there, they saw that.
And that's their friend.
That's their friend.
Yeah.
That's their friend.
Yeah.
And then you're right, Kath, because the Sixers game that I watched, this happened last year. It was happening across the arena.
Yeah.
It wasn't right next to me, and I saw it. Like, I could see it. And as a matter of fact, Chuck was like one section over, and I was texting. I'm like, what the F is going on over there? And he was giving me the updates. But, like, yeah, I mean, and
that person expired?
They expired, yeah. Yeah, it was unfortunate. Like, they were there by themselves. But somebody in the crowd, apparently, whoever this person was sitting next to, like, that they were a nurse, so they were a medical professional, so they were, I guess, in
Trying to do something,
But
yeah.
like the EMS, like I didn't see anybody come down to help in like
couldn't get
minutes.
tickets.
Yeah.
Let me go to, I'm going to go to Ed, who works EMS services for Philly Sports and can shed a little bit of light on this. Hey, Ed, good morning.
Good morning, guys.
Hey.
Yeah, I work for actually a old sponsor of yours, National Event Services.
Oh,
yeah.
So we have essentially every venue in Philly with the exception of the Link. So I can't talk about what happened at the Link. I don't even know. I wasn't there. But you would be surprised how many medical emergencies happen during these events.
Yeah.
Sporting events, you'd think that, like, you know, hey, they're just people going to watch a baseball game.
Right.
It's fun and all that. The World Series alone, I missed portions of the game because I was treating people who had fallen over or, and actually, fallen and split their head open because they tripped over a stair or something like that. Like, I've seen heart attacks. I've seen overdoses. I've seen, I could run the gamut of a medical emergencies that you'd be surprised happen at what you'd think would be, there's usually a fair amount as far as, medical personnel there. In case to your point of the Sixers, I know for a fact when we have the Sixers, there's 2 guys on the court. There's 2 guys in the upper level, and then there's like 4 guys on the main level.
And I'll bet, Ed, that there's almost, I'll bet there's rarely an event where at least, one thing doesn't happen. You know what I mean? I bet there's.
Oh, yeah, there's very rarely. I mean, occasionally, like I've worked at smaller events like the TLA or something like that where, it's a much smaller crowd. You get away with maybe someone gets heat exhaustion or something. You treat them for that
A
little
sonogram.
longer, a little time, something like that, easy. But yeah, most of the times when there's the sporting events, we actually have our own ambulance on scene.
Mm-hmm.
So, and we transport if we have to.
Is there a medical facility? I mean, I assume they have some sort of, at least like a triage capability?
We have. I don't even know what they call that. The upper level, the mezzanine, I guess, and then one on the main concourse.
Okay. Wow.
And then we have. There's always, not only is there EMTs, but there's also paramedics on scene. So like they can administer the drugs and do the, put the person on the monitor, that kind of stuff. And there's also, even at the Phillies games there's actually usually a doctor on scene.
Okay.
All right.
So we actually have an actual medical doctor on scene.
Yeah, it just stands to reason again. That many people, you're statistically going to encounter with, as you said, it could be falling down the steps or the Heimlich somewhere. It's going to happen.
It's scary though, because like 2 years in a row at the Fish concerts that I went to on the beach in Atlantic City, the first year I went, dude went down face first. Thank God he fell into the sand because he would have busted out all his teeth, but he was out, right? And you're talking a sea of 30,000 people, and I'm standing there. I'm like, that dude's he's out, and like nobody was helping him, and so then next thing I have to run over and I have to like turn him over and then try and remember my lifeguard training from when I was 16 years old. Like, all right, what am I supposed to do first?
Well, when it comes to going through a crowd, my partners actually like me because I have like the loudest, most obnoxious voice there is when I'm shouting for people to get out of the way.
Yeah. Well, you actually somebody was there probably within a minute or two. I was able to get the guy conscious again, and then he went back out into.
It was a guy with a hacky sack.
No, he was then unconscious again, and then he was conscious, and then when he regained consciousness the second time, that's when like the EMS was there. Thank God, because I'm like, Do I have to do like chest compressions?
I don't know what I'm doing.
No, I know how to do it.
I'm not a gynecologist.
Like I know how to do it. Like, but I don't want to. I don't want to do the give this guy mouth to mouth and chest compressions.
Honestly, festivals. I would say festivals, concerts, things like that are usually, to be honest, they're a lot of overdoses and people taking things they shouldn't and not realizing. Maybe overdose is the wrong way. They take it, they don't realize what it's going to do to their body, and they're like, I'm freaking out.
Then they panic.
I'm sure you get a lot of that, like are the Muppets on Ice stuff.
I'm sorry?
Muppets on Ice. I'm sure there's a lot of that.
No, but like we just had hijinks this past weekend.
Well,
and,
I mean, what is?
Right.
I mean, that's we've seen it. We used to do
every year at the MM barbecue.
Exactly.
I mean, it happens.
Exactly.
We try to warn people, but it's an all-day festival. It's a great show, and it's in May, so it's at least it's not the dead of summer. But like people drink all day and they party all day or whatever, and so when they do that type of behavior, it's just inevitable.
Oh, the Y100 Festival used to be. I mean, like in the dead of August.
Yeah.
All right, Ed. Thanks for your call. Appreciate it, bud. We'll see you.
Bye.
On that note, I made a decision over the holidays.
Drink more?
No.
Oh.
I'm done pre-gaming.
Oh.
Really?
I'm not going to pre-game anymore.
Oh my God! You know what my pregame is?
What?
Cup of coffee.
Yeah.
Cup of black coffee, or maybe an espresso.
Yeah.
That's how I pregame.
Yeah.
I realized that I went out.
Me too.
We went to a what do you call it? A comedian, and we went out to dinner. And I sat down at the table. I was like, I need a double espresso stat.
Really?
What a dick.
Get you to no, but no,
Alexa
I
Hente's here.
No, I find out that I found that if I pregame, then my night is going to end a little bit earlier, and I don't want my night to end earlier. So I'm going to just hold on. I will till a little bit later on, and then I'll pair it up. That was a voice.
Yeah, I loved it.
Thank you. It started off by accident.
Pudding, please.
God,
Oh, so you corrected.
We'll start with the tapioca.
Small glass of tapioca, please.
That was the vocal equivalent of tripping on the boardwalk and then all just going into
Do
a
a little
slow
dance.
jog. Yeah, I'm just going to go. I'm just jogging for no reason, real quick, guys.
That's exactly what that was. By the way, speaking of emergencies at sporting events, Steve sent me this article that I noticed.
More noticing.
About the only NFL player to actually die on the field. And that person actually spent 3 years in an Eagles uniform. His name was Chuck Hughes. He was 28 years old. He was a wide receiver for the Detroit Lions in a game against the Bears at Tiger Stadium. The Eagles had traded him to the Lions in the summer of 1970, less than a year and a half before. There were 62 seconds left in the game. Lions were behind 28-23, and Hughes, as he headed back to the huddle, collapsed.
Jeez.
A blood clot had formed in one of his arteries, and he was pronounced dead later that day, but it happened on the field. I don't know if he was in an active play or not, but apparently there were newspaper stories about him that said that he was born in Philadelphia, but he actually grew up in Abilene, Texas, and he was the Eagles selected him in the fourth round of the 1967 draft. Because the team was already, they were stocked with receivers, Ben Hawkins and Harold Jackson. So Hughes didn't see much playing time. He was eventually more productive with the Lions. And, it was that game. Wow. It was against the Bears. The Lions ran a 2-minute drill in an attempt to pull off a come-from-behind victory. And this is interesting and sad. His widow, Sharon, revealed in an interview in 1991 that the couple had had an argument at a party the night before Hughes' death.
Oh, that's awful.
The argument was over. Listen to what the argument was over. Whether they should allow their son Shane, who was nearly 2 at the time, chew gum. And it escalated to the point that the two of them left the party. Sharon went home. Chuck went to the team hotel, and they never got a chance to speak.
That's why
again.
every morning when you're leaving your house, get into a fight with your wife.
Yes, so it ends.
You will
terribly.
regret it if you didn't get the chance. To start a fight.
But Case, you were asking the other day about what would happen if someone actually died on the field.
I had no idea that actually ever happened.
Yeah, I was not aware.
That's the only one on record. I mean, it's weird. Like we were talking about in horse racing.
Yeah.
Where they will, you'll see. I was at Belmont once when they put a horse down on the track. Yeah.
I've seen it. I saw it at.
They don't do that with play.
Keeneland. They bring out a kind of a tent. Now.
Yeah.
So people don't have to look at the animal in pain.
It is a different kind of tent now, Preston. There's the one closed part, and then the other side they start selling meat.
Oh,
Yeah, there's horse meat for sale on the other side of the
door
tent.
closes, Steve.
Yeah, you'll hear a pause, and then you'll hear a chainsaw running.
Right.
Waste not, want not.
Right.
But I wonder if there are other sporting events. Sorry, Kath. Like a rodeo, where people are tossed off of horses and bucking broncos and bulls. Where
You almost had a 1,500-pound bull jump on your nuts.
well, yeah. And
Where they get killed?
yeah,
Sure. Absolutely. Every now and then,
Chess.
bullfighting.
yeah.
You'll hear somebody getting killed. Now, that's a bit of a controversial sport, but that's a good question. I wonder what the most lethal sport in the world
It might
is.
well be bullfighting, right? I mean,
Maybe.
Or what about?
I always root for the bull.
What about triathlons? Because I always hear the triathlons are like humans aren't supposed to do that. Like a full triathlon.
Yeah.
I used to do voiceover for a TV show called World's Worst Sports Disasters.
Yes.
And every episode had rodeo stuff in it. And you would see these guys just get, just tossed like rag dolls.
Because the animals, they don't want them on them. They're bucking naturally. They're trained to buck, and they also have some. As you said, Preston, it's controversial because I don't know how they do it now, but for the longest time they would have these uncomfortable harnesses that would make them buck.
So this article says base jumping is the #1 most dangerous sport in the world. I see that as more of an activity than a sport.
Well,
Yeah.
So I have. There's a full list,
Okay.
and that's base jumping is #1 on that list. It was put out in July of 21.
All right. What else is on that list?
Horse riding is second.
No kidding.
Yeah.
And #3, horse base jumping.
Wait, for the horses or for the jockeys?
Does the horse pull the chute?
Yeah, that's the problem. They have the hooves and they can't.
Yeah.
They're grasping.
Yeah. That's just got disaster written all over it.
Has anyone?
Case, it's for the jockeys.
Okay. For the jockeys. That'd be kind of cool, though, Steve. If if you go skydiving with a horse in the plane, right?
Yeah.
And then
you run out the back,
and then the
like
horse,
a halo.
You're riding the horse.
Yeah.
The horse goes galloping out the back.
Right.
Give him a parachute.
How
too.
long can you stay up?
Right.
Could you land?
Right.
We need to do that.
We should try this.
I saw it with a dog.
Could you land on a horse with a proper horse harness at a full gallop when you come down?
There's got to be horse parachutes.
They just opened up a place in Mannion.
Yeah. Well,
There's a whole horse parachute store.
What's Operation Dumbo Drop? Didn't they drop an elephant out of a
Yeah,
plane once?
but
I don't remember.
that actually happened. They did do that. There was some sort of historical event, according to the movie press, that they at some point dropped an elephant.
So the headline of this it says deadliest sports in the world, but
I kind of think I agree with the activity thing.
Well,
I think
'cause
base jumping's more like a
number
hobby.
3 is scuba diving. So that's sort of right. Like
I'm talking about like a competition.
And then number 4 is running with the bulls, which obviously yes.
Okay, so let's talk about spectator sports.
Yeah.
I mean, your classic spectator.
Well,
if you
NASCAR?
refine the search.
Car racing, that counts.
Yeah.
Do they have
for fatalities? I would assume that
horse
ranks.
NASCAR racing?
Soccer's on this list.
Yeah, so it's football, basketball. There's a different one, but these are just dangerous sports. So, soccer's #1 actually for injuries, I assume, but for death, we're talking about lethal,
right?
Auto racing's got to be way up there, I would imagine.
It's not. I mean, listen, it's not. I'm just at this list. It's not up there at
Not
least.
horse base jumping?
I'm scrolling down to see if I can
Well,
find
and also surprisingly, golf is on the list, and you wouldn't think because it's not really a contact sport, but people go out and they've been drinking, or they're out of shape, or lightning can strike from time to time. So, like
Claude Giroux.
What? Oh, that's right.
Remember?
Yeah, he lost control of the club, right?
Yep.
And,
What happened?
Sliced his hand open.
Oh, that's
He
right.
got hurt pretty bad. He was out for several games.
You mentioned Claude. So I found out yesterday that Chris Pronger had the same exact thing that happened to Hamlin happened to him. Hamlin, sorry. And the same exact thing. He collapsed on the ice. He took a puck to the chest.
Yes.
Collapsed on the ice.
Hit it the wrong time.
Wrong time. Same exact thing happened. And then he went on to have a 12-year NHL career afterwards. So that is
we only hope the same.
promising.
Yeah, please.
Not that necessarily we need to get this guy back on the football field, but
Yeah.
he can get back to having a decent life.
We're looking at the video of Pronger. It's when he
Terrifying.
played with the Blues, and sure enough, he got up and he started to skate away, and then boom, he went down, and then you see his eyes; they're vacant.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Okay, yeah. Hang on real quick. I want to go to our buddy Craig on the line. Yo, Craig, what's up, man?
Merry New Year.
Merry New Year, sir. What's happening?
Professional wrestling, unfortunately, has had a number of wrestlers die in the ring. Casey, you might remember the $1 Million Man, Ted DiBiase.
He died in the ring?
His father was a wrestler, Mike DiBiase. He died in the ring.
One of the Von Erichs died. Remember, he was jumping from really high height
and hit the turnbuckle.
Yeah, and no,
that was you're thinking of Owen Hart.
Owen Hart. He fell.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. He was supposed to be like I guess maybe rappel onto the
right. And his neck snapped on the turnbuckle.
Yeah, and his head hit the turnbuckle, and he was dead in the ring. Another wrestler in Puerto Rico, Perro Aguayo, he was wrestling Rey Mysterio actually, and his head hit the back of the turnbuckle, and he had a stroke, and he was laying dead on the ropes while Ray was going to give him the 619, and thankfully in the spot Ray missed. He was supposed to miss him, but he didn't. So he didn't know that Perro Aguayo was already dead while he was lying on the rope.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, he was only 35.
Yeah, but it happens a few times. Wow. Yeah. All right. Thanks for the heads up, Craig.
Yeah, I had to give you guys great news on for this.
Right. Yes. All right. Thanks, bud. All right. I want to switch gears a little bit here because I did notice something else.
More to notice.
But it does involve death, unfortunately.
But it does involve death.
Yeah. The question in this article, the headline is, are dead popes still hit in the head with a hammer?
Wait, what?
What?
Yes. And it gives a little detail about this. So Cardinal Kevin Farrell has been named Camerlengo. Following the death of the Pope, a Camerlengo has the duty of safeguarding and administering the goods and temporal rights of the Holy See during
we need to send someone to Home Depot.
No.
What?
We don't have the hammer.
Send the Carmelengo. It's his job.
Right.
Or the Camerlengo. Sorry, not Carmelengo. Send Carmen Miranda.
This hammer, I hit you in the head.
So he manages, the Camerlengo manages the church until the election of the next pontiff, oversees the conclave, gets a scepter covered in red velvet. The Camerlengo also verifies the passing of the Pope after the doctor has pronounced his death.
He hits him in the head with a hammer?
I think he's like tapping him. They're not like bashing his skull in.
Oh.
Hey,
this guy's dead. I've been pounding away.
In the...
You know, now that I think about it, he might not have been dead, and I just killed him.
In the past... wait. Casey
I stuck the holy sword through his chest, and he's dead.
In the past, this was done...
What do you think killed him?
We have fed him into the wood chipper and now believe that he's dead.
In the past, this was done by tapping him on the head 3 times with a ceremonial hammer and calling his baptismal name.
Eddie! Eddie! What happened to the elephant?
At that point, an elephant.
All right, I'll kill his elephant.
They have an elephant step on his balls.
All right.
Oh, my God.
First, we hit you in the head twice with a hammer, an elephant steps on your nuts, and we feed you into a wood chipper. To me, that seems problematic.
What the hell is an elephant doing there?
I don't know.
Okay.
Dude, it's right below the bell button.
The elephant is Catholic.
Yes.
I thought maybe I missed something.
So are you saying they still do this?
So hang on a second. So
right.
let me finish this. They tap him on the head 3 times.
Oh, yeah, because it was me that was stopping you from finishing the story.
I know, everybody.
Yeah, come on, Kathy.
Kathy.
You're slowing the progression of the story. She's always chiming in.
You're laughing the hardest. With a ceremonial hammer and calling his baptismal name in his native tongue. If he showed no response, the Camerlengo announced the Pope is dead. And then
Ding dong.
And then took possession of his ceremonial ring, which was often then smashed with the same hammer along with official seals.
Bring in his car keys. I'm going to smash them too.
At a time when...
What about... Listen, so I get this, but there certainly has to be... Could you just hold a mirror up to us?
Well, the Catholic Church is loaded with tradition and ceremonial stuff. So I think they just continue.
Bring out the wood chipper.
I think they continue this on. At a time when death could be difficult to determine and burial alive was a real possibility.
Yes.
This was not a quaint custom, but a genuine precaution.
Bring me the hacksaw.
There is a persistent legend that Thomas A. Kempis was buried alive. It was probably.
Yes, we're going to check to see if the pontiff is actually dead, and then I will run a wood planer along his ball sack. I think that should really seal the deal.
It was probably last performed at the death of Pope John the 23rd.
We forget that there was a time when, Preston, you still report on stories about people inadvertently being embalmed and or buried while they were still alive.
Or at least in the morgue.
So
or
maybe
body
the
bag.
hammer test is the way to go.
Or you could just do the ball tap, like Nick. Which not Billy Madison, which Adam Sandler movie is it where he wants to see if the guy is alive, and so the dude's laying on the ground.
Oh, is that
he taps him on the balls a couple times, like, "Hey, are you alive?"
Yeah. Oh man, I know the scene you're talking about, but I can't place it.
So the Vatican called this a myth, though, when it was reported in the
hammer
in the Guardian in 2003. But the tradition is fairly well attested. So yeah, they apparently
They should prop the body up in a dunk tank, right?
And then all the Cardinals get to throw a ball.
One ball.
And that narrows down the field. So everybody who
I don't
manages
care how stoic you are, you're going to buckle eventually.
to dunk the Pope,
It's cold. I told you he was alive.
They get a shot at being Pope. All right. I noticed some other things.
So the hammer we determined is a myth.
That's what they said, but they may still do it. Who knows? But yes, I'm sure it's just a ceremonial thing. It's not. They're not really taking a good
full mallet
swing at him or anything.
Sledgehammer.
All right, today's one of these national days, and I need to mention because they come and go. Today's National Spaghetti Day.
So when I saw this pop up, the question still remains: how is it determined? Who does the National Spaghetti Commission solicit for a day in honor of spaghetti, or because every day seems to have some sort of food attached to it as the official
It probably does.
day?
It probably every day has some kind of National Food Day of some sort. I don't know. So here, you want some facts about spaghetti?
Yes, absolutely.
Because that's all
Where
these
do you
are good
stand
for.
on spaghetti? Are you a fan?
Absolutely.
I love spaghetti.
Yeah, most
do you
definitely.
prefer it bolognese?
With meatballs.
Yeah, okay.
So any kind of meat sauce, or I'll take it. It's actually that is my preferred way. But like a vodka sauce, whatever, man.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm down with it. Carbonara.
Yes,
sure.
Bolognese is my favorite.
So here are a couple facts, and this is what you get when you find these national food days. They just give these little facts. Like I love this one. It says today we associate pasta with the Italians.
But wasn't it the Chinese that invented spaghetti?
It's true.
Actually,
They also invented the papal hammer.
No. The first
That's
historical
noodles.
reference to boiled noodles suggests that the Arabs invented the dish thousands of years ago. What's remarkable about this record is that it actually refers to dried noodles purchased from a vendor, which means that pasta has been sold in stores since at least the 5th century. And did you know that in the year 2000, 1.3 million pounds of spaghetti were sold in American grocery stores? If all of those packages were lined up, they would circle the earth 9 times.
9 times?
That is correct. Yes, 9 times altogether.
9 times.
9 times.
9 times.
Cold spaghetti, cold spaghetti. Cold spaghetti, cold spaghetti.
All right, so
It's one of the few. Cold spaghetti is absolutely no problem in my book.
yeah,
Absolutely.
I don't hate it. So
I've eaten the cold, uncooked SpaghettiOs from the can.
right out of the can.
Yeah.
I used to eat them that way too. The dish, let's see, invented a wide variety of pasta shapes. These include, oh man, some of these I can't even pronounce. Rotini, penne, tortellini, farfalle, and congeli.
What about papaya?
That's how you say that. Papaya. As in Vince Papaya?
Yeah, yeah. What do you? Which is your favorite of the various pasta configurations?
It would depend on what kind of sauce I'm having.
I think I'm a penne fan.
Yeah, like
Excuse me.
Can we put them into 2 different categories of like regular pastas and stuffed pastas?
Yeah, there's baked pastas usually, or what you're talking about. So yeah,
Because I think I prefer a tortellini over a ravioli as far as stuffed pastas are concerned.
okay. Okay, you mean that way? All right,
yeah.
I'm sorry. I was thinking more along the lines of lasagna, which I know you don't like.
Not a big fan. Not a big fan.
I like linguine. I think it's a nice mix of between, or a nice in between from fettuccine and spaghetti. So I prefer linguine.
I keep some in my glove compartment.
Okay, very good.
Just in case.
Hey, Kath, can you make spaghetti?
Like fresh, like
Yeah, from scratch.
no.
No, can you boil
I don't mind.
pastas?
Oh, I can. Yes, I can do that. But no, I actually was talking to Marissa not that long ago about fresh made, and she's like, because I was looking for a place.
Meat.
I was looking for where to purchase it, and she's like, it's actually really not that hard. You could do it. I looked at her. I went, like, are you serious? And she's like, all right, yeah, maybe we can find you a place.
You
to
asked the
purchase it."
vegetarian about where to get fresh.
No, fresh
Pasta.
made.
Oh,
pasta,
okay.
not fresh meat.
I had
It's
spaghetti.
easy. It's just it's flour and eggs essentially and salt.
No, and that's it. No, and then you got to put it through the thing. You got to roll, and then
Oh,
it's
you
too
got
much.
you got to do that.
Too much.
Steve, I had spaghetti at a restaurant the other night. I felt a little guilty ordering because I was like, "This is what little kids order,"
Right,
But
yeah.
it was I like a seafood style spaghetti, and the Preston had like kind of a bit of a spicy vodka sauce, but it had an ingredient in it, and I had to ask what that ingredient is. Do you guys know what cockles are?
Mussels and cockles, right?
Well, it's
cockles are
shellfish,
It's
right?
a shellfish. Yeah, it's like a clam. It's like a little.
There's a
miniature
song, "Cry Mussels, Cry Cockles."
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
And so I had to ask the server because I kind of felt like an idiot. And he's like, yeah, they're just basically little clams.
Your pee-pee.
Yeah, and it was like
Did you like it?
It was delicious. It was a restaurant called Rosalie, which is in the Wayne Hotel.
Oh, it's phenomenal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jamie Blackburn, Rosalie, Fearless Restaurants are all great. And so highly recommend. A little bit of kick to it, but not too much.
There was a kid's nursery rhyme that had cockle shells in it.
That's
Really?
It goes cry mussels, cry cockles, a-li-di-o. Isn't that
No, not a song. I know that one
Yes,
too.
yeah.
No, but there was it was almost like sugar and spice and everything nice and
Little lambs eat cockles.
kitten tails and cockle shells or something like that.
What and a cockle hat is what the what do you call it? The pilgrims would wear.
I'm sorry.
What?
I jumped in. Mary, quite contrary. How does your garden grow? With dun dun and dun dun something cockle shells and maidens all in a row.
All the words are right there if you want to read
Silver
them.
bells.
I wanted to do it on my own.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
Not like Nick that's always looking the information up online.
Silver bells and cockle shells and pretty maids all in a row.
Interesting.
Okay. Happy Spaghetti Day.
And also, I found that the days are basically made up by the company. Just
course
to
they are.
Although,
and that.
yeah, sometimes, Kathy, they end up as national holidays because a president declares one. And Steve, Kathy, I'm sure you and I were looking up the same thing at the same time. But Steve, in 1984, President Ronald Reagan signed a national proclamation, making it National Ice Cream Day.
My fellow Americans, today is National Ice Cream Day.
Yes.
Tomorrow will be National Pudding Day.
Yeah.
And if you're lucky, National Churro Day.
Well, he did.
I
do
like
a few.
Pop-Tarts. What's that?
He did do a few of them.
I did.
You did.
I did. You know what candy was I most associated with, Kathy?
There's a candy that you're.
You don't know?
You
Wait,
don't
like in
know?
real life or Steve life?
Jelly beans.
Yeah.
For in real life or Steve life?
In real life, jelly beans.
No, I didn't know that.
In real life for Steve.
You do have to
I
ask.
said there are two different.
Yes,
Okay.
he had
I
a big
didn't
jar
know.
of jelly beans on his desk in the Oval Office.
Yep.
But technically, there hasn't been a National Ice Cream Day since the 80s because it's supposed to be one time and then a one-off.
FDR delivered the Pearl Harbor Declaration with a Twizzler in his mouth.
No
Oh,
way.
my
I
God.
didn't.
Well, he sounded so clear when he made.
These things are delicious. They're like little strings. By the way, Pearl Harbor was bombed by the Japanese. I should have led with that.
Yeah.
Have we ever had like a straight up like an Italian president? I'm trying to think of like presidents' names.
Nunzio Bombazzi was right after.
No. And here's why, Casey, that I know this is an actual fact that I know is that there was talk in the 80s that Mario Cuomo might run. He was the governor of New York. He would have been the
You'll
first.
be the next Nunzio Bombazzi.
Yeah, Nunzio Bombazzi was par excellence. But he would have been the first Italian-American president.
So I suspect
It was a big thing when Kennedy, a Catholic,
Yeah,
the first
Irish
Catholic.
Catholic.
Yeah.
But I think maybe when we have our first like Italian president, then we'll have a national like spaghetti day.
Yeah,
maybe.
Well, we do.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it's today.
No, I mean, but like what you were
an
saying,
official
presidential
right,
proclamation. Yeah.
But then the forces will align against him and they'll assassinate him because they wanted tortellini.
Well, we'd have to have National Gabagool Day then.
Oh my God.
If that were to be the case. I'm moving on.
Okay.
All right. I'm moving on to something Kathy sent to me.
All right.
The owner of the Plymouth Meeting Mall has lost an appeal for the before the Montgomery County Court of Common Pleas involving its effort to construct a 503-unit apartment community on the mall property. So they've been denied.
That's one of the great missteps.
It's a mystery.
I was so hoping that would. I still like the area, but it was. Remember, the projection was it was going to be this commerce center and all these different wonderful. I mean, they've got some cool things over there, but sometimes if you walk through it, like in mid-afternoon, it's just desolate.
It's dark and depressing, and it is. They need to hire me because I think I have the greatest idea for it. They need to make it like an outdoor outlet mall.
Like the Franklin Mills?
Not Franklin. No, not like Franklin Mills.
Blow the roof off
outlets.
of it?
Like premium outlets. That's what they need to do to it because they're sort of, well, kind of going towards the outlet part of retail,
right?
Because they've got Willow Grove and they've got King of Prussia. They're not going to put all those stores left years ago because they're in the two big malls, so they're not going to put them there. So they're leaning towards the outlet. There's like a few outlets already there,
but you can be higher end outlets. You don't have to be.
But my point is that I for whatever reason, their mall, like inside the mall, is. There's 4 people in there at any time, and that's about it. And outside is beautiful, and there's tons of spots. So I think if they made it an outdoor, like premium outlet type place, it would work.
Do you know it's one of the things that exacerbates the issue too is that it is a cavernous mall. It has the width of the mall itself is wider than any part of King of Prussia. It's super wide and nothing. There's one guy selling a phone case sitting on a stool.
Well, and there was a second guy selling perfume, and remember he moved. He went down to Florida.
I'm out of here.
So, Kat, do you propose that they keep the malls like the way it is and just kind of blow the roof off of it? Or are you saying tear it down?
Well, I don't know. However they can get it done, but it's not like what's inside is such waste.
Well, they have the Lego store, right? Is that still there?
But but the things that bring people there, yes, the Lego store, Chick-fil-A.
They have escape rooms. Is that place still there?
That closed.
That closed?
Dave and Buster's is still there.
And listen, they put Dick's at the end, which is extremely busy.
And then Butts at the other side.
No, but Dave and Buster's, Casey, there's never anybody in there.
By the way, speaking of Dave and Buster's, Buster died.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, the guy who founded it, and he took his own life.
No.
Yeah.
Was he sick?
I
think he was. I think that was part of it, Preston. I
didn't say anything in the article that I read. But if you read that, then then that may indeed be the case. But his name was James Buster Corley. Co-founder of the restaurant chain. Cops say they responded to his Dallas, Texas home on Monday, his birthday. Oh. Sometimes that's an indicator.
Maybe that was it. Yeah.
Of depression or something like that. But they found a man suffering from an apparent self-inflicted gunshot wound. He was transported to the hospital where he passed away. And he owned the first Dave and Buster's, opened it in Dallas in 1982 along with his business partner, David Corvo, with Dave winning a coin toss to have his name put first.
Oh, my gosh. Oh, that's funny.
They went on to open more than 140 locations across the country.
I've been to that Dallas location, and it's pretty small. But I remember when my first times going into those places, I thought this is kind of a revelation. It was, dude,
when that first opened, I'm like, video games, food,
for adults?
and booze for adults, and no kids allowed. This is awesome. After a certain time, kids weren't allowed. This is fantastic.
I agree.
We had a number of. We had a lost viewing party there once. We had a singles mixers.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, we had an advanced screening of the show 24 before it ever even started. The very first episode.
I had my
was
bachelor
there.
party there.
Really?
Yeah, it was so much fun. We did Buffalo Billiards and then Dave and Buster's. And
I remember we saw Allen Iverson there a couple times.
Yes.
Yeah.
Didn't we have an event there the night that that nightclub collapsed into the river?
Heat.
Heat.
I think maybe.
I remember because we were down there.
I went up to, there was a Eastern Conference Finals. The Flyers Devils were playing, and I went for the radio station.
Yeah.
And I called Leanne Curtis on the way out to give a report, and she's like, "Yeah, we can't talk right now." She's like, "The nightclub just fell into the Delaware.
Yeah.
So we can't talk right now."
Sorry to be a downer there, but I just saw that story this morning. So the guy who was a co-founder, he had a stroke 4 months ago. Here you go. That caused severe damage to communication and the personality part of his brain. So, oh man,
Well,
That's
he
terrible.
brought a lot of happiness to people.
Yeah.
And sad he went out that way.
Yeah, that's too bad. All right, we can't end on that.
Back to the Pope hammer.
Let me know.
Hey, I'm alive.
Let me
Just
do
checking.
one more story. How about this one? A new weight loss drug made by Eli Lilly is set to become the best-selling medicine of all time, analysts predict.
Preston, this is what we've been talking about. This is the medication that is, we talked to Dr. Mike about it, and even he says it's getting...
Is it Mounjaro or whatever that is?
Yes,
that's it.
Mounjaro?
Yeah.
Mounjaro?
Yeah.
It has very successful weight loss property.
It's called Trizepatide, and it's sold under the brand name Mounjaro. And it is expected to be approved by the FDA for weight loss within months. Analysts expect the drug, which is believed to be better than the similar rival medications out there, to make anywhere between $25 to $48 billion in the U.S. alone in its first year.
I saw Mike talking about Ozempic the other day, and I think this is sort of like the
Similar.
subsequent drug. And Mike was saying that diabetics need Ozempic, but he had a patient who couldn't
Can't
get
find it.
because it's so popular right now as like a weight loss drug.
Yeah.
Ozempic.
Exactly.
Is this-
Ozempic.
Oh God, is this one an injection?
Yes.
Yeah.
Once
It's
a week.
Subcutaneous, so you're not like going into the
Muscle.
muscle or anything like that.
Yeah, so I used to give for my psoriasis, Kathy, I had to, I took this stuff for a while called Enbrel, and I had to do the injections
Yeah, I remember.
myself. And I was like, oh, man. But it really is, it's next to nothing. Like you feel absolutely, for you, that's a
Oh,
total
yeah, no, I
different.
just was wondering.
You drive it in with the small ball peen hammer.
But use the Pope hammer if you want.
Isn't this? I was watching a documentary about pharma, big pharma, and how much money is made off of these drugs. If this is going to be the most lucrative of all time, when you're talking, there have been massive lawsuits settled against large pharmaceutical companies that in the long run they still ended up making profit after the payoff. That's how much money is transacted.
Oh, sure.
And something that is as basic as weight loss. It's like, Preston, when was the hair restoration, what is the...
Rogaine?
Rogaine.
Yeah.
And there were a couple of other ones that came out. Those were game changers for a lot of people.
So the current record holder is Pfizer's COVID vaccine, which raked in $36.8 billion in 2020 more, and more than double the $20.7 billion set by AbbVie's rheumatoid arthritis drug Humira in the same year.
They take like popular songs and they attach them to these drugs.
Right.
And it's like, you bastard, now I can't stop thinking about the pharmaceutical when the song comes
Oh,
on.
and they're totally targeting people our age,
Oh,
too.
absolutely.
They pick songs like that from the 1980s, early 1980s, or late 70s.
There's a diarrhea control drug that's set to red bar cheddar, Preston.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
They're really targeting the Rush fans. So what this does essentially is it's administered to a patient themselves as a weekly injection. You do it at home, and there's a lot of detail to how it works. Essentially, it makes you feel full.
Yes.
And it makes the food in your stomach digest a little bit more slowly.
And
and essentially, you just won't want to eat as much.
Apparently, the list of side effects is very nominal.
Trizepatide may be marketed at around $1,100 a month, or around $13,000 annually.
And I will guarantee you it is a fraction of, like, the actual cost of production is much less.
Well, I
Yes.
mean, the cost of production, yes, but the cost of research and trial and error,
It's years and
not
years.
so much.
So insurance companies, some insurance companies will cover the drugs for treating type 2 diabetes, but most are expected to shy away from covering them for weight loss. So if you just want to lose weight and you don't have a medical condition like diabetes, it's going to be out of pocket.
The question is, would this be better for you as a patient than getting, say, a gastric bypass?
Well, it's not surgery.
Right.
So, yeah.
Right.
I mean, you talk to Dr. Mike. he's
Dr.
like,
Mike
yeah.
would say, yeah.
You want to die?
You want to die? Get the surgery then.
Have any of you guys done or seen anything about Mark Cuban's online pharmacy?
Yes.
It's pretty fascinating. And he has created a discount online pharmacy. His entire goal is not to make profit off it. He just wants to get drugs to be more accessible to people. It's called costplusdrugs.com. And I thought that there must be a catch. And I've tried to find one, and I can't. And that's just me being cynical. But I saw him talking about it on podcasts. It's really fascinating. And his entire goal is just to get drugs to people that need them.
There are discounts you can find.
For sure.
And I've used them, and I'm like, you're kidding me. Like, I went, and they're like, this costs $400. And I'm like, what?
There's an app, an app that you use that will get you.
And I end up getting it for $10.
Exactly.
There you go.
Yeah.
You just have to do a little finger stuff.
No, I had no idea about these discounts. So when my dad had that surgery, when he broke his femur in half, he had surgery, and there were medications that he needed to take afterwards. And we went, and it was like $600 in medications. And the woman behind the pharmacy counter was like, you can get like discounts. And I said, well, this is his insurance. This is it. This is all we have. And she goes, no. And so we went in the car. I sat in the car. She told me where to look. I found them. We went back in. Like, I forget what we spent, maybe like $100 or something.
Wow.
But we were ready to fork out the $600 because we didn't know the difference.
Yeah. All right. Interesting. Well, we'll see when this comes out, but it's called Mounjaro. It's supposed to break all the records for money taken in for medication. We'll
That's
see
a lot of money.
All right, I'm done noticing. Finish. Yeah. We'll take a break. We'll come back in a second, and we'll get to the bizarre file. Make sure you stay with us.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
Should I get into the Bachelorette stuff here in a little bit, or we can?
We did it as a separate segment.
We can parse it out here if you want. All right, so Jed popped the question.
All right.
We got the clip here.
Now, this is the dummy who is a up and coming musician, and to this point, the only thing he's sold is a dog food jingle.
Hey, that's an accomplishment. That's
it's not even a good dog food jingle.
I would love to see throughout the series when he's talking to the camera and saying, I'm really just looking to find someone that I can fall in love with and all this. And at the end of this going, well, I really did this for my career because I figured it would boost my visibility a little bit.
Right.
That's really what I was doing.
But if you're trying to paint yourself as sort of an emotional, in-touch singer-songwriter, and this is the way you treat this girl, it's not going to really work for you.
Oh, we have his jingle. Marissa just sent over his dog food jingle.
Here we go.
All right, here we go.
Rain or shine, kind of love like nothing you've seen before.
No. This is for dog food?
It's for dog food.
Okay.
And the dog is waiting.
The dog's what?
The dog's waiting for the master to come home.
Okay.
And it's a high-quality dog food.
Okay. Is the dog wearing something sexy?
Sexy, lingerie, yeah. And has a dildo in one paw.
Okay.
The dog really does deserve the best. So go pick him up some better balls.
And the thing, it's pitiful. Okay, so here's the deal. And his reason for doing the commercial is real, because this is the food that he's been eating at home himself, because the career's not going well. Man, I love this stuff. You put it on some bread, it's delicious.
And then the last birthday today, our favorite butthole, Hope Solo.
Hope Solo's butthole.
Hope Solo, the goaltender for the Women's U.S. A Twitter account called Hope Solo's Butthole, because she had posted naked pictures of herself, and apparently you could see that particular part of her body, and somebody took upon that name, and we just thought it was funny.
Our favorite Twitter account. That and Bill Weston's hair.
Do you remember she had, there was some controversy of her being abusive, I think it was?
Yes, to an ex-boyfriend.
Yeah. So,
a family member too, right?
Yeah, something along those lines.
She beat the hell out of like a niece or nephew or something?
I've forgotten, but...
she was arrested in 2014, charged with 2 misdemeanor accounts of assault and in the 4th degree.
Wow. Lest I remind you that her butthole has never been arrested.
Not once.
Yeah.
How old is she?
I'm just saying.
I'm sorry, ma'am. We're going to have to arrest your butthole.
Why? How do you cuff them?
Wait a second. I'm just collateral damage. I didn't do anything.
We're taking this butthole downtown.
Why does anybody talk to me about it?
This is not right. Get my lawyer. What, do you just expect me to pucker up and go along?
Right,
sorry, Mr. Butthole.
Oh, yeah.
Mister.
Yeah. Happy birthday, Hope Solo and her butthole.
You guys are just being wacky.
They both turned 38 today.
They're both 38. He's one of the co-creators of the band Mr. Big. He is one of the biggest, most badass guitarists in the world, in my humble opinion. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the program, Mr. Paul Gilbert. I want to explain to some people who may not know the name Paul Gilbert. You have a lot of fans. Most guitarists would know who you are.
Everybody who knows me knows me.
Yeah, exactly, right?
100% of those
But I've only had one. I was only famous for 2 weeks in 1992. So,
So, Paul, when I do meet people and we're talking music, and I'll say, one of my favorite guitarists is this guy, Paul Gilbert. If they're a guitarist, they'll know exactly who I'm talking about. Some people don't, and I have to explain. Okay, so, he was in this band, Mr. Big. Before that, there was this band called Racer X. You may or may not know. Metal, real intense, shredding, crazy, really technical, awesome music. But then I try to explain your solo career as well.
Good luck.
And that's so it's hard to quantify it, because there's elements of blues and jazz and metal and all this stuff. What's a good way to describe your music?
Well, it's still evolving, and the discovery I made was that I really always wanted to be not a guitar player, but a lead singer. Because when I was a kid, those were the records I had. My parents had the Beatles records and Stones and bands that had lead vocalists. And I liked Led Zeppelin because Robert Plant had a great voice. Now, I didn't have a particularly great voice, and that didn't stop me from trying.
Right.
But it also didn't stop me from kind of not doing as well as I would have liked to as a lead singer. So the discovery that I made on this new album, Behold Electric Guitar, is that I can actually play the vocal line on the guitar. So, take like a really challenging vocal like, the "Hey, Mama said the way you move," which, with my little falsetto is not so great.
Right.
But, you play it on guitar. And suddenly, those notes are there. And it's just, it's my responsibility to get them right, but at least I can hit them.
Well, I was mentioning to you the song Let That Battery Die, which is on the new album, and that is exactly what I thought. I'm like, it sounds like someone singing.
Yeah, well, that's when I wrote the tunes, was that I would have a lyric, and, the initial lyrics for that were like, what was it? My battery is low, but my mind is high. And again, I'm squeaking it out.
Yeah.
But with the guitar, I can get a lot of control and a nice tone. And so, for the first time in my life, I'm actually able to connect my inner melodic generator with an instrument that functions.
Can you give us a little of the Rocky you were playing before, the Rocky theme?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
YouTube thing you mentioned is amazing. I grew up with albums, so I never expected to communicate with the world that way. And I do have to mention one. If you're in YouTube, there's one where I was doing a clinic and I had this little loop pedal, and I decided to put like the most scary, frightening shred lick that I could ever do inside the loop pedal. So I just pressed the button and it goes. Yeah. And I would pretend to play with my teeth, and then I would press that button, and the whole audience was like, "Oh my God!" and so of course he's
playing with his teeth.
Yeah, he was playing sweep picking with his teeth. How did he do that? And it was a guitar clinic, so everybody raised their hands and goes like, "How did you do that with your teeth?" And I said, "Well, it's pretty impressive to do sweep picking with your teeth, but I said it's really impressive to do it with your ass."
Oh, yes.
And then I just wiped the guitar,
That's
on
great.
my backside.
Yeah.
And I'm still a fan of the Beatles and Led Zeppelin and Aerosmith and the regular rock bands. And so now I can step on stage and really be the lead singer via my guitar.
Hey, I had a story that keys off of teachers, and I thought this was kind of interesting. This is out of, where is this? Somewhere in the South. I think it's in the...
Is it Florida?
No, it's North Carolina. The teacher at Northeast Carolina Preparatory School in Tarboro, North Carolina, had apparently punished one of their students. By punish, I mean making them write a phrase over and over and over and over again.
A la Bart Simpson.
Because he called her ma'am.
Ma'am?
Yes, ma'am, and she didn't like it, and so he had to write the word ma'am numerous times. His teacher asked him to write it. He told his mother that he had to return this with the parent's signature after he repeatedly called her the word despite being told not to do so.
Okay, well, if she told him not to, then...
Yeah, he completed his assignment during class hours, which made his mom worry that maybe it had interfered with some of schoolwork.
Yes.
According to the mom, Mrs. Wilson, the teacher also told the young boy that if she had something... she would have thrown it at him. I'm sorry, said to the boy. So if she would have had something, she would have thrown it at him. After the mom signed the paper, she had also had the boy write down the definition of ma'am, which is a term of respectful or polite address used for a woman, according to Oxford dictionaries. There's some people that hate being called ma'am, and
I hate it.
My wife uses ma'am as a sign of respect when she's on the phone with someone asking for help.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Thank you, ma'am.
It is, and especially as you start to go south, you're going to find it is a term. It is a respectful way to refer to people.
Yeah.
I would it's a weird thing, and I know, Preston, you're right. Ma'am to set someone off?
Yeah, I don't know.
I've always known it as a respectful way to refer to someone.
Maybe she's younger and she doesn't want to feel old.
Yeah,
or something like
that's
that.
how I see it. I see it as an older woman. So when somebody, I remember the first time he was a kid, probably a high school kid, called me ma'am, and I was like, oh my God. I mean, I didn't tell him don't call me that, but it made me feel old.
It's not.
Did he just say ma'am?
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, I never.
Was it the word that set the teacher off, or was it the fact that the kid was repeating it over and over?
I don't know.
Well, it had to be the initial thing graded on her because she asked him to stop saying it.
Yeah.
But if he's used to saying it as a sign of respect to, like somebody in an authoritative manner, like then you just got to get that flag out of your butt and get over it, right, Press?
I would think so. Yeah, get the flag out of your butt.
Yeah.
Did I say that one day?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was hiking around the area, maybe on Friday, said hello to this young feller, probably 13 or 14. How are you? How's it going? Very well, sir. I'm like,
It's a title. It's a title.
This kid walking along, that you come with me. I want to show other people what you just did because it was so good.
It's a title you've earned.
I earned it.
Hey, here's a text that says, women should know better than to call other women ma'am. I joke that they're traitors. And then she writes, it's well known that most women don't like it. What do you mean? How do you know that?
Because that extensive survey she took.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe amongst a handful of your friends or something. But what do you mean most women?
Yeah, but I would agree with that.
But how do you know most women?
Because anyone that I know, it's not like I took a survey, but anyone I know would agree.
Then it's got to be everyone.
Yeah, and you know what? Here's the thing, too. I think it's, but I do, like you said, it's regional. Do you know what I mean? It's
I can see that.
In the South, yes, they do that. They're here, not as much.
But I've born and bred at, Northeast, and ma'am to me was always a sign of respect. And I would say ma'am.
Or maybe is it an older thing? Like it,
I don't know.
I don't know. You
keep going back to old.
No, the standard thing would be, prithee, good ma'am, wouldst thou takest me?
But here's the deal. I think it's
WMMR.
Thank you. Nick was just rolling in front of me here in video, the latest Daily Rush video, and I got to give some love to Kyle Mack, who put that video together, because you need to see it. It's about the steam-powered Sibian.
Yes.
And Kyle added some animation to it, which is just priceless. I watched it like 3 times last night.
I think that's how it would look.
It would, right? Yeah, with a big, flywheel and belts and stuff, and but
old tech, but it gets the job done.
But when the gal gets launched into Delaware. You can watch our Daily Rush videos if you join our Instagram account. If you sign up to follow us, you'll get those first, or any of our social media. And You go to PrestonandSteve.com or go to YouTube and get our YouTube channel there. Follow us. You'll get alerted when things come up.
There were a lot of people watching YouTube today. I think maybe because Chris and Jackie were on and they wanted to take a look. But it's the cool thing about the YouTube account, too, is that that's archived every day. So you can go back and watch the show. You can see streams from previous shows as well. So it's a cool way to just dive into things we've done in the past.
Yeah. Kathy, did you see the steam-powered Sibian
I did not.
video?
No.
Okay, you need to see it. All right, let's do the bizarre file. Hang on a second. Yes, here we go.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, we're going to start off with a story about the Liver King.
Oh, this guy.
A fitness influencer who admitted that he lied about using steroids, initially claiming that he'd achieved his physique by following the so-called ancestral tenets, like eating raw animal organs, and he's now facing legal blowback. A $25 million class action lawsuit has been filed in New York against the influencer, whose real name is Brian Johnson. Allegedly, he deceptively touted a primal lifestyle to promote his various businesses.
Yeah, he was selling basically his training system and saying that part of it had to do with eating raw liver.
The suit names Johnson as well as two of his supplement companies, Ancestral Supplements and Workout Focused The Fittest. The former offers products like Mofo, Male Optimization Formula, while the latter sells the Fittest Liver King Bar. Johnson had roughly 1.7 million Instagram followers, 4 million TikTok followers, and just under 250,000 YouTube subscribers. He uses his platform to promote practices like taking freezing showers, walking barefoot, and eating raw liver and bull testicles. The suit calls this approach cult-like and implausible, which referred to the raw meat diet as dangerous and life-threatening.
By the way, from the get-go, when this guy came on the scene, anybody who was in bodybuilding or anyone who knew anything about it knew the guy was juicing. But I'm not. No, this is how I look this way. Absolutely laughable.
The suit continues Liver King's ongoing denial of using any steroid or other performance-enhancing drug and misrepresentations concerning his alleged adherence to ancestral tenets further induce consumers to trust and rely on the efficacy and of the ancestral tenets and purchase the product. This is being filed on behalf of anyone who has ordered any of.
So it's a
his
class
products.
action suit.
Yep, that's it.
Yeah, so they had actually a list, Preston, of what he was taking in the steroid and drug department.
Yeah,
in crazy amounts.
So yeah, apparently in one email that they found between him and another person, the sender wrote that he was taking $11,000 worth of the growth hormone Omnitrope per month, as well as a cocktail of other drugs. In his YouTube apology, Johnson suggested that there was room for pharmacological intervention within his ancestral ideology. So as long as
That's convenient.
As long as it was monitored and managed and trained by a trained hormone physician.
I achieved this body without steroids, and all I used was steroids.
Mm-hmm. So he is going to be facing this class action lawsuit. We'll see what ends up happening with that. A husband in Thailand accidentally abandoned his wife on the side of the road and carried on driving for 100 miles, believing that she was asleep in the back of the car. Buntam Chaimun set off on Christmas Day to drive through the night to her hometown, but the driver had to pull over his pickup truck to urinate in the night and stop the car at the side of the road. After he stepped out of the car, Umnuai decided that she could relieve herself too and ducked into a nearby jungle for a quick bathroom break. When she returned to the road, the car was nowhere to be seen. She was left stranded in the dark. The wife had no money or phone, so decided to walk in the hope of finding help. Eventually, after pacing down the street for 13 miles, she found a police station around 5 a.m. She pleaded with police to help her find her husband, but she did not know his number by heart, and they were unable to locate him. They called his number or her phone at least 20 times. I guess it was in the car. But he failed to notice it in his car as he drove onwards, blissfully unaware of the panic he had caused. By the time he realized his error, he was 100 miles away from his wife.
All right, be that way.
And had to turn back around to collect her. He thought she was sleeping in the back seat the entire time. But no, she had gotten out of the car as well. I love this story. An angler and a kayaker seem to have ruined each other's day with an epic tangle in Sydney Harbor. The viral footage posted on TikTok by an angler who goes by the surname Spinking shows the moment a fisherman got his line caught on the kayaker. He begins to reel the man in, hoping that the move will allow him to retrieve his fishing gear. And the kayaker yells to the fisherman on the wharf. He's like, I'm not going to be able to get it off. It's hooked onto the back. And the fisherman says, I've got some expensive gear on there. Well, after a few more reels, the kayaker is just meters away from the harbor's edge. But that doesn't stop the angler, who keeps whining as the kayaker falls into the water. And the guy yells, the kayaker yells, you effing twat. Don't bring it in anymore. You're going to tear up the effing boat. In the end, it appears all in vain. He said, I can't get it off. You're going to have to effing cut it, according to the kayaker. And he said, effing hell, I told you I was coming around.
And that, by the way, that harbor is shark infested.
Is it?
Yep.
Oh,
and so the fisherman should have just cut his line.
Yes.
I mean, what an idiot. But he wanted to get his tackle.
Reeling a human being in.
Yep. An employee at Park City Mountain Resort fell to their death Monday morning after a tree fell onto the cable of a chairlift.
Oh, man.
Yeah. A spokesperson for the resort confirmed that the employee who was on shift at the time was riding the shortcut chairlift when a tree fell and hit the line. The employee fell at least 25 feet, and despite ski patrollers' attempts to perform life-saving measures, they didn't make it.
My son is skiing there right now.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah. Wow, that's terrifying.
At Park City Mountain Resort?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. So this happened on Monday, Nick.
Oh, my God. Yeah,
So-
they got there on Sunday.
All right. Well, we need an up story to end after that. A teenage pilot made an emergency landing on historic Route 66 Monday morning when a small single-engine plane suddenly lost power. Brock Peters, who is 18, says that he was shuttling family members from Apple Valley to Riverside Municipal Airport for breakfast when he heard a pop from the engine while he was flying over the Cajon Pass.
This is Brock?
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah. At that point, he said, I didn't have any space or time to get to any other airports. And this was my only option and my only shot to get it down. Brock, guided the plane underneath power lines and landed safely on Cajon Boulevard. The plane was intact, and none of the 4 people on board was hurt. The young pilot credits the safe landing to his training and instincts. Brock said, just got to stay calm, remember my training, and just put the plane down and make sure that everyone is safe.
Well, good for him.
That's according to Brock. Yeah. And that is what I have in the bizarre file for you. Kathy!
Preston.
I just wanted to yell. Yeah. Give me a text caller for the secret text word, please.
7.
All right, we'll take the 7th caller at 215-263 WMMR. If you happen to know the secret text word, then you win the prize, and we'll get a random texter too. So we'll take a quick break and come back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
You should understand that they're just being polite.
Yes, of course. I'm not going to get mad at them, but it doesn't make me like it. It's still,
Right.
I still think it's.
don't like it.
Yeah, no, I don't.
One gosh darn bit. Looking at my activities list.
Oh, God.
No, I listen, and if it rings to your ear and you don't like it, you can simply say, "Oh, it's okay. You don't have to call me ma'am, or I'll punch you in the throat."
Yeah.
I don't. I would never read it as as an insulting thing.
It's
that's
not.
that's a way to
It's your own fault for being old. Jesus Christ.
No,
What's
it's
with
not-
you and that aging thing?
It's not insulting. It's just we just don't like it.
And that's fine.
But all right,
It's
I
your
don't, I
personal
don't think
preference.
somebody saying it to me is insulting me.
All right, but what
But
do
I
you
just
want
don't
your
like
server?
it.
What do you want your waiter or waitress to call you when they go up
Sugar
to your table?
teas.
Yeah.
Young lady, maybe?
Young, sorry, I'm lady.
Oh my God, she has to see my ID.
Now we're living in a fantasy.
Now you're getting into pandering territory.
I haven't been underage for 38 years.
Wait, let me tell you something that happened on Saturday. I have to tell you this. So I went out for Preston. I went out for my birthday, and we went into the bar, and they were carting everyone as we were walking in. And me, I was with Elisa. You know, we're both 40, and she goes, "Oh, let's see if we get carded." So we walk up to him, and we stand there, and he goes, "Hi," and so we were like, "Do you want to see your ID?" He goes, "Sure, if you want to hand it to me."
See, he did. I want to see what you think of this, Kathy. Kim Kardashian, Chrissy Teigen, Queer Eye's Tan France, and trans model Andreja Pajic are sporting some eye-catching new accessories. It's all in the name of Simon Huck's conceptual art experience called A Human, and it's already roiling social media. So Kim has a glowing necklace, and it looks like it's implanted in her skin.
But Preston, okay, and I wanted to ask you about this. It's clearly not an implant. Right. It is a flesh-colored thing made to look like an implant.
And it lights up, Kathy.
That freaks me out.
But you've got to
it gets worse.
Marissa, see if you can find, she's on social media, and there's a comment. She says, it
lights
going
up
to
like
my
my
heart.
heart.
And just her, and she looks like an android, dude.
To begin with.
I know,
Like
it's
this,
so
right, Preston?
Oh.
it's such a shame.
She's got the lips like...
Yes. Yeah, full on constructed duck lips, so she doesn't have to make the
She doesn't
pout
have to do duck
anymore. It
lips.
does it automatically.
Close to the beat of my heart.
Yeah, exactly. It's like this. And I'm like, who finds that? It's dysmorphia. We're looking at video. Look at this, Kathy. It lights up, and it looks like it's under your skin.
Yeah, that's kind of...
Kind of wild.
Well, there's a couple of different ones, Preston. So Chrissy Teigen had one. There was a disgusting one that I think it might have been the trans model had, where it looks like almost like mushrooms growing out of their neck.
Oh,
yeah.
This is just somebody who has a lot of money, so is going to pay them to do this. This isn't going to be a fashion trend.
But you can't. You can't
be too expensive.
And
Yeah,
exactly,
no, it's not.
How would you pay to get this put on? It's got to be a fairly
And if
elaborate
it is,
process.
it's going to be so quick.
Well, now I'm just kind of thinking out loud here, guys.
Here's our fashionista.
Well, I mean, for the people who don't have that kind of money to spend on a glow necklace, okay, and that's all that is just a stupid glow necklace. What if it was like some sort of like thing that you could insert glow necklaces into, Kathy? Right?
What do you mean?
Yeah,
So you know what a glow necklace is, obviously,
The
right?
things
Like
you crack?
glow. Yeah, the glow bracelets.
Yeah.
What if it was like just a vessel that was like decorative that you could insert the glow
And make
necklace?
it different colors?
Well,
I see what you're saying.
The pitch here, though, is that it looks flesh-colored. It looks like you have altered your skin.
You're saying not looking like it's implanted.
not like no, but accessorizing your glow necklace.
Like what Twinkie wore in Buck Rogers.
Here's the audio of her showing it off. Here we go.
My necklace glows like a heartbeat. It moves to the rhythm of my heartbeat.
Oh my God! Shut up!
Oh, no,
My necklace glows like a heartbeat.
Wait.
It moves to the rhythm of my heartbeat.
Oh my God. My heartbeat. Wait, Steve, what are you putting in your mouth?
Something to puff. Give me something to puff out my lips.
Give him something. Wait, you need here, hold on. I have something.
Do you have cotton or something?
Tiny flashlight.
wait.
Steve was trying to put a flashlight in his mouth. Not a flashlight, a flashlight.
Yeah, we do have those.
Stick a flashlight in your mouth.
Try that case.
What do you have? Yeah, okay.
Close to the rhythm of
Wait, this is too big. What do you think I am, a Watusi warrior here? What'd you give him?
Do you think somebody told her to say that, or is that all on
Well,
her
I'm sure
own?
she's getting paid for
Well,
it.
I know, but like where they like say it's,
Sure.
close to your heart.
Close to the rhythm.
My necklace glows like a heartbeat. It moves to the rhythm of my heartbeat.
You look like Bill Murray in where the giant plant when he goes to the dentist. Little Shop of Horrors. You look like
Little Shop of it goes to the beat of my heartbeat. It's right under my neck and it glows and it pumps to the heart of my heart. Glow, turn on my heart light.
It moves to the rhythm of my heartbeat.
Oh my God!
Shut up.
Yeah. Well, this person Simon Huck is a conceptual artist, so it's.
I'm a conceptual artist. And I want your neck to glow.
Stop it. Okay. They don't see that outside the bubble.
All right,
the
so
rest of the world is like, what are you doing?
I'm looking at one. Nick pulled this up. It looks like she has feathers growing out of her chest.
Yeah, Steve, this is Chrissy Teigen.
Okay, so Nick, do you have the other ones as well?
Kind of cool.
This is no.
That's cool.
She only posted one.
I mean, listen. It looks like studio makeup done for a movie.
Yes.
For a horror movie.
Yeah, a horror movie or some sort of
fantasy,
sci-fi
thing.
So why not be like the large singing plant from Little Shop of Horrors?
Yeah. So meanwhile,
Seymour.
So Tegan, sported a featherhead breastplate, they called it, while Tan France wore a piece made to look like ruffled skin with bioreactive crystals, and Pajic wore horn-like sculpted shoulders. That's it.
Okay, so the one that looks like mushrooms growing here, if we can get that one, I think it looks kind of really like Casey. You don't like things that look like openings and circles and indentations in a body.
Wouldn't it be awesome for like the socially elite for it to become fashionable to wear like a horn out of your forehead?
Preston,
wouldn't that?
Like the
you're
Hunger
not
Games?
far.
Yeah.
Preston, the the bagel thing.
Yeah.
You know, the Japanese were doing the bagel implants on the forehead.
But I'd like to see like a rhino horn coming out of their forehead. Oh my God.
Charge.
Rhino. That's so rhino. All right, anyhow, the full exhibit of futuristic clothing-like objects inserted under the skin opens in New York City next week. The entrance fee to even see this stuff is $40 if you want to go check it out.
$40 to see these incredible expressions of self.
Ewan McGregor is in talks to reprise his role as Obi-Wan Kenobi in a series that centers around his Star Wars character for Disney Plus, according to the Hollywood Reporter.
It is Obi-Wan Kenobi, attorney at law. It's a departure.
That would be.
Yeah.
I think you should let him off with time served.
I'm giving you time served.
He's using the Jedi mind trick to sway the judge.
I think you should find him innocent.
I'm finding you innocent.
I object.
There's no way that's legal.
It's totally legal.
Oh, my God.
I think you need to go to sleep.
I got to go to sleep now.
That would be... That would be brilliant. I would totally
attorney at law.
This isn't the evidence you're looking for.
Yeah.
Even if you're stone cold guilty, give me a call.
Yeah, exactly. Those are the commercials. Yeah.
Demand Kenobi.
Yeah, and he's licensed in Missouri.
I am.
Yeah.
And even if I'm not, I'll convince them I am.
Yes, that's right.
I'm licensed in Missouri.
He's licensed in Missouri.
Better call Obi.
Would he wear would he be a cowboy hat?
Space cowboy.
Lawyer?
Yeah.
Type? Oh, my God. Obi-Wan Kenobi, attorney at law.
Anytime, day or night, even on New Year's Day.
Coming soon to Disney Plus.
Or Life Day on the Wookiee home planet.
No, this could be good. I loved him as Obi-Wan Kenobi. I didn't care for the series of movies, but I thought he pulled it off
I agree.
wonderfully.
He was the thing that kept me watching, and he provided, I believe, the emotional core to those. The second and third movies I really do like. I think they're good. In just tone and in some way, the distinction between the Abrams movies, the artificiality of the first trilogy was almost too much. It was so CGI'd that it was hard to connect to.
Yeah,
But
everything on the screen was fake.
Yeah.
Except for the people, and even in that case, a lot of like Jar Jar obviously was fake. But there's a big stretch of time where we don't know what happens with Obi-Wan, and maybe they'll fill in that time.
Yeah.
with his law career.
Law school.
With this,
Passing the bar.
Mr. Kenobi, do you have anything to say?
John Houseman.
So anyhow, we'll see when that eventually
He gets his own
surfaces.
judge show.
Obi-Wan Kenobi.
This bitch still got my TV. Give the TV back.
He's settling these small claims cases.
It's like Sam
This bitch still got my TV.
Oh my God. Oh.
I suggest you return the TV. Give me the TV.
Miley Cyrus, you know about all that went on. Yeah, she is officially living her best life after splitting with husband Liam Hemsworth. Soaking in that post-breakup glow with a potential new fling. The mother's daughter singer and the Hunger Games star called it quits on Saturday after less than 8 months of marriage and many more as a couple. The two announced that they've decided to, quote, focus on themselves and their careers in a joint statement.
The thing that is wild is, I guess about 4 months ago, she said she was bisexual, right? That she enjoyed relationships with women as well. And lo and behold, right? I'm sure you have the information there.
Well, yeah, so she is seemingly taking an on-to-the-next-level approach. As hours before the news broke, she was spotted kissing Caitlyn Carter. Carter recently ended her not-so-real marriage to reality TV star and Kardashian step-sibling Brody Jenner.
Can you imagine?
The two have been vacationing in Lake Como, Italy with Cyrus's sister, and were seen packing on the PDA at the Il Sereno Hotel over the weekend, where onlookers said they were not trying to hide it at all.
Oh, this is all happening on Instagram. I've got to follow her, Preston. I'm missing so much.
Are you ready? So here is
please.
her inspiration on this Wednesday morning. Beautiful weather again today, going up to 65 degrees, which is unbelievable.
It looks pretty nice out now.
Yep. And tomorrow, about 60. We do have some rain they're calling for later on this afternoon, so a heads up on that. But tomorrow, partly cloudy, high of about 60. It turns cooler over the weekend, but we'll take this for now, definitely.
And you look at the report around the country, Preston?
Yeah.
There's a lot of snow happening out and about. Yeah.
Yes. They're calling for, I think, in California or out west, like another boom cyclone.
Yes,
Is that what
San
they call that?
Francisco's gearing up for it, yeah.
Yep, so heads up on that. We're looking for caller number 7 to get a winner, and it's Joe for the secret text word. Hey, Joe, good morning.
Morning.
All right, Joe, do you know the secret text word?
Is it cavity?
Sure, we'll go with that. Yeah, absolutely. I don't know. Casey's not in here, and he's the one who knows the secret text word. So I think that's it. Yeah, cavity, is that it?
Yeah.
All right, yeah, we got a winner. Hey! All right. Hang on, Joe. We're going to give you a prize because that's what we do. Smile on Blu-ray. And Sosie Bacon stars in the terrifying horror movie critics call Haunting and Scary as Hell.
Steve approved.
Available on 4K and Blu-ray, rated R from Paramount Pictures. And we gave a random texter the same prize, and that's Robert Miller, who is from Shanksville, Pennsylvania. So Shanksville? No, that can't be right. That's way out there.
Or Schwenksville.
Where the
it's
Trash
that's a W.
Okay.
Yeah, Shanksville is where Flight 93 went down.
Right, yeah.
Right.
Up by Pittsburgh, right?
Schwanksville's right by me.
You went to that United 93 Memorial, didn't you?
Twice, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah,
I've not been. I want to see it.
I went before it was built.
Okay.
And there was just kind of like people had left things, and it was
Right.
like an unofficial thing. But now it's a big building with all kinds of interactive displays and things like that.
Honors,
And
yeah.
it's really something to see. If you get a chance to go see it, I recommend it. All right, so today's lesson question: we are going to give away a 4-pack of tickets for the Philadelphia Wings in their home opener on Saturday, January 14th, at the Wells Fargo Center. And I think we will go with this. Eventually, all fish conversations lead to who? 215-263 WMMR. Let's see if you heard it earlier this morning. Eventually, all fish conversations lead to who? What rock and roll icon?
Right.
I'll give you that. 215-263 WMMR. Call now.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, we'll get some stories and we'll get the callers. Steve, what's going on this morning?
Well, Love-struck GMA anchors Amy Roback and TJ Holmes getting back to New York from their very romantic Miami getaway. Holmes told TMZ that during their many sexual encounters, Roback demanded he use his anchor voice to announce, "This just in, you."
No.
Oh, wow. Hey! Kate Major, the estranged wife of Michael Owen, was arrested for DUI 3 times from late November to early December.
Whoa.
Jeez.
Yeah, Major says this is how she saves money by using her booking photos as holiday cards.
Hello.
And finally, Nick Cannon welcoming his 12th child into the world over the holidays, a baby girl named Halo. Cannon took the opportunity to announce his first bungee jumping theme park using nothing but discarded umbilical cord. That's Hollywood Trash.
Wait a minute. So it was Michael Owen's ex, not Lindsay's mom, right?
No, not Dina. This is Kate Major.
But she was arrested
I remember her.
3 times since late November to early December.
Yes.
That's like in a couple weeks.
That's crazy.
That's great.
I think she was in our studio.
Maybe.
Oh, yeah. Well, Michael Owen was in our studio.
I think that was at that time.
Yep.
Yeah, pretty wild.
All right, we'll see if somebody knows the answer to the question. Eventually, all fish conversations lead to whom? 215-263 WMMR, and we'll go to Brian, see if Brian knows the answer. Hey, Brian, good morning.
Mark.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Brian, all fish conversations lead to who?
Is it Elvis?
Elvis. That's right, man. Want you to hang on a second, Brian, because we are going to give you a 4-pack of tickets for the Philadelphia Wings home opener Saturday, January 14th at the Wells Fargo Center. And you'll want to be there for the hard-hitting lacrosse action and affordable family fun. You can get your tickets now at wingslax.com.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, we'll start with this. Chris Jericho, the Van Fozzie, has donated $10,000 to Buffalo Bills football player DeMar Hamlin's charity after the athlete was hospitalized on Monday night. As previously reported, the 24-year-old Hamlin collapsed on the field after suffering cardiac arrest. And Chris wanted to jump on board, as well as many, many other people, because they raised over $4 million. It might be more than that by now.
I think it's like $5 million, something. But I'll tell you this. From all walks of life, just people just are moved to do something.
Yes, exactly. It's currently still sedated and in critical condition. Metallica's 1991 classic Enter Sandman has been streamed over 1 billion times on Spotify now.
Wow.
It's like a billion. The Black
Spotify executive
album favorite is the 28th song to pass the billion download mark. And I've got the list of those if you want to hear.
Please.
AC/DC, Highway to Hell, Back in Black. Highway to Hell, Back in Black, and Thunderstruck. Arctic Monkeys, Do I Want to Know. Bon Jovi's Living on a Prayer. Fleetwood Mac's Dreams. Journey's Don't Stop Believin'. Linkin Park's In the End. And Numb. Leonard Skinner's Sweet Home Alabama. Måneskin's Beggin'.
Wow.
Nirvana. Yeah, I know. I think that's got to be one of the most recent ones on this list.
Yeah.
Nirvana Smells Like Teen Spirit. Oasis Wonderwall. Panic at the Disco's High Hopes. Queen's Bohemian Rhapsody. Don't Stop Me Now. Another one, Bites the Dust. And Under Pressure. So 4 songs from them.
Wow.
And that's the most, I believe. Radiohead Creep. Chili Peppers Under the Bridge and Californication. Killers Mr. Brightside. The Police Every Breath You Take. White Stripes, Seven Nation Army, and 21 Pilots had 3, Stressed Out, Ride, and Heathens.
That's pretty amazing.
So, yeah.
Yeah.
They're joining that company, so good for them. Slipknot drummer and son of the mighty Max Weinberg, Jay Weinberg, took to social media to praise Bruce Springsteen and the rest of the E Street Band. Back in 2009, Jay floored Springsteen fans when he sat in for his dad during most of the E Street Band's European leg, while Max stayed in L.A. to help kick off Conan O'Brien's ill-fated run of hosting NBC's The Tonight Show. Jay stayed on, performing partial sets during Springsteen's U.S. run, and at some shows he alternated with his dad. So he took some time out to play tribute to E Streeters as they gear up for their upcoming 2023 tour. And he posted in part on Instagram saying, I'm stoked that it's only 1 month until I see my E Street family play for the first time in 6 years. I've said it often, but I'm eternally grateful to Bruce and Max Weinberg and the entire E Street Band for taking a shot in the dark on me when I was 18 years old to undertake the no times in a lifetime opportunity of filling in for my father. He went on to write far more than learning several hundred songs and performing for close to 4 hours every night. It was the E Street work ethic that made an indelible impression on me, a vertical learning curve that left me with life lessons and a skill set I've applied to everything I've ever done since. Each day on our tour, Bruce would hand me a list of 5 new songs to learn on the way to the venue to rehearse at soundcheck. 2 or 3 of them would likely make their way into the set that night. Rock the house, head to the next city, and repeat. He said, observing how these titans of rock and roll dedicated themselves to their craft, constantly refining, sharpening, and growing after almost 50 years is still so inspiring and will stay with me for the rest of my life. Thrilled to watch them resume throwing down on stage in a month. So that's pretty cool.
That is astonishing.
He's a great drummer.
Yes,
man.
absolutely.
He's a badass. So.
Minus the deaths in the band, have they ever had any like people just leaving just because they were done?
The E Street Band, you mean?
Yeah.
That's a good question. We should ask Kevin. Gunn.
I think there were early on. Remember reading something about that, but I don't know the full lineage of the E Street
Corey
Band.
Feldman left early on.
Who came and went.
Yeah.
He was just a baby.
I don't want to lose you.
Iggy Pop revealed that he was offered the frontman gig in AC/DC following the 1980 death of Bon Scott. I told the New York Times, they have a manager many years ago, and I hadn't reformed the Stooges. I hadn't moved to England, and this guy said, "Are you interested in joining AC/DC?" They were looking for a singer. Pop revealed that he felt that although he was into the band, he couldn't see himself in the band gelling creatively. He said, "I listened to the record. I thought, I can't fill that bill."
Yeah, he's right.
He said, "I wasn't like, I don't like them. It was quite well made. They do careful work, but I'm not what they needed."
Tonally, his voice is not, I don't think, would be suited to it.
No, not even close. Iggy recalled meeting Bon Scott once in 1977 at LA's Whiskey A Go-Go. He said, "I had some wonderful encounter with Bon somewhere, and we were both drunk and stoned. I see the pictures sometimes. I go, well, I don't remember, but that's me with Bon." And I loved what he did, he said. This was sad news to see. Fred White, former drummer of Earth, Wind & Fire, has passed away. He was 67 years old. The percussionist's brother and bandmate, Verdine White, shared the sad news through social media on Sunday. Neither the date nor cause of White's death had been disclosed at press time. He said, "Our family saddened today with the loss of an amazing and talented family member. Our beloved brother, Frederick Eugene Freddie White." And he had posted some pictures on Instagram.
I love Earth, Wind & Fire.
Oh, me too,
I
man.
spent a lot of time listening to them last night, and That's the Way of the World is one of the greatest songs ever written.
He began drumming at the age of 9, later performed with Linda Ronstadt and Donny Hathaway before joining Earth, Wind & Fire in 1974. He was the fourth of the White brothers to perform in the Grammy-winning R&B band. White left Earth, Wind & Fire in the mid-1980s, but he returned for the band's Rock and Roll Hall of Fame induction in 2000. During his career, he also lent his drumming talents to the recordings for Bonnie Raitt, Little Feat, Denise Williams, The Emotions, Ramsey Lewis, Jennifer Holliday, and Diana Ross. Most recently, he collaborated with Ross on her 2021 album, Thank You. Verdine White's tribute post drew a slew of responses from fellow musicians, including Questlove, Lenny Kravitz, and Nile Rodgers. And that is the last bit of music news that I have for you this morning. All right, we have a final break to take. We'll come back in a second. We'll get the letter of the day for the Word of the Week prize, and I believe the triumphant return of Pierre.
Yo.
Hey. We'll come back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Every small business owner knows.
I
business
hear you,
can-
bro. You will never win like the mountain I'm standing on top of, which was once underwater, connected with Africa. Change is inevitable.
This is my
All right, and life is a climb, but the view is great.
This is my fight song.
You know what? I think you need a different one. Can you read that line back to me again?
Which one?
The climb one.
Okay.
This is
Life is a climb, but the view is great.
There's always gonna be another mountain. I'm always gonna wanna make it move.
What's the name of this song?
You love that song.
I do love this song.
I think that's probably why she wrote it.
Yeah.
So
She's so smart.
Hemsworth, meanwhile, has been the only one in this love square, laying relatively low. He stepped out with his brother Chris in Byron Bay, Australia, where the two picked up some frozen yogurt. So they hit up Froyo.
Hey, you want some yogurt or something? Hey, we'll get frozen yogurt.
But he did break his silence a little bit. The 29-year-old was, like I said, was hanging out with Chris, and
Man, just let me eat my yogurt.
It seems Liam isn't quite ready to jump back in, and Liam told Daily Mail Australia when asked about the split, "You don't understand what it's like. I don't want to talk about it, mate."
I feel bad for him.
Yeah.
I mean, he entered it. She seemed like a safe bet, Miley Cyrus, that she would be the wife he had always wanted. But no, listen, the heart wants what the heart wants, Preston. And this heart wanted another chick.
I guess so, right? It's. I was about to say it's so funny, but not funny. It's just
ha funny.
No,
like I make you laugh.
It's interesting to watch couples in an off again, on again relationship, and you and your friends who know these people know. You know.
Yes.
It's never going to work. It's never going to work. But then one of them goes, let's get married.
Yeah.
And now I'm going to be serious about it. This is it. I'm diving in. And they think that is going to be the Band-Aid, that's going to be the big...
Oh yeah, the impression of commitment. Yes.
Yeah.
Let's have the trappings of commitment. Yeah. Without the commitment.
And then they don't realize after it just goes back to the same old crap, and it didn't.
And there you are eating yogurt with your brother.
Yeah, exactly.
There you are eating froyo with your brother.
It's also funny to watch the reactions because he's laying low, not saying anything, not posting anything on Instagram. Meanwhile, Miley is going nuts on Instagram.
She's finger blasting somebody in Lake Como.
And they're both, she and this Caitlyn girl are both posting a ton of hot photos of themselves. So in order for them to get validation post breakup, they need to post these superficial shots of themselves. Right. Whereas Liam is just like, I'm going to get some frozen yogurt.
And not for anything. Just, I don't know, live your life how you want to live, but maybe be a little respectful of the marriage you just had. Right? I mean, just take a little bit of a breather before you're squatting on each other's faces and pictures on Instagram.
So they were married for roughly 8 months, but they'd been together on and off for more than a decade.
Yeah, a long time.
Anyhow, some question whether their elaborate ceremony in Nihi on Sumba.
This is all made up.
Is this all? Are these real
These
words?
are pretend places.
You're our geographer.
I know places, but yeah, this one's a mystery to me.
In Nihi on Sumba.
How do you spell? How do you spell?
Where'd you get married? Nihi.
How do you spell Nihi?
Nihi.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you said Ehe. That's a town one over.
No.
It's like Shelbyville and Springfield.
What?
That's how they sound in Ehe.
Oh, Nihi Sumba. It's all.
Oh.
All right. Is it an island nation?
Yeah, it's in.
Yeah, it's right next to Nelby Tai Tai.
It's in Indonesia.
Oh, dear Lord.
Nelby Tai
Is right next to Nihi on Sumba.
Yeah. Just south of Iso Tai Tai.
Where y'all going? What?
That's the main city.
Yeah.
I'm going into where you're going. Wait.
So people are wondering if their ceremony in Nihi on Sumba in June of 2018 was legally binding or not. They might not really be married. Yeah. Okay. So that was a big story.
It sort of rocked my world. Let me ask you this, then. You all worked in besides, did you all work in, regular restaurants?
Fast food, yeah.
For servers, how commonplace is it to, on the way from the...
No. Not the way, but we talked about this.
Maybe
on the way back.
Maybe up on the counter.
No, on the way out.
Yeah.
Because the way the kitchen that I worked in, you'd put up, order up, you put it up on a counter.
Like there's a whole plate of fries.
And it was still in the kitchen, so it wasn't in line of sight for the customers. So they could probably grab a fry and eat one on the way out,
It was never that for me.
You never did that?
No, but I
never.
But I sucked all the nitrous out of the whipped cream.
Really?
I watched.
Dude, my waiter just took a dump on our table.
I watched one waitress. She had like 3 or 4 different whipped cream things that just was like cream juice because it had no nitrogen. What's going on here? These are all broken.
Do you remember?
Dripping.
I don't know. I have no idea. I have no idea
Casey.
what's going on with you. That's messed up, man.
Casey, at a place called the Coffee, you remember the Coffee Beanery?
Yeah!
All right, so the same thing happened. I wanted whipped cream on hot chocolate.
Oh, my God.
The guy's like, he's going through the cans. I said to him, what are the odds that 6 cans of whipped cream have no propellant in them?
And Steve, did you know that when you do nitrous, it's like sulfur hexafluoride?
Yeah. It makes your voice sound like this. Did you folks like some espresso?
Just a side note, that stuff killed brain cells so fast.
Oh my God.
It was so stupid.
Dude, also, I watch people in the parking lot doing these things and walking at the same time. Rule number 1, sit down first. Because you're going to fall and smash your face into a parking block.
I gotta get to surgery. I'm a neurosurgeon.
Preston, you know that thing that you got me where you can stick your phone in the vents of your air conditioner?
Yes.
I saw somebody that has.
That's how you heat up your chicken?
No, Steve, it's even more ridiculous than that. And he listens to the show. I'm not going to out you, but he has one of these things that goes into the vent that you put in
air freshener.
No, barbecue sauce or honey and mustard or something like a chicken nugget.
He has like a caddy.
Get out of here!
I swear to God.
I like that. I like
yes,
that.
Because
that's great.
It's exactly what it looked like.
It's like having a Fixins bar on your dashboard.
And I made a joke about it, like, "Hey, I can't believe you have a barbecue sauce holder here." He goes, "Yeah, I found it on. It was like ad on Instagram." I was like, "That's actually what this is."
Steve, that's like getting a limited edition, like Jeep or something. This is a Roy Rogers.
Right, Roy Rogers. Look at this. This signal squirts horsey sauce. Yeah, the rear view, Preston. It's like you're milking a cow.
All right, TMZ reports that Davy Chase. Now, I looked her up, and it says she started the ring. She was Samara. She's the psycho.
Yes.
The scary girl.
The girl in the well.
And by the way, turns out she's gorgeous.
Yes, she is.
She was arrested, and she was arrested on a drug possession charge and spent some time behind bars. Yeah.
But she escaped through the television, didn't she?
She did. She managed to get out.
I knew
of
we
there
were
through
going
the
that way.
She's with you today, and we're enjoying this warmer weather that we're going to get a taste of for today and tomorrow. And then slowly back into the normal range. 65 today, 60 tomorrow, Friday 49, Saturday 46, and Sunday 40 degrees. So cooling off quite a bit. I would like to thank our guests that we had on the show today. We had Chris Gerard and Jackie Murtha.
Yeah!
Who are those people if you missed that segment? Well, she is the captain of the Sixers dance team. He is her boyfriend, now fiance, who proposed at the game. And many people on social media were saying, dude, she is way out of your league. And he would be the first to admit it and say, you're right, and I'm a happy guy. And she loves him, and they're happy, and they're getting married, and we had a really good time with them today.
He's a nice guy.
Cute story.
I'm very happy for him.
Yeah, and for her, too, because she seems like, she's really smitten. And well, they've been together for 8 years, for crying out loud, so they're going to get married, which is cool. We about ready to hand the reins over because Pierre Robert just made it in the studio, so he's back from a little time off as well. Hey, man.
Good day.
Nice to see you.
Where's my Don Rickles music?
Oh, that's true, yeah.
Did you request it?
No.
Okay.
He had been getting it, yeah.
Sometimes Casey brings it on when I've been away.
Okay. You want to hit it, Case?
I can. I got you.
It's all right. It's
no, it's coming.
Just, a queenly entrance to which I rightfully, deservedly so, now am receiving.
Anything else you need?
No, that's it. I mean, that could have been a little louder.
It really is.
I'm sorry?
Nothing.
Okay. You hung local for your time off, right?
Yeah. Were you guys? Is today your first day back?
No, yesterday.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I did. I went to the Mummers Parade. I overslept. I got a hotel in town, and I unfortunately had a little too much fun New Year's Eve. Overslept and missed Jackie. But Jackie comes around the corner at like 9 a.m.
Yeah. That's his life, man. He loves that mummer stuff.
Oh, you're
I
right.
like that. Oh, no, I was laughing because I like that 9 a.m. is like
An
late.
obscenely late hour.
Yeah.
Ungodly.
I think I slept till 9 over the break like twice. I was happy.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, there you go. Different things for different
That's
people.
right.
9 a.m. How could anyone conceive of? It's like anyway. There was a show I missed. I was going to go to the Blue Man Group, and it was at 8 o'clock. Well, no, I thought it was at 8 o'clock. Then it was at 7:30, and then I missed it. I said, "Who puts on a show before 8 p.m.?
Who puts on shows at nighttime?"
Right? No, I mean 8 p.m. is let's have who eats before 10 p.m. I mean let's have some decency here.
When you go out for the night just to go out and socialize, what time do you head out? Towards
11:30 is prime time.
Okay.
11:30 till closing. I like to get, if I'm in town for an evening of fun and festivities, landing 8:30 to 9, have a nice queenly dinner from 9 to 11, and then start making my way around.
Okay.
Yeah.
We are literally like on opposite schedules
Yeah, me too.
than you. Like that would
On a Saturday, you'd be in bed?
11:30 is late. Like I need to get home and get in bed.
Oh, my God.
You should like move to Spain or something. 'Cause, you know,
where they take siesta.
dinner's like at 10 routinely, you know. And although you'd probably shift it back to like midnight if you moved there, but I think that lifestyle might suit you.
Well, there's a future for me then.
Or like Lake Barrow, Point Barrow, Alaska, where you'll have that 6 months of night.
Oh, right.
Yeah.
I didn't think of that. I mean, on New Year's Day, I made it out by 1. I thought that was pretty early, and I saw a lot of the mummers, and then went on another pub crawl, which ended about 4 a.m. the next morning. And then I got a good 4 hours sleep, and then in a crippled fashion, made my way home.
Nice.
That's my story.
Keep that torch burning for those of us who can't do it anymore.
I do it for you.
Thank you, man.
I do it for each and every one of you, particularly Kathy. All right.
All right, letter?
Yeah.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, the Preston and Steve show is brought to you today by the letter.
I, as in incredible.
Yes, and we do have a great prize for you to win. It will be a pair of lawn passes for the Freedom Mortgage Pavilion Summer Concert Season 2023. Lawn Pass gives fans guaranteed access to over 30 of this summer's most incredible concerts, and they're on sale now. It's only while supplies last, and you can go to lawnpass.livenation.com and get your pair if you don't win them from us, but we'll give that away on Friday, so 2 more days to go, and that is it. You know what you got going on today?
First of all, what an amazing present to give away for you.
Oh,
guys.
yeah.
Yes, it
An
is.
amazing prize. In the era of expensive concerts, a season pass for the lawn, all the shows that come over there in the summertime. God, what a great present or prize or whatever you want to call it. On the program today, we will celebrate Michael Stipe's birthday, a block of REM. Stephen Stills had a birthday yesterday. We'll do CSNY. It's the letters grouping today, and it'll be STP. So REM, CSNY, and STP.
I love that.
On MEE.
MEE?
Me.
Oh, me. Me Radio.
On the Me TV channel. But didn't invite me to be a part of their Mummers
Oh, the Mummers
broadcast.
thing, yeah?
I don't think any of them were even local this year, but that's okay.
Well, they got someone that they thought was very much like you, Larry Menti.
Yes. Larry and I are very, very like each other. I'm sorry. So Larry is local. I apologize. I thought it was other people from out of town.
No.
Anyway, Jackie won, and that's all that counts.
Yeah, he did. It's a wonderful thing. All right, I want to thank our sponsors. President Steve Show is brought to you today by Dunkin'. President Steve Show runs on Dunkin'. Acme Markets as well. Fresh foods, local flavors. Tomorrow, our former intern, Blake Wexler, who's also a comedian, is going to be joining us on the program. So he's got a show coming up, and we'll have some other things to throw in there as well, and spend yet another lovely morning here in the Delaware Valley together. We'll be back tomorrow. That's it. We're done. Rage on. Have a great day, and we'll see you later, friend.
Preston and Steve.